Test, 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 test.
Testing.
Hello, friends.
We have a new promo that I cut yesterday.
I see Dr. David.
Dr. David, get the bell? Come
913.
on. Love it for our guy.
Oh, mute the mics for 1 sec.
Oh.
We're back.
Hell yeah. Sounds great.
Thanks, Kyle.
And now it's showtime. Oh, good morning. Hi, everybody. Hello. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Or 1227.
What?
You said
The
noon.
show ends at noon. D-Lo and KC technically starts. And we're on the handoff.
We'll still be hanging out right here.
Yeah, man. We're vibing.
Hi, friends.
Hanging out. All right. Vibing and hanging out. It's exactly what the Sacramento Kings are doing. They don't play until Thursday because the in-season tournament, I guess.
Yeah.
So weird. 12 games in a 31-day month feels like an excessively low amount. That's all.
It does.
They play 11 in February. They played 11 games in February, I think, last year. February has 3 fewer days and an all-star break that knocks out a week.
Yeah, that's weird.
Nuts. It's really strange. Really strange. Quick thing: the Mark Spears article with his interview with De'Aaron Fox dropped either during or right after our show yesterday. I know you got a chance to talk about it with D-Lo and KC. I've not gotten a chance to talk about it yet, so we're gonna do that. First things first, though, I have to say this. We'll talk more about this later, but I need to say this first. Tua Tagovailoa stinks. That's not an effective NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
That is not a good player. That's all. Anyways, we'll talk more about that in Tuesday tiers coming up at 11:20. We have movement in the Tuesday tiers. We've renamed some of the NFL tiers.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got new names.
How can you lead the NFL in passing yards, passing attempts, passing completions, and be completely ineffective and not good at your job?
Because your coach is awesome. Kind of the same way Nick Mullins, I think, has the second most passing yards in NFL history through his first 16 games.
Oh, yeah.
Because Kyle Shanahan's awesome.
I
think that's it. They also play from behind a lot. And so he's got to throw it.
I guess.
But does he scare anyone when he drops back?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's like, oh, no.
Oh, I'm wrong. I was thinking Dak Prescott, not Tua. Tua does not lead the league in passing yards. That's my bad. Dak leads the league in passing yards. That's what I was saying. Right. And he, again, is an ineffective quarterback most of the time. But anyway.
Tua stinks. Anyways,
he does stink.
Moving on. Mark Spears in Anscape. If you're listening to this show, you've probably read the article or seen the quotes by now. I want to start not with what De'Aaron Fox said, but what Mark Spears reported within that article. And that was, quote, sources told Anscape that there is a disconnect between some veteran Kings players and Christie and his coaching staff. Yikes.
Yeah.
I thought the whole goal with this season was to not have that happen.
Well, I mean,
and if there's a disconnect, why are they still around?
Yeah, when we're watching the Kings, I if there's not a disconnect, I'd wonder what the heck was going on.
Yeah, sure.
Because there's not, like, you're going out there and playing minutes. There's a disconnect. Again, he's still playing them, so there's not that big of a disconnect.
That's it. That's what I'm trying to figure this out, because I fully get the, like, there's only so much the coaching staff can do with this roster.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, part of the onus on the coaching staff, and specifically the head coach, is to get people rowing the same direction.
Yeah.
That was the thing that we talked about with Doug going into the year. Is like, man, look, he was trying to fix the plan on the fly last year, kept the team together, and now that's going to be his job this year, is keeping the team together, building a what's the culture?
Yeah.
A play style. And it's like, man, F on all of that. Like, it's not going well.
Mm-mm.
And I'm at a point where I don't understand why, if there's somebody who's not bought in, specifically a veteran player who is very likely not going to be part of this team in a year's time, if they're not bought in, then what are we doing here?
That was always going to be the toughest thing about this entire season.
For sure.
It was like, how do you build, I kept saying, how do you build a culture with a bunch of dudes who aren't going to be here? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Right now, the Kings, just a couple of numbers. They're 30th in the league in 3-point attempts. 29th in the league in 3-point attempts, 30th in the league in 3-point makes. They're 28th in the league in 2-point field goal percentage. They're 27th in the league in free throw percentage, 28th in offensive rebound, 27th in defensive rebound, 29th in total rebounds, 22nd in assists, 26th in blocks, 28th in points scored.
That's a dreadful team.
It's the bottom 3-team, 4-team in the NBA. And the veterans that there's a disconnect with are playing major minutes.
And that's what I don't understand. I get that you don't typically bench a veteran, because it's just not an easy thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
They're making a lot of money. Ultimately, your job is still to win games. And Doug, especially as a first-time head coach, is trying to win as many games as possible. I know that is just his mindset. Every game, you're going to try and go win. But if you want to send a message that you're building a culture, and that if you're not bought in, then we want volunteers, not hostages. Mm-hmm. Cool. Then ditch the hostages. They can go home. They can get Chris Paul'd. They can get Brandon Ayuk'd.
We should call it being Chris Paul'd. I love that idea.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Chris Paul'd.
You're on the Chris Paul list. That's where you're not traded. You're not released. You're just not going to play.
Yeah.
And okay, maybe they lose every game by 40. But I don't, if your entire ethos this season was, we're building a culture, volunteers, not hostages. We said that line ad nauseum. People still say it. Like, man, what a line, what a bar. Cool. Act on it. I if this is the case, if what Mark Spears is reporting is correct, and I believe it is, the veteran players who have a disconnect with Christie and his coaching staff, like, all right, goodbye. We're 26 games in. We're almost to Christmas, man.
Yeah.
It's like, if you can't be traded now, you can be traded on January 15th. You traded before the deadline, you'll move on in some form or fashion. And if not, then we'll revisit this in the offseason.
Yep.
But I don't think there's any good to be done by whether it's Russell Westbrook or Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis or DeMar DeRozan or whoever it is. All right. See ya. I don't know what the goal is at this point. If you're keeping people around who are actively working against this coaching staff that you apparently are bought in on, that the team is apparently pushed forward, is saying, here, these are the guys, this is the staff, this is the coach. We believe in them to be the initial building block of what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
Cool. Then let them get players in there who are bought into what they're doing. I don't think it's helpful.
No, I think it's very interesting too that it's not just Kings players and Christie. It's Kings players and Christie and his staff.
Right.
That's, I mean, that means that the collective, not just one guy.
Right.
And so that does stand out to me. I also Mark Spears fully got NBA Central this morning with this. They took what he wrote in this piece where there's a paragraph that opens up to Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis and then throws in Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan and you're losing with this team and Russell Westbrook. You're losing with this team. And then it goes on to say that there are some veterans that, aren't super happy with what's going on. And they just mixed up all the words and put them together in a different sentence. It says the Kings,
kind of nuts.
Yeah, the Kings are going to trade this guy, and this guy because they're not getting along with the coach. And it's oh no. So Mark actually went at both of them on Twitter. And lo and behold, it wasn't just NBA Central. There was multiple outlets that did this off of the NBA Central, and they all pulled them. Good for Mark.
Yeah, that's just not that I want to be really clear. In case you consume this article via that aggregation, which is I think where a lot of people are from a media consumption standpoint, not knocking it. It's just a lot of times you run into this where I want to get the exact, because I know you paraphrase, but I want to get the exact language. The Kings are struggling with the likes of Murray and veterans Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Russell Westbrook on their roster. Period. Sources told Anscape that there is a disconnect between some veteran Kings players and Christie and his coaching staff. Period. Next paragraph. Sacramento is expected to explore making trades of its veteran players, a source told Anscape. That's been the case forever.
Yeah.
The Kings have always, and I think it's been, if it's a secret, it's a very open secret, that they are open for business.
Oh, they're 100% open for business.
Super taking calls, and everybody knows it. That was going to be the case whether the veteran players were bought in or not. That those points were made back to back in this article, I don't believe has any connection.
No.
I don't think there's any. Now I will say, if, again, pick one of those players, Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Russell Westbrook. If any of those guys are the ones that have the disconnect with Doug Christie and his coaching staff, then yeah, they should be traded. They should be dealt. Because they're actively working against whatever you're trying to do, because this isn't about this season anymore.
Nope.
The 2025-2026 season was never about 2025-2026. It might have gotten there if the Kings went on some surprise run, then okay, you adjust expectations accordingly. But this is always going to be that year to evaluate what they have, what's on the roster, what's with the coaching staff, what does Scott Perry and this new front office have here to build off of. That's what this year was always going to be about. And I think you're actively hampering your team and you're actively pushing against that ethos, that I don't know if ethos is the right word, that philosophy, that goal of this year. You're actively pushing against that by continuing to employ players who aren't bought in. That was the entire, you're going to talk to everybody in the building. You're going to have a dress code, and we're going to talk to the people who work in concessions, and we're going to talk to ushers, and we're going to make sure that everybody's dressed in this way because we're building this team. And you can't even get the players bought in. That's where I'm. And again, not blaming Scott Perry, not blaming Doug Christie, not blaming the coaching staff even. If a player doesn't believe in what you're doing here, they are going to be a problem that festers and rots and makes it more difficult to build on whatever foundation you get this year. If that foundation is a top 3 pick, if that foundation is Nate Clifford developing, or Max Raynaud developing, or Keegan Murray finding some kind of different role that elevates his game, whatever it is, if you've got a pissed off Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan or Domantas Sabonis talking crap in the locker room, or Russell Westbrook, or I pick a veteran. I'm trying to name all of them because I'm not trying to single anybody out.
Yeah.
If one of those veteran players is in there, I'm like, man, this sucks. This team sucks. I should be getting the ball more. I should be doing this more. We should be doing this. Like, that doesn't help. That's not doing anything other than hurting your club.
Yeah, and I think the whole adage that one bad apple can spoil the whole lot.
Yeah,
it's fully true.
Mm-hmm.
Like one negative, super negative person that just keeps doing it can fully change the tenor of a locker room, and it can lead you down even a darker path. And we saw it after the game the other night where the Kings players like, no, we're all on the same page. We're in this together. We're trying to figure it out together. They're saying the right things,
sure,
but they're not doing the right things. And so that's where we have this huge disconnect. And like, I don't know what their offense is. I can tell you that I watched the game the other night and their defense got way better. Their defense is making improvements. Now, was it perfect? Absolutely not. But it's really difficult to be good on the defensive end when you're not good on the offensive end.
Sure.
And they're not good on the offensive end. And I know the whole focus has been on defense. But man, like, first of all, you have a bunch of offensive players. And when that's your main goal is to force those guys to play defense, you're always going to have this sort of give and take or this internal battle. But at this point, again, like, are you a hostage or you volunteer? Yeah, I think it's a good line. It's the mantra that we're going to keep going back to. It's the same thing when Monty McNair said, we want to maintain and improve. Like, bad line, buddy, because you didn't maintain and you didn't improve.
Yeah.
And you certainly, even if you tried to maintain, you didn't try to improve or didn't improve. And that was always like a hang up. But this is like a really, really weird situation to be in. And some of these players, like a guy like Russell Westbrook, man, he's playing 29 minutes a night at 37 years old. He didn't have any complaints. He's like, hell yeah, they're letting me play all these minutes. I'm here.
Yeah.
So that's why you're having some guys that are bought in. Other guys, like, either get in the line or get out.
The other side of the coin on this is if there's a disconnect between the coaching staff and some of the veteran players, because those veteran players are going, hey, what are we doing on offense? What's the goal? Why are we doing this defensively? If we go back to Chris Paul, we say it's getting Chris Paul. Chris Paul was effectively trying to hold the Clippers, his teammates, his coaching staff accountable. Now, I don't think anybody on the Kings roster has the amount of cachet that Chris Paul has in terms of having been around as long as he's been around, going to the Hall of Fame, accomplished what he's accomplished, like, for sure. But I would be interested to know where the difference is there, because I lean toward it's somebody being a problem. But if that person is like, yo, we're not doing what we need to be doing offensively, and the same guys keep playing every night, and I don't know what the hell we're doing. Why do we keep doing this? That would change the conversation for me.
Yeah, but I'm also going to point out that they do have players that have been in the league, like Chris Paul. One's been in the league 17 years. One's been in the league 18 years. And the problem is that some of those guys are the ones that are doing some of the things that don't make sense.
Sure.
And so Chris Paul can sit there and talk about things about how it should be done. But I also think that there's a secondary layer of some of the guys that you're expecting that from to step up and have those conversations are the guys who are actually part of the issue and not part of the solution.
All right, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We have plenty more Kings coming up for you. We got a note from Jake Fisher on a Zach LaVine trade. We'll get to that, and we'll also get to what De'Aaron Fox told Mark Spears. We'll sprinkle in some NFL as well over the next couple hours. And James and I got to watch a little basketball last night. It was a lot of fun. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Leader. Back in a second. Give me a better tease. You know? Sorry, Chatty House. I've not been open. What's up, guys?
Let's see. This question, Charlie. Did the Kings tank Keegan's trade value for future seasons with that contract? No. Teams around the league know that Keegan Murray's a very good player, and if the Kings were willing to trade him, they would probably be able to fetch quite a few assets. He is a very well-liked player, again, around the league, and a player that you can fit in on almost every team.
Yeah, I think Scott very, very much wants to make trades.
Yeah.
Sorry we're getting to these late. I did not have the chat open. The Pistons rule, dude. They're so fun. This feels like one that will be dependent on like an injury or something.
Yeah, okay, so I think Malik is somebody. There are players that could get traded right now. Like I'm just gonna like list them very. I think if there are players that could get traded like anytime, it would be Keon Ellis, Dennis Schroeder. And the reason I feel that way is because number one, Schroeder just came up for, you know, he just became eligible to be traded. And there are teams around the league that are kicking tires because they like I don't know if they love the contract, but it's okay once he's under contract to acquire that contract versus going out and signing that contract. Keon Ellis teams want, and they can hopefully build around him and give him enough time to get comfortable and then give him a contract extension in February. Guys like Malik, I think is more of a thing when you get really close to the deadline and you're like, man, like this thing is pretty open. Let's go out and get a player that might be able to impact and get us over the top, but without being someone who will change a bunch of stuff with our starting lineup, if that makes sense. Like he's a good player to acquire at the deadline, who just walks in the door, gets you to 13 to 15 points a game, gives you a major pop off the bench, and can fit in with just about any club as like a bench scorer. It's just a different type of need. Malik would be a good Nick. That will not happen at all, John. I think that's your name. I cannot imagine. Mike Brown giving a thumbs up to Malik Monk in New York. Hmm.
No. Wait. No.
Hmm.
DiVincenzo is 22, 23?
No, he wasn't. 24? Because during that off season, that's when they traded for Kevin Huerter, and Kevin Huerter got traded for in the first year, Mike Brown. Yeah, he was not.
Yeah, he was in Golden State 22, 23.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. At the break, we were talking about Donte DiVincenzo and whether he played for Golden State while Mike Brown was there. He did not. He was with Golden State in the 22-23 season. I have zero recollection of Donte DiVincenzo playing in that playoff series between the Warriors and Kings.
Oh.
And because that's what I was trying to think. I was like, well, I know Mike Brown got to Sacramento in 22, and DiVincenzo wasn't on the Warriors title team in 21-22. So it was after that, but I don't think it was 22-23 because I have zero memory of him in the playoffs that year. And it's because he was ass against the Kings. He went 3 for 5 from the field and 2 for 4. with 10 points, 3 boards, and 4 assists. Then he had no points in game 2. He went for 6, 7, and 8 in game 3, 3, 2, and 4, then 2, 0, and 3, then 8, 4, and 2, and then in game 7, he had 3 points with 2 boards and an assist.
Yeah. So I
didn't shoot better than 3 for 5 the entire series.
It's funny because Mike Brown missed Dante DiVincenzo in Sacramento. And then, and because he took the job during that summer, then he missed him as a Warrior as well.
Yeah.
So Mike Brown was like, he was in the place before DiVincenzo got there and was in the place after DiVincenzo left.
Yeah.
That still goes down as the strangest situation I've ever seen. Dante DiVincenzo should have been locked up in Sacramento to a nice 3-year, 4-year mid-level exception contract around 40, 48.
Is that the one where they sat him to tank his value?
Yeah.
And he got mad and left?
Well, he got mad for sure. And like that was not a good situation. And then when he left, he went into free agency. The Kings decided to pull the qualifying offer or not to extend a qualifying offer because he was a restricted free agent. So they had tried to trade for him twice and then finally got him because remember they tried to move Bogdan Bogdanovic for him before, and then the league stepped in and said you violated the rules.
Right.
And then the Kings lost Dante DiVincenzo for nothing. Then they traded for Dante, and instead of starting him, they started one of the Holiday brothers, Justin Holiday, over him. For no reason other than to limit his value moving forward. And DiVincenzo was not happy because he thought, hey, I would like to stay here. This is a place that I think I could be a really good backcourt mate with De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, and I think he would have been.
I think he would have been as well. And that's not the way it worked out. And DiVincenzo was not at all happy. And then when they pulled the qualifying offer, it was like, are you kidding me? Like it was like a foregone conclusion because you could at least do a sign and trade and get some sort of asset for him. And then to hear that, oh my gosh, they pulled a qualifying offer.
For no reason.
No reason at all. Yeah.
Weird. We have a small amount of a little trade rumor nugget involving the Kings.
Yeah.
And Giannis Antetokounmpo. That should have been the tease. Damn. All right.
There you go.
That's fine. All right. Coming up in 3 seconds, how the Kings factor into the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade rumors. Hi, everyone.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
So according to Jake Fisher, the People's Insider, at the Mark Stein, according to Jake Fisher of the Mark Stein Substack. Yeah, that's right. Quote, the teams, the Bucks, Milwaukee's, lack of available draft capital, furthermore, means that its only likely avenue to acquiring a difference maker during the season is by taking on a contract like Zach LaVine's that most teams consider too pricey. Remember, Milwaukee does not have an unencumbered first-round pick it can trade until 2031. First of all, I don't know how you get there and have a team that Giannis hates playing on. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's the kind of, you don't have any draft capital because you have all these awesome players. That's a tough look for Milwaukee. But this is interesting for me because this is twofold. So the Giannis trade rumors are out there, but it's becoming very clear, and you and I have talked about this since every Giannis trade rumor that's come out over the last 2.5 years has come out. It's a difficult deal to swing because Milwaukee wants the sun, the moon, and the stars for him.
Yes.
And if you're a team giving up the sun, the moon, and the stars for him, you have Giannis, and now you're the Bucks.
Yeah.
You're a team, especially in the West.
You're just a different version of a bad team.
Right.
With one player.
Right. And you have Giannis. That's awesome. But man, it's really difficult to build around him once you've given up all those assets that you'd have to give up to acquire him. And so I think what you're seeing is a lot of teams tapping out. Houston, OKC, San Antonio going, no, we like what we're building here. If you want a couple of first-round picks and some bloated salary to match, fine. But the Bucks don't want that. They want all the picks. They want all the young players. They want all the assets. And so it looks now like they're pivoting and going, we're going to try and keep him here by making another move, another desperation midseason move.
Yes.
And that's where, if you're Scott Perry, I'm calling the Bucks GM every single day.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting way he phrases this too. It's like the value of Zach LaVine is number one, as a player who can still score and still do things on the court, right?
Mm-hmm.
But his true value might be in the fact that there are teams out there that don't have any draft assets.
Mm-hmm.
So they would probably take on a Zach LaVine contract because they don't have another way to get help for Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
They're willing to give up players for sure, but players that, maybe you want, maybe you don't. But the fact that Zach LaVine is in like this bin of players that you're like, I don't have any assets, but maybe I can go get Zach LaVine.
Right.
That is a really, really weird place to be. And I've never seen anything phrased like that in the NBA, where it's like, okay, you have all of these players that are going to be moved, and some of them you could go get this guy or that guy or this guy. Oh, but there's also this other bin of players over there that the team that he's on doesn't currently want, but they're not going to take back any like expiring. They want like expiring contracts or players that will fit their long-term build. And oh, by the way, you don't have to give up any assets because they understand it's a bad contract, and you understand that you don't have any assets, so you might only be able to shop from that bin. It's like a weird situation to be in.
And we're in this spot, and the reason we bring this up is because the Kings might be in a spot where they're trading Zach LaVine from like a position of strength.
Yeah.
And it's not, we're trying to get off of Zach LaVine's contract. It's the Bucks saying, hey, we want this player.
Yeah.
And this is the one narrow avenue that you can go down where a team is going, hey, can we please have Zach LaVine? Which is nuts. And I don't know. I'm trying to look now. We're kind of doing this on the fly because we added this right before the show.
I can tell you, Kyle Kuzma makes $22.4 million.
Yep.
Bobby Portis makes $13.4 million. Kevin Porter and Ryan Rollins are both around $4 million, $4 and $5 million. Like it's gonna take, you got to get up to roughly 44, 45 million in order to make this deal work, because the Kings aren't, well, I don't think the Bucks can't take on so much contract, so much extra of Zach LaVine. Maybe they can take on an extra 5 million of Zach LaVine, right? So then you're looking at like, yeah, okay.
Hell yeah.
Does that trade make sense?
Dude.
I would take Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma, 1 year of extra year of Kyle Kuzma next season, and Bobby Portis for 3 years. I would take that deal. But I think you're still going to have to take on more. And that's where people are like, oh, well, throw in Ryan Rollins. I don't think the Bucks are giving up a Ryan Rollins to get Zach LaVine.
Would they give up Miles Turner? Because Miles Turner and Kyle Kuzma is almost an identical match. The Kings add 0.2 million.
So you're saying let's build the Indiana Bulls.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. The Chicago Pacers.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
Miles Turner's got 3 years, 83. Is that right? 3 years, 83 million left after this year?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Let me just kind of, if
sorry guys, we're doing this on the fly here.
So I'll just tell you, if you want to take back, you can take back Miles Turner and Kyle Kuzma. It's an exact match. It's within
0.2 million.
Yeah,
$200,000.
Yeah, it's within a couple $100,000, right? That deal works. Like, boom, it's over, it's done. Now you're taking on Kyle Kuzma next year at 20 million, but again, you can trade Kyle Kuzma's $20 million expiring contract.
Yeah.
The question is, are you willing to take on Miles Turner at 25, 26, 27, almost 28 million with a player option for year 4? So you're taking on 3 more years. Here is why you would do this deal. If you were going to do the Miles Turner and Bobby Portis deal, and Kyle Kuzma deal, you would turn around and trade Domantas Sabonis. That's why you would do that specific deal, because you already have something worked out for Sabonis to go somewhere else. And you go with a defensive-minded 3-and-D type player instead of build around, offensive hub player.
Right.
And I don't know if that's a good move or not, but to be honest with you, Drew Eubanks, Maxime Reynaud, like the type of player that we're seeing the Kings searching for in their lineup is realistically, it's like Miles Turner.
Right. And that's what I wonder if Miles Turner would be closer to the type of player that Scott Perry and Doug Christie would want if they're building with Keegan Murray and maybe they think about trading for a high price star. Like Miles Turner at less than, is it 27-ish million a year?
Yeah.
For the next 28 million a year, we'll call it, for the next 3 years after this one. Like, I think I'd rather do that.
I don't hate Miles Turner as a player or even the contract that he signed.
Yeah.
I don't think that you're gonna get true value for him.
But what's the okay? Let's ask it this way, and please chime in at the Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320. What's a Domantas Sabonis extension look like?
An extension off of what he already makes? What do you mean?
If they're gonna if they say, hey, we're gonna keep Domantas Sabonis around,
okay,
what does his contract look like beyond? When's his?
He's under contract for another two plus years.
What's he make on his next contract? 40 a year?
Yeah, he's not making what he makes right now. Like, so if you wanted to keep him like longer than the deal he's on currently,
yeah,
you don't even really need to do that. He's at 42.3 this year, 45.5 next year, and 48.6 next year. So yeah, you're going to have a declining value contract when he turns 31, 32. Like, I think 35 to 40 million is probably what he's going to make in the final, that next contract.
Yeah,
maybe a little bit less.
I think I'd rather have Miles Turner. He's under contract till 28-29 on a player option at 29.1.
Yeah,
I think I'd rather do that.
Well, I mean, there's always a possibility that you put Miles Turner and Domantas Sabonis together and move Keegan Murray to the 3, and okay,
sure,
why not? Again, Miles Turner, the last handful of years has shot between 36 and 40% from 3.
Yeah, you have to guard him out there.
Yeah. I mean, and he blocks shots. We've always said this, like, the type of player that you really need for this team is a guy like Miles Turner, but you already saw Miles Turner and Domantas Sabonis play together in Indiana, and they didn't win.
Sure, right.
And so you're worried about the same thing about when you have DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and you don't win. Now, would I consider making that move? Sure. Like, why not? I don't think Miles Turner's contract is egregious for the player that he is. I mean, you're talking about a guy who averages 14 and 6.7 rebounds per game for his career, but also 2.2 blocks per game.
Yeah, good defender.
Yeah, and he is a stretch 4 or 5.
Miles Turner being younger than Kyle Kuzma is messing me up. Wow. That doesn't track to me.
Well, he's also older than Domas, right?
Miles Turner? Yeah, by a couple years.
Yeah.
What is Domas 29 now?
I think. Yeah. Boy, we're all over the place this morning.
Yeah, we are.
Domas is.
What happens when you try and do trades on the fly? March of 96.
29. May of 96.
Okay, so he's 2 months older than Domas.
Yeah.
Miles Turner is.
This would destroy your idea of resetting your roster for, a few years for in 2027, which is why I don't think the Kings will do it unless, again, they go and they get Miles Turner and then they trade Domantas Sabonis.
Also, I'm not going to continue doing this because I building trades on the fly is difficult. If you're not acquiring Miles Turner, if you're saying no, thank you, we'll just hang on to Zach LaVine. If that Miles Turner deal's on the table, the Miles Turner Kyle Kuzma one is the only trade that works straight across.
Yeah,
in a 2-team deal, because otherwise you're going to have to get more teams involved because the Bucks contracts go Giannis at $54.1 million.
Yep.
Turner at 25.3, Kuzma at 22.4, Portis at 13.4, and then you have this massive drop off to Kevin Porter Jr. at 5.1, and nobody else makes more than $4 million.
Yeah. It would take 3 of their players. That's why I've said you can do it with Kuzma, with Bobby Portis,
and Kevin Porter.
Yeah. That would probably work.
But the Kings are taking on. Oh no, I'm sorry. They're
the Bucks would
passing
be
off
taking
6.5.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe you do that. But I would think that like they'd want to keep Bobby Portis because he's important to what they're doing. I don't know. It's good news for the Kings that there's a team and there continues to be smoke. This is the same deal with the Jonathan Kuminga thing. Remember the Jonathan Kuminga thing? And I don't mean
Kuminga Watch.
We all remember Kuminga Watch. It's still on, by the way.
Yeah, it's still on.
But remember how that started where the Kings just got like mentioned in an article about him? And then they got mentioned in a different article by a different insider. And then it just kept coming around where it was like, the Kings might be interested, to where the Kings are the only team with an offer on the table. And this is how I feel about the Zach LaVine stuff. Zach LaVine's name just keeps hanging around in these trade rumors.
Yeah.
And it's enough smoke to look at it. It's not, hey, this would work. It's this continued, this team might be interested in Zach LaVine. The Kings are interested in trading Zach LaVine. There's interest in Kings veteran. And it keeps lingering in a way that makes me optimistic that the Kings might be able to get off of a contract that I wasn't sure they'd be able to get off of.
I'm still not convinced they will be able to.
No, sure.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, but I'd also say like just the way that this season's going, like you need to try everything. You need to sit here and
oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway,
stuff.
De'Aaron Fox talked to Mark Spears. We'll get into that. We'll get into some other NBA stuff from last night. And then the other thing that hit me last night was that the Dolphins might go on the NFL inept sports franchise Mount Rushmore.
Oh.
It got me thinking about that because, of course, I think the Kings are in that conversation as well. We'll get to all that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Okay, so per the Spot Track trade machine, Kyle Kuzma, Bobby Portis, and Kevin Porter Jr. actually works for Zach LaVine. The Bucks would take on $6.5 million in extra salary, but they have that ability, and the Kings would save a bunch of money. But then you'd be stuck with, well, Kuzma's an expiring, and you'd have an extra year. I think Kevin Porter's also an expiring contract. And not someone you typically would want on your team. Well, I guess he has a $5 million player option, $5.4 million player option for next year. Kevin Porter does. And then Bobby Portis is under contract for an extra year with a player option at $15.6 million. Yeah, so Rustdog brings this up. If the Kings were to do a 3-for-1, they would have to cut 2 players. So it's just the way it goes. And you can't waive a player as part of a trade. You have to make the trade, waive players on your side to make the trade, and then go backwards. It's also possible that the Kings would like maybe move a player or two to a team with salary cap space, but give up a second round pick or something to clear roster space.
2 minutes.
Yeah. So, I mean, you could waive Doug McDermott and you could waive, I don't know. You might be able to, you could probably waive Drew Eubanks, who has an avulsion fracture, which he's out like a minimum of 3 weeks, but that's a 3-week to 6-month injury. If that makes sense. If it doesn't start to heal quickly, I could see Drew Eubanks going in and having hand surgery and just shutting it down. Leezy, do you think Mike Brown should have been given another year? I don't like. I said this at the time. Whatever happened there between the players and the coaches and all this stuff behind the scenes, like the thing was spiraling very quickly. And it was obvious in that situation that Mike had at least lost part of the room. And I like Mike Brown. I think he's a very, very good coach. And I blame, a mix of players. I blame just like a bunch of things on what happened there. But I think you should have been able to get everybody in the room and tell people to be adults and knock it off and move forward. That's not what happened. And once he played like the only bullet he had to play, which was to start Malik Monk, it was like, okay, if you're not good after that, you're done. You have a computer wants to restart the screen over there.
Oh, thanks. Postpone. Hey, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I am neck deep in the spot track trade machine right now.
Oh, no. We've lost Kyle. Everyone.
James, do a show while I work on this. Now I'm looking at, I'm trying to get a third team involved here in this Bucks Kings Zach LaVine deal. I'm going to work on this at the next break. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going away from it. But I'm going to finagle. I'm going to finagle my way through this.
Okay.
All right. Anyways, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and I got distracted. De'Aaron Fox talked to Mark Spears in Anscape yesterday. One thing that jumped out to me, he said he doesn't talk to anybody except for Keegan. Doesn't even rock with Malik anymore?
Yeah, I think that was part of the falling out.
Like
this is not a the situation that happened at the end here was not good.
Yeah, because remember, didn't Rasay get into it with Malik? Or I'm sorry, I don't want to say get into it with. Didn't they have an animated discussion on the court?
They did after a game.
De'Aaron first came back to Sacramento.
Yeah, they did.
That's a thing that happened.
Yeah, that's the thing that happened. And look, I don't know how far that relationship has been damaged. Down the road, maybe they come back around and they're close again.
Sure.
But also I think that there are a lot of Kings players that were on, there are factions here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a good thing. When there's factions in the locker room, it's over. You might as well just
toast.
Yeah, the entire thing is going to hell in a handbasket. You've got no shot. But I think there were players that were pushing for Mike Brown to leave. There was De'Aaron Fox's stance, which was very clear. If Mike Brown goes, I would like to go as well. And they chose to go with the people that wanted to push Mike Brown out.
Yep.
And one of those people, again, Vivek Ranadive is on that list as well, who was not a huge Mike Brown guy. He had to be talked into hiring Mike Brown initially, and then he wanted to see offense, and Mike Brown wanted to talk defense. And again, Monty McNair wanted to talk offense, and Mike Brown wanted to talk defense and say, hey, the only way that we win, we continue to grow and we win a ring and we go push for that, is to play defense. And there wasn't the buy-in from the people around Mike that he needed to have buy-in from.
Right.
Specifically, your owner and your general manager.
Yep.
They weren't buying what he was selling, and they had allies on the team. That's straight up. And one of the people that were more of a grounded place of reasonable, okay, I don't know what we're doing here, but that was De'Aaron Fox, who had cycled through so many coaches in the first, Dave Yeager, and who was after Yeager, Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry, and then Mike Brown. He had already been through too many coaches. Well, I don't want to keep doing this.
Yeah.
And that's where you started to have this divide. And look, I think that there were players that were, when Doug Christie took over, they felt validated by the fact that they lost the first game, but then rattled off 7 in a row.
Yeah.
And we're like, hey, De'Aaron, let's get in line. Let's do this.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I already made my decision and you guys made yours, and you chose chaos over me being here. And so out the door he went.
And he said it to Mark Spears here. We go to the playoffs, and after that, you want to build on that. build upon that. And that doesn't mean going from the 3rd seed to the 1st seed. It just means continuing to be a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't feel like we were there. Everything started going bad that summer. Talking about 2024, I'm going to place I want to be now. Everything started going bad that summer. To me, reads, and I think this has been pretty clear. De'Aaron looked at the landscape and looked at the direction the Kings were going and said, what Mike Brown wants is what we need to move beyond where we are.
Mm-hmm.
To continue to be a playoff team, we need to add A, B, and C. And by the contract negotiation going the way it did, and by the firing of Mike Brown happening, A, when it did, B, the way it did, it was really clear that front office faction won out.
Yeah.
That side said, hey, we actually don't think that what Mike Brown has to say, like you said, weren't buying what he was selling. And De'Aaron went, all right, well, whether I'm here or not, we're not going to be a playoff team because I don't trust this team to do the right things to get us there. We were there. We got there. And this is what you and I and people in the chat on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320, we talk about this, I feel like, once a week. Like, they were there.
Yeah.
They had something to build on. And they viewed how to get to that pinnacle differently. And it's the further we get from it, because in the moment it was like, damn, De'Aaron, come on, man. Like, go be that dude. Go take over. You guys won a bunch of games in a row. Go take over. Go be that guy. And it was tough in the moment to be like, hey, I think he's justified. But as we get further from it, it's just really clear that I think De'Aaron did what was smart for him.
Well,
because
of course.
If he's here right now, the Kings are a little better, to be sure. But it doesn't change the fact that, because he doesn't, I don't know. You'd rather have De'Aaron Fox than not. But the fact that, by trading him the way they did, when they did, and did he back them into that corner a little bit by making it clear he wanted to go to San Antonio? Yes, 100%. This is not absolving him of everything. Yeah. But at the same time, just the way that trade went down, when it did and how it did, and for the players that it did, like, man, it proved him right.
Well, that and the chaos behind the scenes was wild. It was like the
Sure.
news we were getting, the stories we were getting the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And realistically, it starts in that summer, and you can't have a general manager that keeps going out, and every single time he talks about maintaining and improving.
Mm-hmm.
And then in that summer goes out and drafts a player who's not going to play. Drafts a player who's out 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but he didn't use that pick to go get the player that you wanted, which everyone on the Kings wanted them to go get Cam Johnson, because they thought he'd fit in seamlessly and you'd be able to keep moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to look at all of these things. Like when they traded Harrison Barnes for DeMar DeRozan.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, DeMar DeRozan and De'Aaron Fox were never going to cook together. That's just not a good mix. It's two guys that have to have the ball in their hand, and then you have other guys that also have to have the ball in their hand. On top of that, people need to understand how close De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes were as teammates.
Mm-hmm.
There was a reason why Harrison Barnes kept coming back to Sacramento and why he hadn't been traded. Mm-hmm. And it's because he had a major ally in De'Aaron Fox. When you took out a pro's pro and you just moved him, already, not only does DeRozan not fit the play style, but Barnes does. Do you need a better version of Barnes?
Sure.
Yeah, you do. A younger version of him? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But to just have him removed from the locker room was a huge blow for some of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison had been there forever, and he had been like their mentor, their veteran who had walked them through some dark times and got them out the other side.
By all accounts, a terrific dude.
A terrific dude, but also just a pro.
Yes.
Taught everybody how to work out, taught everybody how to maintain their body, goes around the country doing amazing things, like opening up savings accounts in underprivileged areas, including Sacramento. Like, he puts his money where his mouth is. This is a generous dude. He's a guy who's always on the list for, NBA Cares Awards, because that's who he is. And yeah, that's not to say that DeMar DeRozan wasn't a good locker room guy or isn't a good locker room guy. He's just different, and he's also not the style of player that would fit next to Fox.
Right.
You made your decision. You chose to go this path. And the Kings said, well, we gave Mike an extension like you wanted. It's like,
did you though?
Did you though? Yeah.
Yeah, that should have been one of those like no-brainer.
Begrudgingly gave Mike Brown an extension that you had no intention of paying out on. Well, they did pay out on, of letting it play out. Tough.
Yikes. You got something else from Jake Fisher on the Raptors showing interest in Domantas Sabonis?
I've heard that as well.
That's interesting.
I've heard that the Raptors are they've been one of the teams that are named in the Anthony Davis sweepstakes, and there might be like, hey, if we miss out on Anthony Davis, maybe we pursue Domantas Sabonis. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but that is a team that has players and contracts that they could probably easily match up and work out a deal.
All right. I'd be down. I like the Raptors. It feels like their play style fits. Like we talked about it in the preseason.
Yeah.
In the Kings' first preseason game, it was just and the Raptors don't stink.
Yeah.
Work something out there where you're getting assets back for Sabonis. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and what you can get is you can get younger players back. And I think that's how, again, we always talk about, you don't have to like throw away the entire team. You also don't have to just take draft picks back and hope that you're going to find something. There is a way to do this where you take back like an RJ Barrett at $27.5 million, who again was drafted by Scott Perry in New York. And then you can piece together a trade outside of that wouldn't be that difficult to do. Whether it's Jakob Poeltl, which I'm not taking back that contract. But one of these other guys, there's always a possibility that Abaji, you throw Abaji in with RJ Barrett, that puts you at $34 million. And then I don't know who Murray Boyles is, but that works.
Colin Murray Boyles?
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Hey, I've got it. Okay, we have to step aside for a second. But I think I have the trade.
Oh.
I think I've figured it out. Okay. I have a fake trade coming up, and I can't wait to discuss it with you guys. We'll do that next. We've also got some NFL stuff. We have movement and a renaming of our Tuesday tiers. And I think we might be reaching the point of the NFL season where the tiers are going to stay where they are. We'll figure that out next. And did the 49ers move up? Are the 49ers a tier 2 team now? We'll talk about that in the second hour. That's James Ham and Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Oops. We did not record that second. Hold on, stupid.
That's my bad. I need to look up, again, maybe this is the type of young player that you want to get if you're the Kings. What did I just close? There we go. Yeah, you're right. Call him. Oh, look at that. He's a 6'7" power forward.
Nice.
20 years old.
He's 6'7"?
He is.
Is that right?
He's played in 22 games, shooting 48% from 3. Cool. Defensive-minded guy. Yeah, I'm all for something like that where you're getting a 20-year-old player who might fit what it is you're doing. Colin Murray Boyles. Then you could have 2 Murrays. Might as well trade for the other one. You have 3 Murrays. Yeah, I agree. Make Carl Landry size power forwards great again. Yeah. Carl Landry was a good dude. He was a fun guy to have around the locker room. Shout out Carl Landry. Let me see. College South Carolina. Yeah, not enough 3-point shots to know if he's a good 3-point shooter or not. Oh, and he was a 9th pick in the 2025 NBA draft. He's not playing very much for a guy who was a 9th pick. Well, I guess he's played 17 and a half minutes a night. Carl Landry was a King twice, right? Yeah, he came over in the Kevin Martin trade, and then they signed him as a free agent acquisition. He was the first summer of Vivek. They went out and signed Carl Landry to a substantial contract. Yeah, Corliss Williamson is a coach. I can't. Is he with Minnesota? I can't remember where Corliss is at right now. That's another very, very good dude.
Hey.
Yeah, that's probably true that Jared Jack and Carl Landry were together at Golden State. Actually, someone brings up Quincy Acey. Quincy Acey was a very, very nice dude. He had his son with him all the time. His son would be in the locker room. He was probably like 5. That's a good question.
Hang on. Hey, just in the nick of time.
Are we back?
About to be. I mean, we're on.
Yeah, Landry was sent with Jason Thompson and Nick Stauskas for cap space.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s hanging out with us. Get to NFL tiers in a little bit. I have gotten a trade that works. I think the Bucks say no to this.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, I feel good about this. Okay.
All right.
So the Bucks are getting Zach LaVine.
Okay.
The Hawks are my 3rd team. They're going to get Miles Turner and Gary Trent Jr.
Oh.
The Kings acquire Kristaps Porzingis, $30.7 million expiring contract.
Okay.
And Bobby Portis.
Oh, I'm in.
The Kings super do that. The Hawks, I don't know. I have no idea where the Hawks are. The Bucks, though, that leaves them with like no front court depth. They're legit. Like Taurean Prince is now their starting power forward in that scenario.
Well, yeah, but you could also see if the Kings would just waive Porzingis.
They would have to waive a player in that scenario.
Well, they have to waive one of their players now, but then they could also go back. You have to make the trade and waive players to make the trade, but the players that you're waiving can't be in the trade.
Right.
Right. And then once you acquire players, then you can waive those players as well if you would like. I would not be surprised, like if they were to do something like that, if they just turned around and waived Porzingis, maybe a little bit closer to the deadline.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. Feel good about it.
Today is the
Did we send Drew Eubanks to Milwaukee? Does it still work?
maybe.
I'm checking now. Go ahead.
This is one of the
Still works.
This is one of those days though, that kind of like yesterday was December 15th. If you trade a player yesterday or today, if on the 15th or the 16th, there's like this little moratorium that the NBA has that if you trade a player right now, that you can still trade them again before the NBA trade deadline in an aggregated trade. So today is the last day to do that, which is how Dennis Schroeder last year got traded. Oh boy, where was he? Was he with the Nets? And then he got traded to Golden State, and then Golden State traded him again at the deadline.
Yes, that's correct.
To the Pistons.
To Detroit.
Yeah.
By way of like Miami and Charlotte or something weird like that.
I can't remember
Miami and Utah.
What they got back.
I feel like Dennis Schroeder was on 5 teams in 3 days.
He was on 3 teams for sure last season. But again, it's one of those days where like if you're going to make a deal and maximize the value of a player, you would make it today. Because once you get past this, then you can trade them again, if I'm not mistaken. But what you can't do is trade them in an aggregated trade, which means additional players' salaries combined to make the money work in another trade.
Got it. So watching the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football last night, as we shift gears slightly. Jesse, I'm so sorry. Jesse is our resident Dolphins fan.
Oh.
But I know he's honest. I know he's a real one.
He is.
Which is why I'm bringing this up while he's here. Did the Dolphins go on the sports franchise ineptitude Mount Rushmore?
For my lifetime, yeah. I've never seen them win a playoff game.
Yeah, I know. Let's talk over the last. Let's talk 2 decades. So
2 decades. Yeah, I mean, they've kind of mirrored the Kings as far as let's make a bad decision here and there every time.
Yeah, because like who are main like for the NBA, it has to be the Kings. The Kings are on.
Are the Kings the number 1 team in terms of franchise? I'll say ineptitude for lack of a better term.
Over the last 20 years?
We're going to say over the last 20 years. So since 2005.
Yeah, I'm probably.
I don't know who's been worse.
No, I think they are on the Mount Rushmore. I think the Raiders are on Mount Rushmore for the NFL.
Yeah, it's the Raiders and Dolphins, I guess, for the last 20 years. Whoever you want to take your pick there.
Yeah.
Last 20 years. I'm trying to, man.
Well, I think,
even Charlotte, since the 05-06 season, has made the playoffs 3 times.
Yeah. Since the 05-06, the Kings have made the playoffs twice, and they've been in the play-in twice. But we're taking into consideration the 05-06. If you go one more year, the 06-07, they don't make the playoffs. And the Kings have made it 1 time in that entire,
Damn.
Yeah, the Browns, that's another good one. Yeah, but
the Jets have to go there.
But they went to an AFC title game like in 2010.
They went to a couple, didn't they?
Yeah.
With Mark Sanchez?
Yeah. So last 20 years, that wouldn't work compared to the other teams.
Yeah. I don't. Do we have one in baseball? Because I mean, the quick thing is to throw out the A's.
We have multiple in baseball.
Baseball, it's a mixture of the Rockies, the White Sox. It was the A's at one point.
The Rockies went to a World Series though,
and I think the White Sox did. They went far.
I'm just
White
on
Sox won a
World
Series
in the last 20 years.
I mean, it'd be the A's though.
Yeah, but the A's have been to the
Pirates.
playoffs. The A's have been. Yeah. Oh, it is the Pirates. That's who it is.
The Pirates have been big ass for a long time.
Yeah, they have not been good. They have not been good.
They went to the playoffs 3 consecutive years, 13-15. But since then, so since 2005, oh my God, the Pirates since 2005. How many times do we think they have won? They have finished above 500?
Oh,
3.
Since 2005.
2.
Yeah, this feels like one of those absurd answers.
It could be 0. It's 4.
They went to the playoffs 3 times in a row, from 13 to 15. Then they won 82 games in the 2018 season, didn't make the playoffs.
Oof.
And since then, their win total 69, 19, 61, 62, 76, 76, 71.
Like, when is the last time the Angels did anything at all?
That's a good one. Well, they've had Mike Trout for more than a decade now, and they've been to the playoffs once with him, and they didn't win the playoff series.
They had Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani on the same team.
Yeah, that's true. Oh.
Yeah, so they went to the
playoffs a bunch in the mid to late aughts.
Yeah, so 07, 08, 09, and then one more in 2014, but they haven't been to the playoffs.
They haven't been to the playoffs in 10 years?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's bad.
I think the Jets' last appearance was that AFC title game.
In 2010.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the last AFC title game that didn't have Brady or Mahomes in it. Was the Mark Sanchez, Ben Roethlisberger showdown.
Oh.
Showdown.
Hey, 2010.
More Thomas Jones versus Ben Roethlisberger, probably.
2005 through 2010 in the NFL was dark times.
That's true.
Yeah, man. I hate getting into this because it's like, you're not going to tell a Dolphins fan who is almost 30, who's never seen their team win a playoff game. They're like, no, you're not. Like, you're fine. Remember that championship in 1972?
No, I don't. I hate the 72 Dolphins, actually. I'm tired of hearing about them.
Yeah, it's...
Well, the worst part is that most of them are gone. So, like...
Shout out Larry Zonka.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it's so crazy that, like, it's been so long that most of the players on your last championship are completely gone.
Well, being a Dolphins fan for like the last 20 years is like, oh yeah, they took Culpepper over Breeze. Oh yeah, they took Cam Cameron over Mike Tomlin. They took Ryan Tannehill. They took Tua.
Yeah. That's every franchise, though, that's bad. Except for the A's.
Yeah.
The A's get the players. They just don't keep them. The A's make the right decisions and then don't keep the players. But it feels like what Jesse just did with the Dolphins is what we do all the time with the Kings. I have this question. I've had this question written down for a week and a half now. What's the last home run, the proverbial home run the Kings hit from a like franchise standpoint?
I mean, it was De'Aaron Fox until it wasn't.
No, it was drafting Halliburton at number 12.
Oh, good point.
Oof.
That's the one. That's the one where you're like, you crushed a pick.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, and like, again,
that's
the
tough.
way it's worked out is brutal, but
yeah,
the move itself, I still would stand. Like, hindsight is bad, but even the hindsight isn't just so horrible, especially when you factor in the injury and everything else.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, I have a hard time with that with the Tyrese Halliburton trade because I think largely on that side of it.
Yeah,
where you went, all right, at that time, because again, if you rewind to that year, like De'Aaron Fox's contract was, I remember asking like, hey, is De'Aaron Fox just Monte Ellis?
Yeah.
Is that what, like, is he better? And he was better than that. Like that assessment was incorrect, but that's where it was at the time, where it wasn't like, man, everybody wants De'Aaron Fox on this contract.
Oh no, there were a lot of teams that didn't.
It was right. It was much easier to deal Halliburton. And so you see why now, again, I get stuck because Tyrese Halliburton has become such an impactful, phenomenal player. But if the Kings do one or two things different from a roster perspective, they're probably a team that's won 48 plus in 3 consecutive years. And we're talking about them going to the playoffs again this year.
Yeah.
And that has nothing to do with Domantas Sabonis. Now, I have my gripes with Domantas Sabonis as a player, and I certainly think that Tyrese Halliburton is better. But I think how we've gotten here in 2025, I don't think is necessarily the fault of that trade. I think it's a fault of things that happened post-trade. If that makes sense.
I'm with you 100%.
I'm trying to straddle the fence a little bit.
Well, that, and I'd also say, like, the problem that I have with, so many people who want to just tank and just like start all over. Let me just I think I can put these together. Let's see.
Let's do it.
Spencer Hawes, the 10th pick. Jason Thompson, the 12th pick.
Yikes.
Tyreek Evans, the 4th pick. 5th pick for DeMarcus Cousins. The Kings had the 7th pick, traded it for the 10th pick for Jimmer Fredette. The next year, they pass on Damian Lillard out of nowhere for no reason other than they thought they had another point guard, other point guards.
Boy, that's brutal.
But Thomas Robinson was the 5th overall pick.
Hang on, I'm going to fact check this.
Okay, the next year they draft Ben McLemore with the 7th pick. The next year they draft Ben Nick Stauskas with the 11th pick, at the 8th pick. The next year they draft Yorgos Papagiannis with the 13th pick. They had the 9th pick, which was Chris, and they traded back. And of course, Domantas Sabonis is the 10th pick in that draft. I missed Willie Cauley-Stein.
Yep,
Willie Cauley-Stein, the 7th overall pick. 6th.
Mm-hmm.
They traded for Buddy Hield, who was in that draft as well.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my point. My point is, you can keep going. You can go to Papagiannis, and you can look at the 2017 draft where they draft De'Aaron Fox, but they also draft at number 15, they draft Justin Jackson, and they draft Harry Giles at number 20. The year before, they drafted Malachi Richardson at number 22. Mm-hmm. The draft is such an inexact science, and you can screw up the draft not just once, but 15 times, which is you go back, and that's pretty much what the Kings did.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, in 2018 draft, they draft Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Trae Young.
Every bad franchise is littered with that.
Yeah.
Like, it's so difficult to properly team build through the draft, but that's one of the handcuffs that the Kings deal with. Is they're not a team that when a player hits free agency, that they're going to even be in the mix. So it's going to have to be through the draft, and that's just an incredibly difficult thing to do in a league where when you draft outside of the top 8, your chances of hitting on a player go down pretty significantly. I need the NBA to fix its draft though, because I need to be able. I can't. In the NFL, I can go to Football Reference, I can go to Draft, I can go to 49ers, and I can get every 49ers draft pick since 1946. Got them all. With the Kings, I have them here drafting Gary Trent and Zach Collins
second
and
round.
Marquise Chris.
Yep.
But these guys are all they drafted Xavier Tillman, they draft Kenyon Martin. Like, I know they technically drafted those guys.
Yeah.
But like, let's be, I need them to figure this out.
Well,
It's the hats that's stupid. It's the draft recaps that are stupid.
Yeah.
Like, this is dumb. Change it. There's no reason for it to be this way.
Yeah,
I'd rather go back on a trade that gets reneged on than have to do this every single time there's a trade, and now all of a sudden you're got the wrong hats in photos, and it's impossible to look up who a team drafted.
It's weird. And just to be honest, like, there are so many teams that make errors in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
The Phoenix Suns have made
totally
equal to or greater than
the
mistakes that the Kings have.
Yeah.
But it's just like when you're a team like the Kings and you can't sign free agents,
mm-hmm.
you can't just completely whiff so many times.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why the team is where it is right now, because it's not just that they didn't draft the right player at the right time. It's that they drafted players with no value moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Robinson, you gave up on before you even got to the All-Star break, and you got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just go down the list. So, there should have been a way to year 6 into a player's contract, he's on his second deal, to trade him to get more assets.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there wasn't ever that player that you had outside of Fox that made it to a second contract that you could trade for actual value.
Yeah.
Tough.
It's brutal, man. All right. Let's do Tuesday tiers.
Yeah, let's do it.
Can the 49ers win the Super Bowl? That's going to be the main conversation that we're going to have in Tuesday tiers today, because I have no idea where to put the San Francisco 49ers, and we'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
There was a question that I just starred. Ham, why is the NBA draft more of a crapshoot than the NFL draft? Feels like guys drafted in the top 10 generally produce and stick around. In the NBA, it's a total hit and miss. because you're not remembering all of the bad draft picks in the NFL. I think it's because there's so many draft picks. So you're looking at 32 teams times 7 rounds plus compensatory picks. Like there are so many, there are hundreds of players drafted. The NBA is 60 players. And that's it. And actually the last couple of years it's been 59 or 58 because teams have lost their second round pick, including the Bucks from that whole situation with Bogdan Bogdanovic. They lost a pick for that. But there are all kinds of bad players drafted in the top 10 of the NFL. I mean, look at the quarterbacks. The quarterbacks are where you can start, but I think they get away with it. Like there are a lot of like defensive backs and defensive linemen that are drafted in the top 10 that never, ever, ever work out. Kyle mentioned, the 49ers, like how many misses do the 49ers have in even the top 10? Trey Lance, and then who was the defensive?
Solomon Thomas.
Solomon Thomas, number 4 overall.
Number 3.
Number 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, there it is. The draft. Let's see. Picks by position, picks by college. How about picks by teams? Anyway, I mean, Major League Baseball draft is horrific.
The Major League Baseball draft is pointless.
Yeah, there are so many players that you have no idea whatever happened to them. Like, did they decide to play? Did they not?
The minor leagues is just a slog, dude.
Slog, I heard, was like one of the words of the year.
Well,
yeah, the 49ers had 11 draft picks this year. That's crazy. Oh, look at this draft. Trey Lance, Aaron Banks, Trey Sermon, Ambry Thomas. That's your first 3 rounds.
Yeah, 2021 was kind of a mess.
Yeah, Jalen Moore. Lenore, though. They draft Lenore and Hafunga in the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
And Elijah Mitchell in the 6th. Man, Javon Kinlaw.
Sucks.
14th pick in the draft.
Traded out of the spot that would have been Tristan Wirfs. He's been an all-pro, I believe, at 2 positions on the offensive line. But God forbid. What a joke.
Dang.
The 2022 draft is even worse for San Francisco. San Francisco's 2022 draft. That was the year.
They always save themselves. Always, it feels like.
Drake Jackson, they didn't have a first-round pick. Drake Jackson, not good. Danny Gray, not good. Ty Davis-Price, not good. Spencer Burford, nah. Sam Womack, not on the team anymore. So Drake Jackson, not on the team. Danny Gray, not on the team. Ty Davis-Price, not on the team. Spencer Burford, starting. Samuel Womack, not on the team. Tariq Castro-Fields, not on the team. Kalia Davis, having a good year as a 6th-round pick. Nick Zakel on the practice squad, and then Brock Purdy.
They saved themselves with their 5th and 6th round picks. 5th, 6th, 7th.
Is the only thing standing between Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch still being around.
Yeah. Man. McCaffrey's almost to he's at 95 career touchdowns. Man, the 10th pick in the 2017 NFL draft.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. Jesse Tapia is hanging out. Let's talk Tuesday tiers. I've renamed the tiers. So we've been doing this every week, almost every week, where instead of trying to power rank the NFL teams, I put them in different little buckets. It's the system I've come up with. It's called tiers.
Yep.
TIERS. This is what's it called when you like own proprietary? This is a proprietary method.
Yep.
For sorting the NFL teams. I've changed the names of the tiers, and we'll start in the AFC. So I have the legit contenders tier. I'm sorry, I didn't change the names. I changed the descriptions. This is the Super Bowl favorite or favorites. Then there's the cusp. That's tier 2. These are the Super Bowl hopefuls. Then there's tier 3. These are the good, not great teams. Probably a playoff team, but a Super Bowl long shot.
Okay.
Then there's tier 4, which are the good, bad teams. Probably not a playoff team, but like you got to buckle your turn sharp when you play them. And then there's the dregs, tier 5. Not good, not scary, just bad. Okay. Tier 1 in the AFC after this week. I have the Bills and Broncos by themselves. The Bills showed me something in New England.
Okay. Yeah.
That was big time.
But you don't think that New England deserves to be there still?
Not as a favorite, no.
Okay.
Josh Allen doing what Josh Allen and James Cook doing what they did to that defense. That was eye-opening for me.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills just kind of separated themselves.
Everything seems to be kind of not yet, but moving towards everything opening up for the Bills to make it out there.
Yeah, that's it. Like I trust Josh Allen more than I trust any other quarterback. And the way Bo Nix played in the Broncos win over the Packers, I thought was very, very impressive. So they get to stay here.
I still believe in the Patriots, but I get
but they're in the hopeful section. So they're in tier 2. They moved down 1. They're there with the Texans. Texans are there. I've also moved the Jaguars and the Chargers up.
Oh.
Into these Super Bowl hopefuls. Now remember, tier 3 is Super Bowl long shot. I wouldn't call the Jags or the Chargers a long shot.
Yeah, if they make it. Again, I think when we're looking at the quarterback situation in the AFC, there's only one that's going to make the playoffs that you're really, really fearing, and that's Allen. Like outside of that, Trevor Lawrence just is he quality this year? Is he having a really good season? Yes. But show me that you can do it in the playoffs. Show me that you can build. And so that's where, again, Super Bowl locks. I would never put any of those guys in locks. The only one I think, again, with Allen, they're just such a tier above because of the one dude.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy.
The Broncos defense and what their offense has turned into with the variety of weapons they have gives me a little more hope for them. But I'm going to keep them in tier 1 for now.
Okay.
And the Chargers and Jags moved up. Like the Chargers, I feel about Justin Herbert the way you feel about Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
Where if you told me, they carried their team to the Super Bowl, I'd be like, oh, okay. But I got to see it before I'm putting them.
No, I'm with you.
I've seen them be not good enough too many times.
And those are like 5th and 6th year quarterbacks, maybe a little bit longer than that. The guys that have been in the league long enough that we have a track record that says, okay, you have to prove it. Yeah. The young guys, it's like you have no idea what you're getting out of Bo Nix or Drake May in the playoffs.
No clue. Tier 3, probably a playoff team, Super Bowl long shot. I've got the Steelers there. Steelers probably going to win that division, and I'm not buying them.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Good with that?
Yeah, they're going to do their 500 thing.
All right. And then tier 4, Ravens, Chiefs, Colts, Dolphins, Bengals, with the Browns, Raiders, Jets, and Titans bringing up the rear in tier 5. Good with all that?
Sounds right.
All right, very good. Let's jump over to the NFC where I have more questions.
Oh, yeah, this is complicated.
We're going to start at the bottom here. Cardinals, Falcons, Commanders, Giants, Saints in tier 5.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Saints, but yeah, they belong there.
I agree.
Shug, I think.
Shug.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, he looks good. I moved the Vikings out of the dregs.
9's looking pretty good right now. Shout out
JJ
McCarthy.
Shout out 9. JJ McCarthy's looked a little better. And then I moved the Cowboys down because I don't think they're going to be a playoff team.
No, that was a fun little story for the couple weeks. My Cowboys, and now it's over with.
They got to win out, and they need Philly to lose out. That's
happening.
all.
That's it. Nothing else.
So I moved the Cowboys down to tier 4. Tier 3, Panthers, Buccaneers.
Call this the NFC South tier.
The Panthers and Buccaneers are in tier 3. I've got the Lions here as well.
Yep, I was going to say you need to add the Lions because I don't know if they can make it.
Okay.
Lions, one of the most disappointing teams of the year.
They're still one of the scariest teams, in my opinion. If they make it, heck yeah.
They feel kind of monster under the bed right now.
If they make the playoffs, they're going to be on a tear when they get there. I have something on that specifically, actually. But Panthers and Buccaneers, I believe, play this weekend. And that's if the Panthers win, I think they win the division. Is how it goes.
That's a loser go.
Or no, wait, no,
they played twice.
Because they lost. No, they lost to New Orleans this weekend. No,
they lost to New Orleans.
New Orleans.
Yep.
So they lost to New Orleans this weekend, and that made it so this wasn't a win or go home.
Okay.
For Tampa.
Yeah, and Tampa lost to the Falcons. But Carolina and Tampa play each other twice in the last 3 games.
Yeah. Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Pretty
With
nuts.
the Dolphins smack dab in between for Tampa.
Shout out Quinn Ewers.
Is he starting?
I hope so. I better not see that other guy out there.
He stinks.
He does.
All right. Where do we put the Bears?
They're 2-2.
They're a Super Bowl hopeful, not a long shot?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they're a long shot.
Wait. Tier 3 is the long shots?
Tier 3 is long shots.
They don't belong
Tier
with
2
the
is
Lions. The Bears belong in Tier 2. They don't belong with the Lions.
Really?
Yes. The Lions have been like flirting with me. Like they've been out of a playoff position for like a few weeks now.
Maybe we move the Lions down.
I would take the Lions over the Bears, like in a playoff game, no question.
No question?
No question.
No,
I'd have a little question.
I think Detroit would be heading into Chicago at that point. I'd take Chicago.
I'm more apt to move the Lions down than I am to move the Bears up.
I'd argue to move the Lions down then.
Okay.
They feel like the Ravens right now.
Like they're just clinging to hope.
Yes, they have players and all that, but like we keep waiting on the Lions, and it's not happening right now.
You know what? That's fair because if I'm moving the Cowboys down, who are just clinging to hope, I'm moving the Lions down.
It's damn near
because the Lions are cooked. I believe if the 49ers and Packers both win this weekend, the Lions are done. I believe is how it goes.
Yeah, I'm out on the Lions.
Or if the Lions lose, I think they're done.
Yeah, the Lions.
Lions moving down.
6,
Lions moving down to tier 4.
They're a bad spot.
Feel good about it. Hell yeah. Good work, everyone. Where's my button? All right, so the Bears stay in tier 3 then. We're good with that?
We can leave them
long
there.
shot?
Yeah.
And again, that's not I don't want to disrespect the Bears. They're 10-4. They've been
They're
very
early
good.
right now.
But yeah, it feels a little early. What about the 49ers?
They're a tier 2 team for me.
Got them in tier 3 still.
I got them in tier 3 unless they get home field in the playoffs. I like the offense, but I can't buy them being true Super Bowl contenders if you can't stop the run and get to the quarterback in the playoffs. Like that's not a recipe for success.
That's exactly where I'm at.
Our friend Matt Barrows had a list.
Friend of the program.
Yeah, of just numbers. It was like 0, 1, 0, 3, 1, 2, 0, 0. Just this long list of numbers. And so what is this? And I knew right away. That's the 49ers sack totals.
Yeah.
They have like 4 less sacks as a team, maybe 5 less sacks as a team than Myles Garrett has on his own. Yeah, they have 16 total sacks on the season.
Not gonna get it done.
No.
And it's not even and sacks are sometimes a tough indicator of pass rush success.
Yeah.
Because if you hit the quarterback and he just happens to get the ball away, they just don't pressure the quarterback.
Yeah, they don't get quarterback hits. I with Bosa, when Bosa was there, Bosa gets quarterback pressures and quarterback hits.
Agreed.
But when he's not there, they're not getting any of that. So
I want to look real quick. The 49ers are last in the NFL with 16 sacks. There are standby. 16 sacks. So Myles Garrett has 21.5. Brian Burns has 13. Nick Bonito has 12.5. Micah Parsons 12.5. Oof. His season's over. Danielle Hunter has 12. There's a chance that more than one player finishes with more sacks than the 49ers.
Yeah, they don't rush the quarterback well. They don't stop the run well, and they don't make well on defense. They're 21st in takeaways right now.
Yeah, and they're dropping interceptions. That's just it's been better lately, the takeaway stuff, but I think it's a reflection of the quality of quarterback they're playing more than it is like something they're doing defensively. They're a long shot for me because of that.
Well, even like when you talk about takeaways, like it was early in the season, it was Fred Warner with the strip sacks or the fumbles, the forced fumbles. Well, once he's gone, that went away too. And so if you can't pressure the quarterback, you're not going to get a bunch of interceptions. You can't pressure the quarterback, it just puts you in a bad situation all the time. So, and if you can't stop the run, now it's a short yardage pass that they need, not a long pass. That
being in 3rd and 3 is just a nightmare for a defense.
Yeah,
for sure. So that's why the 49ers continue to be a long shot. And this is not taking away from what they've done this year. The fact they've won 10 games in this situation is very impressive. The fact that it looks like they're going to the playoffs is super impressive. And the fact that they're probably a team nobody really cares to play in the playoffs is pretty impressive. It's been, I think, a successful year for them just so long as they don't fall apart down the stretch, which is on the table. We'll talk about it in a second.
Yeah.
So Bears and 49ers are going to stay in tier 3.
Yeah, it feels right.
Okay.
And I totally agree with the 49ers. Like what they've been able to do is super impressive. And not only that, but if they can have another draft like they did this year, then they're building something. Like I think most of the draft picks, like we've had moments where they're good or bad. And, you're kind of giving up on a couple of guys, but it seems like they've come back around for the most part. And you've really established a young core moving forward, which is kind of what the Rams did a few years ago.
Yeah, this year's draft, last year's draft, that is, like we talk about this with the Kings, and it's a little bit different because of A, how the drafts go, and B, where the teams are with their draft picks. But so much of the Kings this year is like, man, how are the young players developing? For the 49ers, yeah, they've won 10 games, and they have all these stars that they're leaning on, but how are the young players developing is a pretty massive storyline. I think so. That's a very good point. Tier 2, Super Bowl hopefuls. I moved the Eagles up. I've got the Packers here still.
Yeah, I don't like they lost Micah, but I'm not out on them yet.
I don't think I am either. I think Jaden Reed is a big enough piece offensively. If Christian Watson's not going to be down for a significant amount of time, which it doesn't sound like he is, I think they can score enough. Like they have the 49ers defense, I have doubts because if their offense is going to be hitting on all cylinders like it did last week, if their offense is going to be very, very good, their defense needs to be like middle of the road. It needs to be average. And you feel good about the 49ers winning playoff games. I don't know that they can get there. I think the Packers can still get there. I think the Packers can be a team that puts up 27, 30 points and has just enough defense to get stops and win a playoff game 27-24.
Okay.
Yeah, if Michael was their entire defense, then yeah, they'd be done, but I still think they have something left.
I agree. I agree with you there.
They have 33 sacks on the season. And 12 and a half of those are Parsons. So they're like...
They're going to have some work to do.
Yeah. 20 and a half. Is that where they're at for the season?
They might be a
without
tier 3
him.
team.
I'm giving them another week. We talked about it with the Niners when Fred Warner went down. There was just that like initial shock of playing without Fred Warner, and their defense wasn't very good because of it. I need to see Green Bay another week.
That's fair.
Okay.
All right.
Eagles are who the hell knows with the Eagles.
I'm not doing this based on I'm moving the Eagles here less based on like they dominated against the Raiders. I'm not convinced that they've turned it around in any kind of
It's like Saquon had
meaningful way.
22 carries for about 78 yards or something like that.
Yeah,
they're still not even dominant.
But I think they're closer to winning a Super Bowl than the Bears and 49ers are.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Which is why I put them in that tier above. Like it's the standards.
Actually.
The standards changing though, as players get hurt, as we get deeper into the season and matchups change.
Can I say can both things be true? Where it's like, yeah, I could see the Eagles winning a Super Bowl. But I can also see the 49ers going into Philly and beating them in the wild card round.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I want that out there. Then.
I struggled with that exact same thought.
Okay.
Because if I don't think I would bet on the 49ers, and I don't think they'd be favored. But if you said, hey, hi, I'm James Ham from the future. The 49ers on wild card weekend as the number 6 seed went into Philadelphia and beat the Eagles 23-17. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Now, if you said the 49ers went into Seattle and beat the Seahawks 23-17, I'd be like,
I don't know.
Like, I don't.
I mean, they beat Seattle earlier in the
points?
season.
Week one's weird though.
Week one's
no
hella
one's
weird.
really ready to play at that point.
No, I got you.
But
I also would think that Seattle, if that happened, it's just possible that Sam Darnold turn into a pumpkin again.
See, but that's the thing, though. The biggest issue with that is that I think you turn him into a pumpkin by rushing the quarterback, and the Niners can't do that.
That's a good point.
Like Sam Darnold, when you watch him, he's like, oh, he's flushing because he has to move around in the pocket, and he's just throwing the ball in the dirt every time. But that's because they got pressure on him. If he's sitting there by himself, like just chilling, he's going to be fine, I think.
That's the same problem I have with Caleb Williams. Like the 49ers can't put the pressure. So like if you pressure Caleb Williams, he makes mistakes. The Bears have figured out that if you roll him out and you get him in play action and move the pocket, he's actually really good. It's just when it's a straight pass rush and he's scrambling that he throws the ball all over the place.
Yeah.
And so if you can't pressure the quarterback, though, that's a problem for the 49ers.
That throw he made to DJ Moore last week was so sick.
Oh, it was crazy.
The one on the run.
Yeah.
Just throwing a line drive on the run, jump pass, fade away.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
And then Moore just kind of sat down in like this little tiny window and just like boom, hit him. Yeah.
Over the DB, in front of the DB. It was nuts. All right. Tier 1, just for the sake of Thursday night drama, I have the Rams and Seahawks. Winner stays in. Loser goes to tier 2.
Yeah.
The Rams, they're the number 1 team right now, but the secondary looks a little funny.
I know.
Yeah.
And I know we've been out on Sam Darnold. At least I think we all have been out on Sam Darnold as a guy who could be a tier 1 quarterback. But man, if he goes into that game on Thursday night and they beat the Rams,
it's literally just Sam Darnold.
I'm going to feel good about it.
The Seahawks are making it out of the NFC if Sam Darnold's just competent in the playoffs.
That's it.
They're dominant.
But this is okay. So you had a big spot against the Colts at home, and wasn't great. So now you got to go on the road to LA, and you're playing. I'm 95% sure that's true. I'm second guessing myself now that I'm saying that.
No, yeah, because they played in Seattle, almost came back. I think.
Yeah, right. That was okay. Very good. So now they're playing in LA. If Sam Darnold can go on the road to the place he lost in the playoffs last year, by the way, if he can go on the road and play well against this Rams team that I think very highly of, like, all right, this is a really, really tough spot for a quarterback.
Yeah.
And if Darnold performs in this one, I would feel good about putting them in tier 1 and keeping them in tier 1. So I'm putting them there now.
Okay. And
making Thursday night the battle for tier 1 because I know that's what's on the players' minds. Like, how do we get to tier 1 in Kyle Madsen's Tuesday tiers?
That's right. Man, Seattle has a tough finish. Carolina's not a pushover.
Game is in Seattle, excuse us.
Yeah, that's true. And then
Rams Seahawks in Seattle.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
I would have bet a lot of money that the long missed field goal by Seattle was in Seattle.
I would have bet your money as well, but
it was at Los Angeles Rams. Yeah,
that's crazy.
So that game, that's going to be a heck of a game.
If Sam Darnold can't do it at home,
yeah,
that's even worse. That's even worse.
They don't have a cupcake at the end of like it's the Panthers and the 49ers.
We have to go. Yeah, the Seahawks for sure. If they're gonna earn it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia is with us. Handoff is next. We're gonna talk about the nightmare scenario that nobody's talking about with the 49ers next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Ooh, did I?
So next week it's me and Kenny and Jesse on Monday and Tuesday, right?
No. You're off next week.
That's when we switched?
Yes.
Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, hello. I like your sweater.
Oh yeah, that's lively.
Nice.
I like it.
I had another one out that was the exact opposite. I thought it was dull, so throw some color on.
Yeah, he's running behind.
Hope there wasn't an accident again. That made some noise.
Is it Seattle? No, 49ers.
Yeah, Carolina's weird because I don't know if that's a tough game for them. Oh,
That's me. My bad.
if that's a tough game for them or if that's a easy game for them.
For
Seattle.
yeah. But it's gonna matter
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
for Carolina. So at least you have a team that's gonna be fighting.
I know you guys are about to go on, so we're going to be very fast. We just want to say Merry Christmas. Give everybody a
Oh.
doing.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank
My
you.
man.
We put a lot of time and effort into putting a very sentimental
Yes,
message on
absolutely.
there.
Thank you. Yeah.
I lost a couple cards.
They're right here.
Here, do you need one?
Oh, don't give away your cards so fast. Come on, huh?
Thanks, Andy.
We appreciate you.
This is
Thank
awesome.
you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
It's an Odyssey.
Nice.
Whose signatures are these?
Mine. Can you find mine?
That's
All the managers.
Karosh. No.
Mine's the one
You're-
with the smiley face.
Complex.
The top left.
Yeah, maybe. I tried to sound in the same spot on all of them. Yeah, that's me.
Under the Odyssey logo?
Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
What? It's a K, and A, and an M. With a flourish.
I don't know who anybody. So I got
There's
Complex
Aaron,
Miller.
Complex.
Complex.
One of them
Who's
is
the
Seth.
A? Oh, that's Andy.
That's Andy.
Mike. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's above Andy?
I'm gonna go. Let's see, Seth, maybe Mark.
What?
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Molly.
Welcome back in.
No, I don't.
Hi,
We even have a
everyone.
To the
Molly that
handoff.
works.
Who?
We
who's
used
the-
to.
One of these looks
Ugh.
like a. Oh, that. Yeah, I don't know who any of these people are. Maybe that's Seth down there. I feel like I know who the. Oh, that's got to be Bill.
Oh yeah, Bill's
Oh,
up top.
Bill's there. Bill's there. For
So I
sure.
got
Yeah,
Bill.
It's a B and a W.
The-
And
the-
Mark is right
Welcome
here.
in, everybody. We received Odyssey sweatshirts from the management team, and
I feel like I should know who all the
little
managers
Christmas
are.
cards, and we're trying to decipher the signatures on this Christmas card.
The managers are
is-
Kyle, Karosh, Complex, Paul, right?
That must be Paul then,
Yeah,
because
Paul's 98 Rock.
that has to be Paul.
No, I don't think it's Paul.
Is
That's
it A?
Bill right there.
Oh,
That's
that might be
not Bill.
Abe.
That's BW.
So
Boy.
who's this?
Who works here?
There might be Seth.
That looks like Mark.
If that's Seth, who the hell is that?
Mark.
Yeah.
I'm out. Forget it, man. I'm more interested in James still being scared of Detroit.
The Lions
Yeah.
Just saying.
or the city?
Well,
I'd be just fine in Detroit.
I've heard great things about Detroit.
have you?
Yes.
Downtown Detroit.
No.
Oh, yeah. I've been to, yeah. It's an interesting place.
No, you
I
really,
remember driving by this one underpass to go, yeah, there's a lot of bodies under there. Oh,
Hey,
great.
there's a lot of cities, right? I mean, walking from your hotel to the arena in Portland, you got to go under a couple of overpasses that are like, oh,
A little sketchy.
gotta move quickly.
Yeah.
Move
A little
quickly.
sketchy. A
Well.
little sketchy.
yeah, I don't hate the Lions take. You hate the Lions take?
Hate, no, just facet. Like the Lions have exhibited nothing all year that would make me fear them. If I was a fan of any other team in the conference, sorry, Jesse, if I was a fan of any other team in the conference, I would not fear them at all.
What we're doing with the Lions is what we did with the Chiefs up until they got eliminated on Sunday. It's like, oh, the Lions still
Yeah,
there.
but
they can still battle. Like the Lions are 2 games out of a playoff spot. Like they're not making the playoffs.
They can also they lead the league in scoring.
Yeah, they have
At
two.
31 points a game, 30.6 points a game.
That is adorable. What's their record?
They're 8-6.
They got their ass kicked on Sunday in a game that they needed to win.
Yeah, but I still, in terms of, and they have to win out. They need to win out and get help to make the playoffs. So I still don't think they're gonna make the postseason. But in the world where they do, in the 1 in a million shot that they make the postseason, that means they beat Pittsburgh, then they went to Minnesota and won on a Thursday.
Doable.
That's ridiculous that you're playing on Thursday night in Week 17.
Yeah,
that's outrageous. That's the dumbest thing of all time.
Stupid.
And then they got to go to Chicago and win.
Mm.
And if they
That's
do
tough.
that and they go into the playoffs, I don't think anyone's going to want to play Detroit.
No, because they've got
Any team that can hang 40 on you,
they've got like a 1,350 yard back. They've got another 800 yard back. They've got 2,000 yard receivers, one of which is probably going to finish close to 1,400 yards. And they've got a really good tight end.
This probably doesn't. I don't know how the like setup would work, but the 49ers first team that comes to my mind. If they can hang 40 on the 49ers can hang 45 on them.
Sure.
That's the problem with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Sure, you can't, but you have to play a very, very good offensive game to do that. Like you can't make any mistakes. You can't turn it over.
Well, so
they're going to
would
score every time they have the ball.
yeah. So would.
We moved them down. We moved them down to tier 4.
Okay, I'm not disparaging the tiers.
You
I'm
are,
not
which is
disparaging the
ridiculous.
tiers.
I made this up. And you're coming in telling me it's a stupid idea.
I was surprised.
He was telling me about that last night.
Yeah.
This thing is stupid.
Yeah, I heard that.
I was surprised by Hammer's reaction. That's all. I was surprised by Hammer's reaction to the Lions. That's it.
Did he be more scared of the Lions than the Bears?
Yeah.
No, not that part. There's something about the Bears that it just doesn't feel real to me.
I cannot.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And maybe if it was a specific Lions versus Bears game, I might take Detroit. I might join James on that one.
The Lions have 39 sacks on the season. Only Aiden Hutchinson has 9.5. So they've got players that like they're gonna force turnovers. Are they a perfect team? No, but I don't think this season there is a perfect team.
Oh, there definitely is not.
When they played the Bears back in week 2, the Lions won 52-21.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that was after they got beat by Green Bay on the opening week, and I thought, okay, well, Detroit's back, but it's been a kind of an up and down with Detroit most of the season.
They've scored 34 plus 8 times this year.
It doesn't matter,
man. It does a little bit. They're 7-1 in those games.
Okay, but what is their record?
They're 8-6.
Like they're probably going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right.
But if they win out and go 11-6, they're a playoff team.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. If they win out and make the playoffs, or win out, they make the playoffs. That's not correct.
They still need help.
Correct.
Okay.
Who do they need help from?
The 49ers. They would need the Niners to lose out, and then they would need one of the. I think they would need the Bears. I don't know, but they would need the Bears to get to 6 or 7 losses, and one of those losses would have to be Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, they can still win that division.
Yeah, theoretically, yes.
Yeah, if they win out and the Bears lose out, even if they tie with the Bears,
have the Packers
as long as
again.
They beat the Bears.
They have the
Packers at Niners and then Lions.
What's the okay? Ooh, okay. I see why people are talking about it.
Yeah,
that's a steep hill for
Yeah, and the Lions finish with Steelers, Vikings, Bears. Yeah, I mean, I definitely can see a window where they find their way into the playoffs. Not only that, where they find their way into that to win their division.
That was tough. Green Bay couldn't.
You want to write it on the board? Detroit wins the NFC North.
Write it on the board, James.
Do it.
Everyone else is wrong all over the board. I might as well be too.
Yeah, you're gonna erase the wrong ones. You're gonna erase my bottom two. Those are super not right.
Actually, can I get Eagles losing in the wild card round on there?
No.
Why not?
That doesn't count.
Yes, it does. How does it not count?
Eagles losing the wild card round?
That's a take. They'd be losing to a wild card team. The Super Bowl champions would be losing in the first round. That's a take. Oh, sorry. You guys got all your genius takes on the board. You guys ain't even throwing anything on there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Raiders versus Cowboys.
Who did that?
No, Kenny wrote that.
Yeah.
It's up there.
I didn't write Raiders versus Cowboys.
Jesse.
The only
Raiders
take I have
Cowboys
on there
on
is
our
that the
whiteboard.
76ers will be better than the Bulls. As random as that is.
No one loves to celebrate the things they might be right about more than Kenny. And I look at that board and see Ravens versus Eagles in the Super Bowl, and that's pretty wild.
Yeah, no,
given this
that Raiders
conversation.
Cowboys thing is insane. I did not write that.
So G says here on the YouTube, D'Lo ought to feel real when my Bears smash the 49ers next week. Like, yeah, that will get my attention. If the the Bears beat the 49ers, you absolutely have my attention.
Yeah.
Especially with the way the 49ers are playing right now. Yeah, you've got my attention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for sure.
Right now, it's like, good for Chicago. Don't know what to think about them when the postseason gets here.
Yeah.
Don't know.
I'm right there with you. That's a really good team that
It's figured some things out in season, which is a good look.
It's a little bit the same thing that we heard about the Kings going into the 22-23 playoffs. Like, yeah, no, this is real, but no idea what it looks like in the postseason. Like, what is this? What it's going to be matchup dependent. It's going to be like there are so many factors that go into it. Like the Bears are for real. I don't think the Bears suck.
I don't even know what a prime matchup is for Chicago. Like if you're Chicago and you're quietly hoping for a particular seed or a particular falling, like who are you rooting for?
And
like what are you rooting to
You probably
see?
want to get to the 5 and play the NFC South.
Oh yeah, that's probably what everyone in
Yeah,
the conference wants to do.
Yeah, you get the 5, or depending on how you feel about Philadelphia, you hope you get them.
I wouldn't want to play that defense though. I wouldn't root to play it. Like,
yeah,
kind of leave it at that.
Kenny Caraway.
What's going on, guys? Bears will lose to the Eagles if they play them in the playoffs. To Damien's point, the defense wouldn't. The Eagles' defense wouldn't.
Maybe.
Bears'
run game's been really good right now.
They'd shut all that down. The Eagles won game to shut all that down.
I feel like it.
But okay,
Eagles gonna
I
score
agree.
points,
Okay,
though?
that's it. They might hold the Bears to 17 points. If you told me the Bears won that game 17-13,
then it's 19-17 because the Eagles will get to 19.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they'll get to 19. They might not get above that.
I'm not sure.
Unless they're playing the Raiders, but they'll get to 19.
3 weeks ago, the Bears beat them 24-15.
And Philly.
15.
Absolutely.
Wasn't a playoff game.
I'm telling you right now, they're not doing that again.
Wasn't a playoff game.
If they play in the playoffs, they're not. And I'm not even like crazy about Philly, but Chicago's they're a good team. They're ahead of schedule.
Here's what I'm going to write on the prediction board.
Huh?
Here's my if the Bears and Eagles play in the first round, I will pick the Bears.
Okay. I'll pick the Eagles.
Well, don't put that on the prediction board until the.
They're telling Jesse he can't put that the Eagles are losing
Yeah.
in the first round.
What's going on out here?
And I'll pick the Eagles.
Jesse has quit in his head so many times
Oh,
because
for
of
sure.
us.
Like I said, the Bears are a good team. I was just talking to my guy last night. I'm a Bears fan, man. I like what they got going on. Caleb looks better. There's still things I want to see from him, but he's doing his thing. Ben Johnson's really good.
Yeah, yes.
They're doing a good job. This ain't the time. This ain't the time. And they might, whoever that was said they're gonna smack the Niners in 2 weeks. They might do that. They might beat the Niners. They might beat the Niners. But if they don't, whoever you were, I need you back in here. That's the rules. I need you back in here. They might beat the Niners. You're right. If they don't, I need you back in here. Talking with your chest like you did just now. That's the rules. That's the rules.
All right.
Lazy.
Lazy.
Yeah, man. I'm yeah, I feel about the 49ers.
Wait, is Lazy a Bears fan?
No, he just been gone since the
Depends on, I guess, who's on the Bears.
Is Jimmy Butler on the Bears?
Maybe.
No, man. I feel about Chicago the same way I feel about San Francisco. Now, San Francisco has more equity in a playoff scenario just because their coaching staff has been there and it's very good. And if you just said, yeah, they just coached their asses off and they won a couple of playoff games, I would buy it.
And I think
So my questions-
that's kind of how the Lions factor into all of this as well. To go back
Sure.
to what started this whole conversation is
Mhm.
they have that equity in the playoffs and maybe they can turn it on.
Do they?
I mean,
Sure. They
So I
lost
feel
a
like
rookie quarterback
not
at home.
for
last
me.
year.
Like I'm not. I haven't been in on this Detroit thing
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
So I'm super late to this party.
I think your point is probably correct that their defense is pretty bad. Like that's just not a
Mhm.
good enough group to do what they need to do to A, get to the playoffs, and B, to probably be effective in the playoffs. But the way I view it, I'm like, man, if that team can hang up 40, they can win any game they're in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, I think, where it. But you're probably right about their defense.
Well, I also
Just
think
not
with
a
the
good enough
Lions,
unit.
if they
Pause.
do, like, if they have a lead, they're really difficult to beat when they have a lead
Mhm.
because they have the running backs.
Mhm.
Except when they
So-
play the Rams.
Well,
Especially the Rams.
that went from dude.
Yeah,
I was
like-
writing. I had articles pre-written
Damn near got blown
about
out.
how man the Broncos beat the Packers, and wow, Phillip Rivers beat the Seahawks, and wow,
Oh,
amazing.
man.
And Detroit is up on the Rams, and wow, look
Man.
at them going. Look at the Niners, they're leading the NFC.
It was all right
No
there.
sir,
From
no
up-
sir.
It went
That's
from up
tough.
10 to damn near getting blown
That
out
was
that game.
crazy.
How that happened? The Lions, they, like you guys said, the defense just isn't good enough. And if they got to go outside, they got no shot. They got
Mhm.
no shot if they got to go outside. If they're on a fast track, like they got a chance. But if they got to go to Philly,
Yeah.
they got to go to Chicago, they got to go to Green Bay.
Mhm.
I even think if they had to come to San Francisco,
Mhm.
Santa Clara, Seattle,
Mhm.
you got to go outside. They ain't got no chance.
Jared Goff is another one of those players that every year, week 6, we hear about like, man, Jared Goff is look at what Jared Goff. Oh, this throw by Jared Goff. Oh my God. I don't think I would trust Jared Goff in a playoff game in that scenario. Like I have no reason.
It's fine.
Like it just like I think their offense can hang up 40, but if you said, yeah, Jared Goff turned it over 4 times, like sure, of course he did. I just
They
don't
go-
trust
they
him.
go
I don't
outside.
trust him.
They go outside, they can't hang up 40. They go outside, they hanging up 24 max. Max.
They almost hung up 40 on the Niners in 23.
They almost, but I mean, that was a different team. I'm talking about like in the last, specifically this year. But there also wasn't any elements either. Like that's why I say more so those East
Mhm.
Coast, Northern,
Sure.
North
It's cold.
teams, cold elements, all this other stuff. They ain't got no shot at 40. 24 at best.
I don't know.
Jared Goff, nine touchdowns, 5 interceptions in 10 playoff games.
The crazy thing is, wasn't 3 of them in one game?
Yep.
Wasn't it in the Washington game?
Yep.
He had been solid before that, I guess.
Yep.
And he threw 3 interceptions in that game too, though.
Mhm.
Last year.
3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
No, he threw 1 touchdown.
Oh, 1 touchdown.
1
3
touchdown, 3
He was
interceptions.
8-2 going into that game. Damn.
Ooh. Yikes. Yeah, I don't trust him.
They're not gonna make it, so we ain't gotta worry about it.
This is the year, dude. We talked about this a little bit earlier. If Josh Allen doesn't go to the Super Bowl this year, like anything can happen in a Super Bowl. So I'm not gonna say like if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, like anything weird can happen. But like, man, if he doesn't go to the Super Bowl this year, or if he doesn't listen to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. If he doesn't go to the Super Bowl or do that, you got to start asking questions about Josh Allen.
If he ain't listening, I'm definitely asking questions.
That's insane. Tap in, bro. Like
But
no,
yeah,
but
no.
seriously, he gets the same. I know he's Superman and he's an MVP and he's done all that. But if we're gonna ask those questions about Lamar Jackson or Sam
Jared Goff.
Darnold or
Yeah.
Jared Goff,
Yeah.
like at some point you got to start asking about Josh Allen.
Absolutely. I put him and Lamar in the same category in that respect.
Mhm.
Lamar, you got to get there this year. I know you don't have your
Yeah,
best
there's no
team.
Patrick Mahomes in your way anymore.
Yeah, I know it's not your best Ravens team or whatever, but you
They're not even
Lamar,
gonna make the playoffs this year.
you Lamar Jackson, they probably not. They probably not. You Lamar Jackson. Now I do think he's playing hurt, but he's still Lamar Jackson. Like you gotta figure something out. Same thing I feel with Josh Allen.
Yeah, man. If you go in, if Josh Allen loses to who are the other teams,
No, I know who he's gonna lose to.
who's he gonna lose to? Houston.
And if he play him, yeah.
Mm.
But if he loses to Jacksonville, that'd be a bad look.
Yeah, Jacksonville, Chargers, Pats, Broncos. Man, that'd be tough.
It's 2 super young quarterbacks, and then 2
Mhm.
quarterbacks have never shown that they can do any. And then a 300-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
Are we sure Houston's like ready to go? That
Kenny
defense
is.
sick, but I don't know about that offense. Do we trust that offense? Like we trust Willie Marks and
I don't
what they got going
I
on?
don't completely trust that offense. No, but I think the defense is I think it's good enough. I think it's the single best positional unit in football right now.
Ooh.
The Texans defense.
I don't hate that. I'm rooting for D'Amico Ryans. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that's my guy, D'Amico Ryans.
We got some Kings notes here. Hammer, did you see these from Sean?
No.
Zach LaVine suffered a moderate left ankle sprain. He'll be reevaluated in a week. This is interesting, Hammer. You tell me what you think of this.
That's from practice this morning, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Domantas Sabonis has an illness, and he's not at practice today.
It's going around.
Well, that's fine, but would he have been at practice anyways? Like, is this a sign that he's back?
Yeah,
Because
probably.
we haven't been alerted that he's ready to play.
Yeah, not at all. We
So
haven't been alerted at all that he's ready to play.
I think it's of note that Sean Cunningham he wasn't at practice today because he was ill, not because he was injured.
Has he been at practice and like just hanging out?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean,
call Sean.
Hammer. Well, they haven't. I don't know. I have no idea. Hammer called this yesterday. They probably came home, to practice for.
No, they did. There's practice.
Yeah, like that's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're probably here,
Mhm.
and I don't know. Maybe it's people's first chance to kind of dive in there and see what's going on, and
Very strange.
it just caught my
No, it's
attention because we haven't heard anything about Domantas Sabonis practicing at all, and now all of a sudden it's like,
Oh, hey, he's back.
oh,
But
he's not because he's got an illness.
He was
well,
gonna
wait a
be.
minute. Was he going to practice
Right. That we're missing
or not?
We're missing
Yeah,
a notable piece of information.
Right.
Yeah,
Weird.
Was
He-
Doug in a meeting and didn't know if Domantas was going to practice?
he
Like
had an
Mike and-
MRI exactly 1 month ago.
So
That's-
4 weeks.
and that was
Yeah.
the time frame, yeah?
3 to 4 weeks. Yeah.
Are
and
they
it-
required? Are they legally? Is that a league rule that you have to give an update, or could he just theoretically return to the court tomorrow or Thursday?
And technically, you're supposed to give an update if you say that there's going to be an update. And then on top of that, when he's in the return to play protocol, we're allowed to ask for him. When he's
Something-
out,
Yeah.
we
I
can't
see.
ask for
Okay,
him.
got it.
Something tells me Las Vegas would have something to say to the NBA about this.
Okay.
too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Not that everybody's laying big money on the Sacramento Kings at this point, but it feels like a practice that the league wants to be.
So maybe that was going to be
aware
the
of.
thing. He was going to return to practice today, and they were going to put out a thing that was like, "Hey, he got evaluated. He returned. He did X, Y, and Z. And
I
he'll be
think
evaluated again in a week."
someone said it as a joke. We can't just ask Sean like, "Hey, was Domas supposed to practice today?"
Oh, I was being serious.
I'm going to ask him right now.
Yeah, hit him up.
Yeah.
Send him the link. We're locked in. We're tapped in.
Hey, Sean, it's D'Lo from ESPN 1320.
Nice. What
Remember me?
Yourself?
That's what he do to me. Actually, he tell me to stop singing. That's what I
He
do.
absolutely would tell you to stop singing.
Why?
He
It's
just-
ridiculous.
He just don't understand, man. I'm giving the people.
Maybe
what they
just
want.
stop singing on. So people ask for that.
Yeah, people be asking for it, man. The streets.
Name
streets
one.
is asking people. I'm not gonna put people's
Oh,
government.
okay.
out there.
All right. All right.
I'm not gonna do that. You know,
You don't have to put their government. What's their handle?
That's damn near the government. Now,
Okay.
man.
Damn. What was I had a hey, here's the 49ers thing we're not talking about enough. The playoff collapse is on the table. Here's how.
This
So
is
they
the
would need
most Kyle Matson
it
thought process
100%,
ever.
100%. Yeah, go me. Applause. Air horn. I'm killing it. 100%.
Game 1 of the KD Warriors area. This isn't going to work, guys.
Well,
Yeah, I think I
they
have that
lost big
text
to the
somewhere.
Spurs.
That
It was awful.
like a 30-point loss.
Yeah,
That
they
was
got
crazy.
smoked.
That's crazy.
And how'd it work?
They only won 2 titles. Playoff collapse. All right, here we go. They need to win one. They need one win to clinch a playoff spot. Or a Detroit loss to clinch a playoff spot.
That'll happen.
Will it?
Yes. Ben Johnson about to light their ass up on the last game of the season.
So Detroit has Pittsburgh, then they're at Minnesota and at Chicago to close the year. Green Bay is at Chicago, then they got Baltimore and they're at Minnesota to close the year. That would get them to 11 wins if they go 2-1. They need to win 2 of those games. Detroit, to get to 11, needs to win all 3. If you told me that San Francisco went to Indianapolis, Jonathan Taylor ran for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, and the 49ers lost to the Colts, I wouldn't be that shocked. And then if you told me they lost to Chicago and Seattle, I would not be that shocked. Chicago plays on Saturday. The Niners play on Monday. They get 2 extra days of rest. I think the 49ers losing out is on the table. More than I wouldn't bet on it. They're going to make the playoffs. I feel very good about that. But if they lose on Monday, it gets a little dicey. That's all.
Okay.
I just think it's worth bringing up. I would just like to put it on the table. It doesn't have to be in the centerpiece. It's just got to be on the table over here next to the beam that we don't turn on anymore.
I got you.
It's
Yeah,
over there.
You need to throw that in the garbage.
No,
Here's-
shout out to my
we
guy
would
Andrew
never-
who made it for me.
Here's
Made it for
locker.
us.
here's the thing about that,
Wouldn't
Kyle.
fit.
There is a smaller chance of the Lions winning out than there is the Niners losing out. I'm telling you, them whoever I'm assuming it's Old Easy who was mad at my Bears take. Enjoy this one. Ben Johnson.
It wasn't.
Well, whoever it was, Ben Johnson is going to light Dan Campbell up in that final game of the season. So if it's a situation where it's like, hey, Lions, if you win this one, you get in, they will light their asses up.
But that's where I trust Dan Campbell and their coaching staff to have them ready to play.
And he
Now, granted, that's in
he
Chicago.
he signed a check that his team cannot cash this year. He shouldn't have done what he did in week 2. And Ben Johnson and the Bears, if it comes down
That's
to
a good
that,
point. That's
will
a good
light
point.
his ass up.
All right.
They ain't winning all 3 games in a row.
All right.
Very cool.
All right, good.
Hmm.
What do you think about Brandon Pajemski?
Oh,
Green Bay, by the way, to go 2-1. They're at Chicago, home Baltimore, at Minnesota. Green Bay definitely going 2-1.
No. There might be a lower percentage of them going to.
Is anyone in the NFC going to win a game the rest of the year? Many are asking.
Niners. Hopefully the Seahawks.
Yeah, that's a big one on
Hopefully.
Thursday. That's a big
Just
one.
win one. That's all. The next one, not the last one.
Yeah. Go 2-1, lose the last one. That's Kenny Caraway and Damian Marling. James Ham is here. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse Tapia. Where were we? I've lost my place.
Great. Can I ask?
Please, thank you. Help.
I still need some clarification here on this Zach LaVine.
I sent a text on that. Hold on that just for 1 second. Did Asia Wilson announce she's pregnant?
What?
I didn't see that yet, but
I'm seeing it on. So or she said I can't, or maybe she said I can't wait to have.
she talked about pregnancy about a week ago.
She talked about pregnancy in that Time magazine because she was Time magazine's athlete of the year. Yeah, can you check her Instagram page because now I'm bugging. Did Rachel break that story before they said it out loud?
Well, I don't want to say nothing, but
because I can't find her announcing it anywhere.
It sounds like she put a what's the at the doctor's
Ultrasound
up. That's what I keep seeing. The ultrasound.
Are you seeing it on Instagram or Twitter? Because Instagram
It's not on her Instagram.
Because
this is
Somebody's
Twitter
saying
is the house of lies.
But
her
it's
and
not-
Bam
it's
are
It's her story, so it's not going to be on her.
expecting twins.
What?
Yeah.
According to who?
I don't have it on her story either.
It could have.
I can't find anywhere that
Okay,
this is
so when you
announced.
search Asia Wilson,
But
you
what
get-
I'm bugging at is the Rachel Nichols question.
Well, Bam after that said this is why privacy matters.
Oh,
Rachel Nichols asked whether OKC GM Sam Presti would scout the child of basketball power couple Asia Wilson and Bam Adebayo.
Right. That was she asked that to
Right.
Shea after they lost
Right.
on Saturday night.
I don't think she.
I don't think
would
she's
say
announced it
not,
anywhere.
yeah, or that's what I would say. She hasn't announced it.
Yeah, I don't think she's
Something
announced it
like
anywhere.
that. Something like that would be. Yeah, I'd wait for her.
TMZ says excited to start a family. Yeah, I can't find her announcing this anywhere. And now Cole
Vegas. Like,
see, that's the tough part. Atlanta, we'll reschedule Atlanta. Sacramento, sorry, bitches.
Yeah.
We're out of here. We're off to Vegas or LA or whatever's next.
I mean, I think, and I think they want that to be a neutral situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think you should stay in Vegas.
But Vegas doesn't. Vegas feels dumb to me. Like New York's in a tough spot. New York's got to travel across the country.
Also, it doesn't, and maybe it will get here, and maybe this is what the NBA wants. But I don't know one person who's like, yeah, we're heading down to Vegas for this in-season tournament final.
Yeah, you have.
It's not an event. It's just there.
You need to put it where like people like basketball, like for lack of a better term.
Well, you already have something there, and I think that's what they were trying to piggyback off of.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, we get such a great response to Summer League. Yeah, bro, because it's Summer League.
Right.
It's $20 to watch like
right.
10 hours of basketball.
Right.
Weirdos go there and love it because you just sit around and you watch marginal NBA players all day for weeks on end, incredibly cheap. And you might see, LeBron courtside. You might see, this legend or that legend or this. Like it's a very
in the lobby of the hotel.
It's a very, very cool atmosphere. The idea you can piggyback off that and run those ticket prices 100 times what Summer League is and expect the same reaction. You can't do it.
Right.
Like, I get it. I get why you thought this would work. To me, it was clear year one. Yeah, this might not be what they hoped, but let's gather some momentum. Let's see what happens. I don't know what the answer is, but Las Vegas.
If you're hell-bent on having it in a central location, do you
Where's
just
the combine?
turn it into it?
Indianapolis?
I ain't trying
because
to.
it's the center. Yeah, because
you're right.
Yeah,
go to Indiana. Go to Chicago.
Hell no, I'm not going to Indianapolis in December or Chicago in December.
Nobody.
Hell no.
I wonder if they could do like a Hawaii or somewhere in there.
I guarantee you, New York would. I guarantee you, the Knicks would rather be in Indiana than Las Vegas.
Yeah,
because they could just fly home.
Well,
they don't have to sit here and wait. They won on what, Saturday, and just had to hang around. Like, I get it, it's Las Vegas. It's not like they're bored,
right?
But I also don't think everybody loves just being on the road all of the time.
Yeah, no, for sure. I wonder if you made.
I mean, that's when the game was too. They had to have gotten there. What, Friday? At least they had to have gotten there Friday.
Yeah,
and they're just sitting around till tonight.
If you're gonna keep the NBA Cup,
yeah, that's like 9 nights.
Way too much anywhere, but definitely in Vegas. Man. But if you're gonna keep the
2
NBA
nights
Cup,
max,
I don't see any other place you could go outside of Vegas
or somewhere in Florida.
Yeah, but then
LA.
That's not fair to
Kings, Warriors, Phoenix, Portland. Like there's no easy answer, right? There's no easy answer. There's probably no right answer. I like the NBA Cup. I think it's fun. I think tonight is probably going to be one of the best environments, one of the best matchups, one of the best stories I think we've had in the first 3 years of this thing.
For sure.
I thought Saturday was great. Like it like the NBA Cup, I think works. There's probably some things they could work out. The schedule, like Hammer was talking about, like figuring out a way to space this out a little bit better so the Kings aren't playing, 6 games over the course of 3 weeks and then 12 games over the course of 3 weeks later on. But I don't know what the answer is for the location.
Now, what you could do is you could treat this like the Super Bowl or WrestleMania, and you award them year by year to non-NBA cities.
I don't hate that. So, yeah, you could do the Mexico City game there. You could do
Seattle. You could do you can go back to Kansas City, Vancouver. You could do it that way. I mean, it's still a traveling situation for one of the teams sometimes, but I think, like, I don't know if the answer is to go to an NBA city. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you go to Dallas and it's Wemby, so we'll take that out of it. But if it's Knicks versus Suns, what does a Dallas crowd look like for that? You know what I mean? But if you go somewhere that doesn't have an NBA team, Virginia Beach, and be like, hey, you can see the NBA Cup final, maybe that might work.
Just make it like an AAU tournament. Play multiple games a day. All the teams are in Vegas. Run it that way.
Those are in Vegas. Well,
yeah, but then
we
they
know.
can't be regular season games.
Why not? I was joking about the multiple games in a day thing.
Oh,
But if you just do the whole tournament in Vegas.
it doesn't. What benefit is that to Amazon? Because that's what. Like, let's not lose sight
That's
of
a
what
good point.
really matters. Like, it's Amazon or I don't remember who had all of the cup
Mhm.
games, but like it's them. Amazon is they are more excited than anybody on the planet for tonight's game. There is buzz around this game. It's a
Mhm.
great like
Potential finals.
Yeah,
preview.
like it's like a real thing.
Mhm.
Amazon's elated.
Yeah.
Absolutely elated. And we talked about this
Yeah,
the
that
first
matters
year.
more than attendance and vibes.
The
I guess.
first year was perfect. It's like you have LeBron and you have the Pacers. You have a really entertaining young basketball team, and you have him.
Mhm.
You have, like, from a wrestling standpoint, you have the old vet that everyone's going to tune in to see, who's
Mhm.
going to help, put the new guys over. Last year, it was Giannis and
Houston.
Houston.
No, was it Houston?
I think it was Houston. It was Giannis and Houston, and now look where Houston's at.
Mhm.
Houston's a Western Conference contender. Like it's like there's something to this NBA Cup where the Pacers went to the finals the year after they went to the NBA Cup,
Mhm.
the NBA Cup finals. Like there's something to it. It's not meaningless like people desperately want to make it out to be. Like there's something to it. They're at least in its early history. There's a little foreshadowing to it.
Mhm.
And now you have this unique situation where you have the Spurs. And then you have the Knicks, who might very well be the Eastern Conference favorite. They might be the best team in the Eastern Conference.
Mhm.
And this could be a moment where you have a team, I think, for the first time, win the NBA Cup and then be in the NBA Finals that year.
Yeah.
I think tonight actually is going to be pretty. I don't want to overdo it, but I think it'll be pretty electric. If you watch the games on Saturday, there was a nice Knicks contingency there.
Mhm.
And surprisingly, there was a lot of Spurs
Wemby fans, I bet.
Yeah, that were there on like that turned. If you're watching the game, that turned into, the crowd wants the Spurs to win. Maybe that was
for sure,
OKC
yeah.
or whatever. But I thought it was. I mean, it's not that far from San Antonio.
Yeah,
there's probably some. And did you see the thing where the Spurs in San Antonio? I never knew this happened, but their version of J Street was like filled with
the
cars.
Riverwalk?
No,
Oh.
they actually have a street.
Oh.
But their version of J Street was filled with cars. And I guess that the tradition is after a Spurs champion, you just go down the street honking the horns. And I saw the videos filled with cars after that win on Saturday.
It's not a very big town.
It helps to knock off OKC too. Like that changes the energy of this game for me. Is
absolutely
the Spurs put themselves on the map in a way that they weren't for me. Like they were there.
This is their second loss of the year. Like that's a big deal.
And it felt that the gravity of Wemby in that game just by himself. I swear to God, it was like OKC would go on a 12-0 run while Wemby was out. And Wemby comes back in, is like tie game again, like that.
And the fact that Wemby was like visibly like he wanted to win this game. Like it wasn't just a whatever. Like he wanted to win. Like it meant something.
He wanted
that
to beat Chet Holmgren. I don't know why
That's
he
it.
hates that
That's
man
it.
so
He
much.
hates him.
I don't know why he hates Chet so much. Chet probably sitting there too, like, what I do to this guy?
I think Chet probably talks a lot. And I know
Maybe.
Wemby doesn't
I think Wemby does. Wemby called Caruso a little bitch just because Caruso was playing defense.
Well,
Caruso was just playing defense, got a swipe. Wemby gets it back, shoots it, and then Wemby crazy. Wemby is crazy.
He is. Some of the quotes coming out of last year were my favorite part of, or 2 years ago, were my favorite part of his rookie year. Where they were like, hey, you've done this. He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. We need to win. It's like, hell yeah, Wemby. I love this guy.
Wemby, I'm interested to see if he turns into a villain. I like everything he's doing.
He definitely
right now.
will. He definitely will. It comes for everybody. Happens to everybody. All right, D'Lo and Casey are next for James Ham, Kyle Madsen. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out today. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Till then, drink water, be nice people. See you, Chatty. Appreciate you guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Weird situation. Dumb loss.
What y'all following Giannis on the Realtor app?
Streets are saying that happened a while ago, and it's not a home or a studio apartment. It's for business. We'll see though. If I go to New York though, I'm not going to Brooklyn, bro. That ain't getting it done.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Baby. Welcome in here to the Tuesday, December 16th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside EP.
What are you doing with him?
Yes, indeed.
Wait a minute. What the hell is that over there? What is that in the distance? What? But that's the sun. That's the sun.
Barely,
That's
though.
the sun.
It was a little brighter today when I was driving over and I noticed it, but I don't know if that's the sun.
That's the sun. That's gotta be the sun.
This is like not. This is like alternate cane. It's alternate sun.
It's sun-ish. Remember the indie wrestler Cocaine that we were watching?
Yes,
that's closer to what this is than it's like sun adjacent. It's certainly not as dark.
Over here
you
yet.
definitely can.
Over there when I went to get the water.
Yeah,
Little bit. Gotta be. That's gotta be.
Yeah. How long has it been?
Too long.
It's been a minute.
They said 12 days.
Oh, 12 days, a month, same thing.
And they said it's been, the temperature hasn't been any higher than like 46 for 21 days.
Maybe that's what I saw though.
Man, the app got 12 days of rain. 11 of the next 12 days is supposed to rain.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that.
I'm monitoring one forecast and one forecast only. Just don't snow on my way to the city. That's all I'm asking. Right now, it looks clear. The high right now, 34 degrees.
Woo.
Feels like 30. That's what it says.
Woo.
What time is it there? 3:34 too? Yeah, it's going to be chilly. It's going to be
Sun's
chilly.
Still up too.
Yeah, sun's still out. Yeah, sun's still out. I'm trying to see if you could do one of those things where you like they try to tell you, oh, get the top of the rock sunset package. It's like, cool. What if it's raining? Or what if it's snowing or overcast? Like, there ain't gonna be no sunset.
No.
It's
still the same price though.
The same exact price, and that price is not a regular ticket price. It's like unless you got to deal with Mother Nature, man. I'm not in on this. I am not in on this. It's Tuesday. Y'all know what it is. Trysta Krick will be with us for her final visit of 2026. We'll talk to her, 2025, excuse me. We'll talk to her at 2:00. And then our man Jason Jones will be with us. Same thing, final visit of the year coming up at 3:15. We got the NBA Cup tonight. I'm excited for this one, man. I'm excited to watch the Knicks and the Spurs, and certainly an interesting subplot as Sacramento Kings fans just drethered around here in the depths of hell. It is De'Aaron Fox and the San Antonio Spurs versus Mike Brown and the New York Knicks. Both were rocking Sacramento Kings colors not that long ago. And, of course, De'Aaron's conversation with Mark Spears certainly got some run around the internet over the course of the last 24 hours. Mark Spears might join us. He might not. I'm not really sure. But we did have a text exchange with Mark yesterday. So he's got a lot of TV obligations today in Las Vegas. So we'll see if we can get him on later on in the show. What'd you think of that piece with Mark and De'Aaron?
I always like, regardless of whether or not I agree or disagree, or it's full truths or half truths or whatever, I always appreciate a athlete speaking candidly and speaking their truth. And I don't even say that to say I disagree with much of anything De'Aaron said. It's just, he spoke openly, honestly, about how he was feeling for the most part. And I thought everything was fair. I thought his perspective was fair. I thought you talk about where the Kings are now. Yeah, they're where they're at. Mm-hmm. So much like a lot of stories, I mean, I think there's layers to it. I think there's context to some of the decisions that were made and why they were made and when they were made. But De'Aaron Fox is moved on to bigger and better things, and salute to him for that.
I feel like De'Aaron, he acknowledged in his conversation with Mark that he was frustrated that the team didn't do anything after the playoff run. It's like, I thought we were going to continue to build. And I wonder, because I've tried to pinpoint where I think De'Aaron started thinking about being somewhere else. And I keep going back to that offseason, and I don't think that that's it. I really do think he was frustrated by it. I think he was very frustrated with how the season went. Whether he'll admit it or not, I think he was frustrated with some things Mike Brown was doing that year. But I, in the end, believe he wanted to play for Mike Brown. And when that contract took as long as it did, that's where he first started to think, maybe this isn't my place. What I can't figure out is, this is where I really, really struggled, was that the bailout? Like, had he wrapped his brain, or had he thought enough? Because when you think something, you have a circle of people, your wife, your close friends, your family, that you talk to about these things. And when you talk to them, more times than not, people will offer their opinion. And I wonder if it got to the point where he got souped up on the idea of leaving during what felt like a lengthy process with Mike and the organization. And when they re-signed Mike, it bailed him out a little bit. And then the season kind of went, like, we watched the games that year. Like, we don't, if there is anyone who is an expert in watching a basketball team be disconnected, it's this fan base. And it felt at the beginning of that year like, this doesn't even look like last year. Last year didn't go the way that we want to. It doesn't even look like that. This looks worse than that. And I don't know if that was De'Aaron. I don't know if it was other people, if it was a collection of all of them. And then the call is made to fire Mike Brown, and then that's the ultimate. All right, and he said it, like he said this publicly. They know how I feel, because he had already told them, you fire Mike, you could trade me. And there are pieces of the puzzle that I've yet to like fully fill in. There's stuff that De'Aaron told me. There's stuff that I've heard. I don't know if Mike would have stayed if they wouldn't have fired Mike Brown, if De'Aaron would have felt this, like if he still wouldn't have wanted to leave. Because this season was going a direction. I don't know what that direction would have. I don't know where it would have ended. I don't know what that season would have looked like, but it was headed in a direction that no one was going to be happy with. And I can't figure out is if we had gotten to that offseason and if Mike Brown was the head coach, would De'Aaron have told the front office, it's time, man. I've done my job. It's time.
Yeah, that's something we won't know, and I don't know. I don't feel. I mean, maybe he didn't know, but I don't feel like De'Aaron would ever tell us if that was the case.
And that's what you mean. I didn't ask.
Yeah,
I had the opportunity to. Didn't even think of it. Didn't ask. That's poor handling on my part.
But I'm not sure he would say it any other way, because that would paint him in a different.
Yeah, he did not. I mean, he
might not have known
the appropriate, and that's fine. Yeah. It's fine. Like that would have been a perfectly acceptable answer if he had just gone. I don't know. That would have been perfectly acceptable, because the way things were going, like, yeah, I understand his frustration. I see Cole saying clutch, or should I say Rich Paul didn't want him here either. I don't know that Cole's wrong in that. I don't know if want him here is the right phrasing, but I don't think Rich had a single issue in looking at getting him to Los Angeles, meaning the Lakers, or looking at getting him to Houston or San Antonio. I don't think that bothered him a bit.
I think
the idea of it.
I think the turning point and the first time it potentially entered his mind of not being here was the trade deadline the second year, the year after being team, when they didn't go get anybody. They didn't get OG that summer. They didn't get Pascal Siakam at the deadline. And one of the things that, maybe you know the answer to this, but I would like to know is who said no to Pascal and paying Pascal? Was it Vivek Ranadive saying, no, I don't want to pay him that, which would put us in the luxury tax and all this other stuff, potentially, and I don't want to pay him that? And Monty McNair was like, yeah, we should pay him.
That was the second year, right?
That was the second year.
Right.
Saying, yeah, we should pay him. And Vivek said no. Or was it Monty and Wes saying, I don't think we should pay him that? Because I think that's where everything started to spiral, in my opinion. So, and that's the answer. I don't know. I don't know.
Does it make the most sense that it was the front office?
That's where I'm leaning to, but I don't. Yeah, because up until
if you hire me to do something and I go to you and I say this is it, this is our move, this is it. We're looking to take that next ascension. This is our move to take that next ascension. We have to get into the big boy tax bracket. We have to. This is the that luxury tax is the handcuffs or whatever of doing what we did last year. We want to continue to get better. We have spent this money on De'Aaron. We have spent this money on Domantas Sabonis. We have the opportunity now. You have to say, and if Vivek just goes no, oh man, and this team will never be successful. I feel like it was Monty and West that were like, no, we need to maintain flexibility. We need to be able to do this or do that.
That's what I think.
Sign Keon Ellis to a max. I don't know.
That's what I think.
That was
too.
A shot. I'm sorry.
That's where I lean. It was them that didn't finalize that or do what they needed to do to get that deal done. And that's where everything started to take a turn.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that. The Siakam deal might have been the true turning point.
Because you get Siakam, you probably make the playoffs. I'm assuming there, but I think you make the playoffs if you get Siakam. That's the deal where they wouldn't have needed to give up Keegan, reportedly, allegedly.
I've always heard they didn't. I've always heard no, it wasn't Keegan. I think it might have been Malik. I think it might have been Malik, if I remember correctly, but it wasn't Keegan.
Yeah. I think it was them still having an opportunity to make the playoffs. Mike Brown probably gets the kind of player that he wants in here. Defensively, long, athletic wing, 3-and-D type guy, another playmaker. De'Aaron Fox gets that type of guy next to him. And when that didn't go down, especially those guys, they probably, the Fox and Sabonis and all these guys, they definitely know a lot more than we do. And if it's anything like we're hearing, but more like, yeah, it's there if they want it, and they say no, if I'm Fox, I'm like, oh, man, are you for real?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would have me feeling a certain way.
And that might have been one of the first times that he started to think that way. We don't
could have, if nothing else, he could have thought we have a ceiling and we might have reached it. If we're unwilling to do this, we might have reached it.
And then you combine that with they missed the playoffs, and then the draft pick situation, what happened on draft day, that wasn't anything positive. Getting Devin Carter, not making a trade for somebody, getting Devin Carter who can't play for 6 months or whatever. And then that bled into the Mike Brown.
Who was
situation.
the trade? Was it Kuzma?
Kuzma was one of them. I know
that
John
was the
Collins
one we
was
kept.
about.
John Collins was the other one.
John Collins was one we
that was
heard
the
about.
draft day one. Yeah.
I think loosely there was conversations or talks about Brandon Ingram. I know James Ham had talked about Cam Johnson earlier today and said maybe he was the one that was part of the draft day deal, potential draft day deal. So you fumble that. And then whatever was going on with Mike Brown. We know what was going on with Mike Brown. There were players that didn't want him here. I think they were going to ownership and saying they didn't want Mike Brown anymore.
Yeah, I think you can take the think out of that.
Yeah. They were going to ownership saying they didn't want Mike Brown anymore.
Because they didn't have any reason to talk to their front office. Because that's why go to Michael Scott when you can go directly to what's his name? David. Jesse, help me out.
The guy, the one
David Wallace. You could go directly to David Wallace.
Go right into David Wallace. Yeah. Or the lady. Who's the lady that would always come?
Well, Jan is middle management. Well, Jan is upper middle management.
See, I know Jan.
Yeah, Jan is more like in the Joe Dumars category than the.
Didn't he think he was going on a date with Jan one time?
No.
Isn't that when he was clearing out his car?
No, that was man. No, that was a different episode. That was Purse Lady.
Who was that?
That was Purse Lady.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Who's a super famous actress? She became. I forgot who it was. She became a super famous actress after that episode, but I forgot her name.
But yeah, man. And
that's so sad. You thought that was Jan.
Well,
come on, bro.
I mean, I get them confused. I've seen it so many times. It's like they start blending together sometimes. That's all.
Okay, for sure. For sure.
But yeah, then you got the Mike Brown situation, and I'm not going to say that nobody's credit, but and this is where things kind of like get a little. We should tell the whole story. I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
They chose you, De'Aaron, and what you wanted. For how long they chose it, that's another story. But in the summer, there were people who didn't want Mike Brown back. There was probably ownership that was listening to players and saying, I'm listening to them. It might be time to move on from them. And
one of those guys has been with the organization since he was drafted. The other two at the time
Mhm.
had been here for 2 years.
Mhm.
You put that stock into those two over him, that's your failure.
Which he didn't, right? They signed the contract. They wanted him gone in the summer.
So they signed the contract. Do you think they signed the contract with the idea that Mike Brown is our head coach for the next 4 years?
Well, they should have. I think they did. But and this is my thinking.
And correct me if I'm wrong. We believe that it was Vivek who made the call to fire Mike.
Yes.
Which means it wasn't De'Aaron versus Domas and Malik. It was De'Aaron and the front office versus Domas and Malik.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure we have the Survivor Series team set. I want to make sure we had it.
That's how I see it.
Mike Brown on a pole match or something. Get to the top of the ladder and grab Mike Brown.
That's how I view it.
Money in the Bank coaches match.
And in the summer, they chose the coach in De'Aaron. They chose the coach in De'Aaron, and they gave him the contract.
The front office in De'Aaron,
yeah. And the coach, the Mike Brown, they went and got Mike Brown. Mm-hmm. And I think it was my belief is sign him, bring him back. I know these guys are saying they don't like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. They'll work together and they'll figure it out. And they did not. And there were people that wanted him out, whether it's Domas, Malik. They probably kept voicing their displeasure. Like, man, I'm not feeling it. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. Showed on the court. Looking like they weren't. You talk about this is that on steroids, what we see nowadays. Mm-hmm. When you talk about disconnected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People forget about that.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
It was nasty at that time. Until it got to the point where, I guess Vivek went back to him and said, hey, gotta make this move.
So why wasn't the move on from Domas and Malik then?
Well, Malik is one thing, because I think there's some things that we won't go into, but there's also, he was like, you trade Malik at that time, you think people are having a conniption now about trading Malik at that time, after the first 2 years of Malik Monk, and you trade him, people, you got to do what you got to do as a basketball team, but people would have a fit.
Might have been the right move.
It might have been the right move. It might have been the right move. The other reason why Domas probably wasn't moved is because your general manager had just signed him to what was essentially an immovable situation. Mm-hmm. I don't even know if he had started the contract extension at that point.
No. Second year? No.
And gotta salute.
That was the famous renegotiate and extend, if I remember correctly.
Gotta salute, because there are some truths to what the guy was talking about. But like, a lot of people are like, why are they doing this? Mm-hmm. Why are they doing this? You don't have to do this right now. Mm-hmm. And once again, I gotta show respect. Like, you're signing him to a number that nobody else in the league would sign him to. Mm-hmm. That's what the national writers, I think it was Bontemps, I think it was what's the old GM in Memphis that Hollinger was saying. They were kind of right. And so you can't move him. You can't move Domas in that situation. You probably could have moved Malik Monk, but I don't know if that's what anybody wanted to do.
You probably could have moved Malik at an all-time high.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably an argument to be made that the owner doesn't want to move players that he really likes.
Mm.
You move Malik Monk, let's just play this hypothetical out. Like, it's going to leak out through articles like, oh, yeah, Malik Monk wasn't for Mike Brown and blah, blah, blah. Like, stuff like that comes out eventually. So, like, I guess, like, yeah, there's the fan backlash, but then it's all going to come out somewhere.
Someone mentioned something earlier in the chat, and forgive me for not noting it. It was a good point, because I asked a question earlier about the Siakam thing. Who do we think was unwilling to spend the money because I think this was a good job by you. I think this is where we nailed down the turning point for the matchup that we have tonight between De'Aaron Fox and the San Antonio Spurs and Mike Brown and the New York Knicks. And it's like you could go to the Siakam deal. Who was the one or what entity said no, ownership or front office? If it was ownership, it would have been written about that night. And I think whoever salute to the person who put that in the chat because you're 100% right. Mark Spears would have had it. Sam Amick would have had it. Bonten, all of the people you just referenced, they all would have had the Vivek Ranadive shut down a max contract extension for Pascal Siakam.
That's a great call. That's a great call. I mean, I think it was obviously the front office,
and with the front office, it eventually leaked out, and it was never pointed directly at the front office. But we asked, one, why did that deal fall apart? And two, that was an in-person conversation. How did it fall apart so quickly? Our show hadn't even ended. We were like, hey, we got to get to the arena, man. It could be a historic night. Show wasn't even over before the goddamn tweet comes out that the negotiations between the Raptors and the Kings is over.
Yeah.
They just reconvened after lunch and were like, yeah, forget it.
And here's Soren, I think you guys are getting it twisted up. He said we wouldn't have cared if Malik got traded for Siakam if this team was in the playoffs. Just make the damn deal and none of this happens. I'm not putting a cape on for old boy, but what we just laid out, that doesn't seem to be his call. Then this is what I always say.
Wait, whose call?
Vivek's call.
Oh.
This was a front office, not to get Siakam, was a front office call.
Yeah.
That was Monty and West.
Yeah. Yeah, you were okay. So I think what Soren is responding to is you saying what the uprising would have been if they had traded Malik. That was a different conversation. That wasn't the Siakam situation. The Siakam wasn't the trade.
Right.
By no account that we have from anybody, inside, outside, on multiple organizations, was the deal the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The extension was the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And when the Kings said what they said, Siakam said no.
Mm-hmm.
You could do it. You can do what you want to, but you could trade all. Go ahead, make that trade. I'm out of here in 6 months, 5 months, whatever it is.
Yeah, and this is. We could talk about it a little bit.
Okay, you're going to need a lot of Baker family wine for this game tonight because you're going to be watching De'Aaron Fox. You're going to be watching Harrison Barnes. You're going to be watching Mike Brown. You're going to be watching a lot of former Kings on the big stage on Amazon Prime tonight. So head over to Baker Family Wines on Industrial Boulevard in West Sacramento. Head over to the Nugget in Elk Grove, Granite Bay. While you're at Granite Bay, grab some of them cookies that they have right there. They are absolutely phenomenal. Heartbreaking to find out that's not just a Nugget staple. That's the Nugget in Granite Bay. So while you're looking for that wine with the baseball stitch, grab you some cookies while you're out there. You can check select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations as well. But trust me, you're going to need a good bottle of rosé to watch that game tonight. Go to bakerfamilywines.com. Become a member of Dusty's Clubhouse as well for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. There is a lot more to this conversation, and we're going to bring Mark Spears' article back into it when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
My thought would be, I mean, just one a day is good. If you can get to two, that's cool too. But
yeah, I would just cut them because just if we have something you think clicks, cut it and post it, and because you never know which one's gonna resonate. I was texting with Leezy last night. He's gonna post some some videos too and do his thing. Got Coach Carter with us on Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Damn, house party out here looking like a bodybuilder right now.
Nice. He has been showing highlights of yesterday's football game.
Oh.
I'm so excited, bro. They might Russell Wilson Tua.
Oh man, they need to.
Yeah, it's time. It's disgusting. I was so desperate. I was telling my brother, I'll attach a first round pick to Tua and go get Kyler Murray.
Damn.
He's a great guy, but he stinks.
B. Perry, that's understandable. How close is Austin to San Antonio?
Like 2 hours.
Texas is so damn big, is it?
Yeah, it's not far. Tyler, I mean, maybe you're right, maybe you're not. I think regardless, Tyler, though, this is the problem with guys like this. Regardless, you're gonna say it's Vivek. Like, I don't think you're gonna think about it at all. You're not gonna critically think about it. You're just gonna say it's Vivek. You might be right, but it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't even really add up with some of the stuff that we're talking
I'll
about.
piggyback on that. The question is, I don't think that's feasible. Like, if he wants to win, no, I don't think that's feasible at all. I think that was a front office move.
Where how many times was this front office close to a deal and oh wow, now it's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Again, I think the person who brought up the point, if it was Vivek, we would have heard about it from everybody. It has a great point.
I mean, after that, we did hear about the ones that were Vivek, no?
Yeah. We hear about stuff that don't have nothing to do with the man.
Right. It's one of those things. Like I don't want to say I got the guy figured out.
We'll never know. We're back.
No.
Trysta Krick coming up 1 hour from now. Maybe we can get Mark Spears in a Uber to join us sometime this hour as well. Text him in a little bit. He said he might be able to join us later in the 1 o'clock hour. So we'll see what happens. Spent a lot of time starting this show talking about trying to find, because we have a NBA Cup final tonight that features both De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown. I'm going to respectfully leave Harrison Barnes out of this conversation. Though he can certainly be involved in it, as he was part of a trade to acquire someone that this franchise hates significantly more than they were frustrated with Harrison.
That's the truth.
But Mark,
which is also revisionist history. People act like they were in love with Harrison while he was here.
Sure.
We liked Harrison, but people would talk crazy about Harrison on a nightly basis.
We were shout out Harrison's fine.
Yeah, no, anything claiming otherwise is exactly that, is revisionist history. But De'Aaron acknowledged the grass is greener. One thing I'll say before getting into some other key points of this article is, I love De'Aaron's mindset going into tonight's game. This game's, these guys, as much as media has, and podcasters, and probably to some degree some fans have tried to downgrade the NBA Cup and say it's nothing, like it's propaganda for a regular season and all of this other. That's fine. It seems to matter to the players. Mm-hmm. And I think, Fox isn't a guy who would strike me as someone who would be, really into this. But it seems that he is. And part of me wonders if it's because the leader of this basketball team is. Mm-hmm. Wemby wants to win everything he participates in. And that is not a bad characteristic to have. You talk about Mamba mentality, like he might be the guy who has it. He does not want to lose anything. If Kobe was here today, he would not want to lose an NBA Cup. He would not want to lose anything that mattered. And I love De'Aaron's, mentality going into that. He acknowledged that the grass is definitely greener in San Antonio and that he doesn't keep up on what the Kings are doing, doesn't watch their games. And who can blame him? De'Aaron, I don't want to watch him either. Says he keeps in contact with Keegan, talks with him. Only mentioned Keegan Murray, by the way, and that got a lot of people's attention. And then Mark threw in that, according to sources, there seems to be and here's this word again, disconnect between Doug and some of the players. All right. So I don't know who that disconnect is with, but we've heard names. And there's no point in protecting anybody because we heard Domas's name months ago. We heard Domas's name before the season even started.
We're always hearing Domas's name.
Pretty much anything negative involving this basketball team, Domas's name is floating around it somehow. And I understand you guys hate Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. Like, I understand that. I completely get that. But Domas's name is out there a lot behind the scenes with things that are going wrong with this organization. So whether it's Domas or DeMar or whether it's Zach or Malik, who exactly do you connect with? Like, what is it that you want in a coach? Doug is a very different coach from Mike Brown. Neither one of them seems to float your boat. What is it that you need from a head coach in this league? And I'm going to do something that they don't often do with players like Domantas Sabonis. How many teams has he been on now?
3.
OKC, Indiana, Seattle. He's clearly on his way out of Sacramento. He's clearly on his way out of Sacramento. At some point, is anybody going to look at this like, hey, how come everybody moves Domantas Sabonis? Multi-time All-NBA guy. By all accounts, a very good basketball player. But it sure seems like it's hard to get him to stick somewhere. Indiana didn't fight too much. Indiana was in a contract situation with him where it was like, yeah, his contract's not too far away. Not really sure this is the direction they want to go. We're going to go get a young talent for him. Did that. Didn't seem to fight about it either. We're willing to do it. How come he can't stick? It's just a question. It's not a question I expect you to answer. It's a question I'm just throwing out at everybody. He doesn't seem to be able to stick anywhere, and he's about to land on his fourth team. And the only thing that's keeping him right now from his fourth team is his contract that he was signed for, to by the previous front office regime.
Mm-hmm. He, you hear that report from Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, and to me, I'm looking at DeMar. I'm looking at Zach. I'm looking at Domas. And they can all go.
Yeah,
like they can all get out of here.
Real quick, I think you got to throw one more name in there.
Oh, Malik.
You got to go.
Malik got to go too. Like,
you got to go.
Like this whole rebuild, or if you don't want to call it a rebuild, building from scratch, whatever, it's not going to start till those 4 guys are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's going on isn't going to progress until those guys are gone. Good basketball players in different situations could be very helpful to a number of different teams. This isn't necessarily to say everything's their fault or anything that's happened in the past is their fault. But I look at them and you keep hearing reports like this. And man, you got to get them all out of here. You got to get them all out of here. And I forgot who it was. Where is he at? They're in the chat. It says, why is Zelo being capped to save a hole for DeMar and Zach LaVine? Bro, stop. This is what bothers me. Once again, it goes to my cancer, the sign trait. Like, sure, everybody got smoke for DeMar and Zach. Deservedly so. I get it. Stop excluding Domas from all of this. We said at the beginning of this segment, for years, multiple regimes, multiple coaches, multiple front offices, different players, different teammates. Every time something's an issue, his name gets circled around there somehow, some way. Every time. Cardi B, am I the drama? At some point. And that's what I do have a problem with. Sure, you want to blame Zach, you want to blame DeMar, whatever, cool. There's enough blame to get Domas in there too. Don't exclude him. Because one of the things that's been an issue, this going back and looking at how everything went down and seeing where we're at today, is I go back to something that we talked about years ago, and it still rings true. The biggest issue with the Sacramento Kings, and what has been the biggest issue for the Sacramento Kings, is they have zero leaders. And they have had zero leaders for a long time now. They got no leadership whatsoever. The owner isn't a leader. The front office, the previous front office isn't a leader, or weren't leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Domas, De'Aaron, DeMar, Zach, Malik, Keegan. Go down the list. There is zero leadership in that building. And there has been zero leadership for years now. It didn't just start. And the only reason I'm going to leave Scott Perry out of this is because he's new. And he exemplifies leadership skills. So we'll see what he can do. He's got a incomplete or in progress right now. But there's zero leadership whatsoever. Mike Brown, I go back and forth. Mike Brown exemplified leadership qualities, but there were things that I've heard on multiple occasions and different people that do not exemplify leadership qualities. But I don't know. I'll leave him out of this too.
I'll say this about Mike. Mike did a lot of things, particularly that second year, that were frustrating. And I felt like going into that season, we had repeatedly said, Mike Brown is going to have to coach this team differently his second season, and he didn't. Certainly not in a way that helped them. But we often say of players, you've got to give them the ability to make mistakes. You had to give Mike the ability to make a mistake, and he did. And I think he made a bad one at the beginning of that second year. And I'm not sure he ever truly got an opportunity to fix it. I think he was behind the eight ball, so to speak, from that moment forward. There's more to this, and we'll continue to talk about it. We got Trysta Krick coming up. There's other NBA stuff to talk about as well. Some things. We want to go back to Sunday if we have the time. Talk about some football. Cooper Flagg is here, by the way. If you didn't see that, goodness gracious. That's all ahead. It's Steeler 1KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh,
just real quick, Tank, because I can tell by your tweets today you are a super sharp individual. 10 years into Domas's career, he's headed towards his fourth basketball team. Was my point. Do you want to guess how many teams Russell Westbrook was on 10 years into his career? I'll give you a second. Just think. 10 years into his career, how many was he on? One. That one right there. One basketball team.
Hey, Zabo, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. He exemplified leadership qualities that hasn't been in this building before or since he left.
Yeah, Drew, it turns out Mike Brown might have been right. Turns out Mike Brown might have been right.
Or he could be wrong.
Could be.
And Doug could be wrong too, or
Could
anybody
be.
else could be wrong.
Could be.
The last legit leader of the Kings.
It wasn't Amon Shumpert, right?
No. My
He was
first
like
thought.
emotional support.
Okay.
It's gonna sound crazy. He was like a little support dog.
My first thought is Mike Bibby. But
really,
you were a little closer to the situation. What do you think about Ron Artest?
That's exactly who I was gonna say. That's exactly who I was gonna say.
Time, so I didn't.
It wasn't Mike. That wasn't Mike. It's Yeah, it's closer to Ron, I think, than in those like Kevin Martin squad. I don't know. I don't even know who to.
No.
The answer may legitimately be Ron Artest.
That's
20 years ago.
It probably goes Ron all the way back to Vlade to Mitch.
Yeah, Vlade was definitely a leader. So was Chris. I think Chris was a leader, but Vlade absolutely was.
D-Mac, we're all good. This is all I know, so I'm used to it. The day they win something, I'll probably be torn up.
Tanner, Monk's not a leader, man. Monk's vibes. Yeah. He's not a leader.
That's a good one. It is a good one.
Yeah,
it is a good one. Fall into that category.
It is a good one.
Took over the Celtics for those 2 years.
That man should have sued the Celtics. It should be the Isaiah Thomas Celtics at this point.
Yeah, he comes back now. They got a good relationship now. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, Isaiah, come on in, man. Hey, did you get that check we sent this month?
They did absolutely do him dirty.
But I do always say, what part did they do him dirty on?
I don't think they let him know actually what was going on and what could have happened.
That's what I think.
I don't.
They didn't tell him like, oh,
their whole medical staff got fired. Their entire. Welcome back. Their entire staff from top to bottom got fired. We were talking about. I made a joke to. Yeah, I made a joke to Jesse that Isaiah Thomas should have sued the Boston Celtics.
Not necessarily a joke. Probably should have.
Well, yeah, you're right. It isn't necessarily a joke.
He was in Sacramento. They let him walk.
Yeah, it's your boy Pete, I think, right? Good friend Pete.
Which always goes back.
How much you and Pete talk?
Close to never.
Close to?
Yeah.
You mean it's not never?
No, it's below never.
Oh, okay. All right.
Not above never, it's below never.
Pete just texting KC, you guys stink without me.
Just a question that could just be as fast now. Does this team reject leadership, like this franchise? Because we were talking during the break, like, oh, who was? I think we let on Ron Artest was the last one, and then you mentioned Isaiah Thomas was one they let him walk, and then mentioned right before the break, Mike Brown maybe could have been.
I mean, people brought up Ty too.
Yeah, Ty, and it's just I don't know what it exactly is, but there's just something about this franchise. Like, do they just they don't adapt? I guess they reject it. Is that a thing?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to formulate a thought. Like, I want to work Jerry Jones into this opinion somehow, like Jerry Jones and his coaches.
Like, kind of where they built up a culture where it's like anytime those guys come in, it's just automatically just kicked out.
I do believe, and once again, people will look at this as caping for Vivek or whatever. Like, I don't even know Vivek. I don't. Outside of like the human being, like I don't care about. Like I'm not. It doesn't matter to me. But there is a pattern that I believe in that I picked up on, and others have picked on too. But once again, he will let people do their job. They just have to do good, because if they don't, that's when he gets involved. And when you talk about these people that they get out that are leaders, I don't think it's him. It's Pete D'Alessandro, who said Pete convinced him to move on from Mike Malone. Pete convinced him that Isaiah Thomas was not the person to bring back. Like, Isaiah Thomas was a fan favorite. He was a pizza guy. Everybody, you think, if you guys think Vivek is as simple as he is, you think he wouldn't be, no, let's get that guy out of here. He's making you money to a certain degree. He's a guy that you think that he wouldn't be like, nah, we gotta keep him here. He's being convinced by these basketball people to move on. Once again, I think maybe in this case, he had a little bit more, I like this guy. I want this guy here a little bit more. I think the basketball people said, keep De'Aaron over Ty. I think, and what happens is He continues to hire the wrong people. We'll see what happens with Scott Perry. But he continues to hire the wrong people, and he allows them to do what they feel like they need to do. It doesn't work out, and then he comes in and blows it all to smithereens because he gets in his mode. Where I like last year, going back on the story, his mode was, I don't care what's going on. I want Zach LaVine here and just get him here. Common sense would have said, this guy that you're telling to do this already knows he's fired. Why would he do anything other than a bare minimum, which was get Zach LaVine in a trade? He wouldn't. He ain't got no investment in making sure you get draft picks or making sure you get this person back. He knows you're going to fire him. Fine. Just give me the deal that gets Zach LaVine in here. That's not bright to have that man in control of that deal, regardless of when you want to make it, whether it's middle of the season or at the end of the season. At least be conniving enough to say, no, I think you're going to be part of this future, Monty. You want to make a good deal because you're going to be here, even if you know you're going to fire him.
And yeah,
he's not even able to do that. And we talked about a number of times, Monty absolutely should have been fired when he said he wasn't doing the press conference.
Yeah.
And once again, I know what I've said and I feel how I feel. I wasn't tripping off the press conference, but it is a necessary practice to
it
have.
Doesn't matter.
And once the person that works for you says I'm not doing something,
well,
goodbye.
Well, the issue being, the media can feel how they want to about the press conference. De'Aaron was upset. There's your driving force right there. All right, De'Aaron's upset because he's left holding the water for this. Let's get this dealt with. And you chose not to.
Right.
Like you actively chose not to. Whether it was if Vivek told him to do the press conference and he said no, that's a flaw on Vivek Ranadive. Also, why don't you go do the press conference?
There's that.
We've seen Matt Ishbia do press conferences when they acquire Kevin Durant. We've seen, if Giannis gets traded, I don't know the owner's name in Milwaukee. Whoever it is, he's going to do a press conference. If sanctions come out about the Los Angeles Clippers, Kawhi Leonard gets traded, whatever, Steve Ballmer's going to do a press conference. Steph Curry goes to Charlotte, Joe Lacob's going to do a press conference. That's you don't have to call the owner when you acquire Jonas Valanciunas. But when you trade the face of a franchise, when you fire a head coach, the only one who has led you to playoffs in the last, decade and a half, you owe your fan base an explanation. You owe your player some protection in that regard.
Yep.
And the fact that you weren't able to give it to him was ridiculous.
Yeah, and put your big boy pants on, go sit in front of the media, and at the very least announce it. If you don't want to take any questions, that's something else, but announce it. Don't let it just not happen because this guy said he's not going to do it. You can announce the firing of the coach and the firing of the GM at that point as well. I'm not having a press conference, but you got to do it. You got to do it. Once again, like you said, I don't care about the press conference. I never did, but I understood that was necessary for the process of what you're doing. And to your point, you got to do something to protect your player in that situation. And he did nothing, which goes back to the original point. He's not a leader. There's no leadership. There's no leadership anywhere in that building. Anywhere.
No, there's definitely not.
And once again, I will give the caveat of a guy like Scott Perry. He's new. Maybe he is. He exemplifies some things that look like leadership to me. I got to see how it actually plays out before I say he's definitely a leader. But outside of him, who's new and doesn't really have a resume to go off of, there ain't no leaders there.
No, there's definitely not. There's a leader in Mark Spears, though. He just texted. What time? What a relationship we have with Mark Spears now.
Yeah.
I hit him back. I think it could very well be one of those situations where Mark is in the Uber again and on his way to something. So he said,
on his way to the T-Mobile Arena.
May very well be. I think that's where the concert I'm going to. I've never been to the T-Mobile Arena.
I've never been.
I'm going to a New Edition, Boyz II Men, that joint at the end of January, and I realized, it's that T-Mobile. I've never been there before.
Yeah, I've never been there either.
Let's see what TC talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. What's up, TC? What you got for us today?
Man, hey, what's up with my two brothers?
How you doing, man?
Just, hey, I'm vibing. I ain't even really angry at this. I ain't really angry at Fox, the Mike Brown comments, or none of that, because we already lived that and we've been there. So we already moving on. They like behind us, right? I know some fans, want to keep going back and forth, but we already got on these airwaves and approached our, expressed our feelings behind the situation, however you felt about it. So we going to move on. As far as the veterans in that locker room, and we ain't going to keep sugarcoated. Domas, DeMar, Zach, Monk. Well, listen, there's a place for all of those guys where it was a lot of rumbling. I don't know if it was true. Zach, you over there in Milwaukee. Scott, holler at them. DeMar, you got two choices. You can either go Clippers, but they kind of rumbly, or you can go Lakers. We got a spot we can send you home respectfully. Monk, we can holler at Orlando. Domas, it's a little tricky with you, but I believe we might have something with Toronto we can work out. That's where we can start, bro. Move on from them players. Whatever we gonna get, draft compensation, players back in a trade. We right now where the Kings are, in my opinion, we're not in a predicament where our position or where we could be like, oh, we want to hold out, flexibility, maintain. We trying to get 3 draft picks. No, this trade ain't work. Bro, we're not in that predicament. We got to move on from these cats so we can move on. As long as we hold on to them or keep talking about we can't move them, we'll never be able to move up, bro. We'll be staying stagnated. That's all I got, dog.
There's a lot of words in there. Words in there. Right on, TC. No trade proposals from TC today. That's okay. As Kenny's getting a little chilly. He's got to put his jacket back on.
It is a little chilly. It's very chilly, actually. That's why I put the jacket on. But there were some trade proposals. He said send.
Well, yeah. I mean, overarching trade proposals was sending Domas, what do you say, to Toronto?
Yep.
That seems to be a popular thought. I saw something, I think it was on Hoops Hype, about Toronto. I don't imagine they're eyeing Anthony Davis and Domantas Sabonis. It feels like Anthony Davis might be their top target, and maybe they'll, if they don't like the deal, they shift to Domantas Sabonis. But it certainly sounds like Toronto is trying to get active for a big man in this upcoming trade deadline. Trade season, I should say.
They're looking at what they've done so far to start this season and looking to build on it, looking to see if they can kind of address some of their weaknesses immediately, not waiting for the offseason. And that makes sense with the way the East
that
is
competitive
right now.
East. Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like you got to it's competitive where they got better teams in there that you realize, but it's not dominant. You know what I mean? Everybody looks gettable in the East, even the good teams. Man, if you're Toronto and you started off, I think they're 16-10, 15-10, something like that, and you can add to that right now, you can make a move that gets you in the conference finals.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. I mean, I think we're watching the best team in the East tonight. I think we're watching. Let me rephrase that, because that was a little disrespectful to Detroit, and I didn't mean that. I think we're watching the team that's going to represent the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals tonight. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think you had it right.
I think it's the Knicks conference to lose, and we thought that, and I think I can say we thought that last year when we recognized what happened with Tatum, what happened with Ty, and shout out to Ty. I don't think Tyrese was thrilled with the finish from Saturday night's main event.
I didn't even watch like the whole broadcast, so I didn't know he was there. And I don't know if they showed him before or not, but they're going through.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So it was Tyrese Halliburton.
They just showed Ty like he was a fan in section 101, row L. Like they just put the camera on Tyrese. And I'm looking, I was like, hey, that's your boy.
You saw that heat yesterday, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that heat yesterday, though, right?
Yeah.
Hey, man, that was
Nah, that was.
Don't do that.
Nah, that was real heat. That was real heat.
He's not him. So see, Jesse,
Nah,
you're not
see,
do that.
nah, you're a little. No,
We're not
no,
gonna
no.
do
Wait a
that.
second. You're a little too disrespectful to Gunther.
No,
Like,
he's not
Gunther-
that dude. Okay,
He's
Jesse,
solid.
Jesse, let me ask you this: was the crowd going crazy for Yeet? That had energy, right?
That's different. That's not
Jay
getting
wasn't
booed.
that
No,
guy. Jay not that guy. Gunther got heat. That's cool. He not that guy. They'll forget about him in a month.
Gunther, that's not true. Gunther better on the mic and in the
yeah,
ring.
he's all around better than Jay Uso. All around.
He's a lot
different level.
No, nobody tapping in to see Gunther.
I don't know. I saw what I saw yesterday.
What was Yeet looking like?
Yeah, they do that for LA Knight.
Well, yeah, that's another good point.
But
What was that looking
they're
like?
not LA Knight. No, it's the thing. It's different. It's real heat. It's real wrestling right here. Real wrestling. His medals never give up. How did he give up?
I'm talking to my dear friend Mark Spears. Everybody, hang on.
Yes. Shout out Mark Spears. Big
Friend of the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
how do we even?
I told him we'd do tomorrow. He's like, I got about 5 minutes right now. We just do tomorrow if you want. It's like, all right, man, let's do tomorrow. It's the second time you mentioned. Let's do tomorrow. We'll just talk about the NBA Cup because I don't know. I'm gonna bring De'Aaron Fox back into the conversation tomorrow. Unless, of course, De'Aaron Fox wins like the MVP. Is there an MVP of the NBA Cup?
Yeah, I think LeBron won it the first year.
Did he?
And
I'm trying to remember.
Did Giannis win it the next year? I think Giannis.
I'm remembering both of those guys holding up trophies, but I'm thinking, that was just
there's
NBA Cup
an MVP.
trophy.
They got the NBA Cup MVP ladder on NBA.com.
All right, man. Okay, I don't know.
Let's check this ladder out.
What's the ladder looking like?
Jalen Brunson, number 1. Last ranking, number 2. Carl Anthony Towns is now number 2.
Did you read the James Edwards thing? The new phrasing for Jalen?
No.
Pound for pound best player in the NBA.
He's not.
What are they calling this guy Allen Iverson at this point? Like,
That's
a phrase.
That's actually kind of what it sounded like. They're saying pound for pound, Jalen Brunson is the best player in the NBA.
We're gonna disregard the other side of the court, sure.
Well, who does outside of Giannis?
It was a good article. I read it.
Outside of Giannis, who does play defense? Oh, SGA does. SGA the best player in basketball.
Yeah, we'll do that.
But pound for pound, Kenny.
Just say that Jalen Brunson's a little guy who could score well. That's literally what he meant. Yes, Jalen Brunson is 6 foot and can score 30. That's great. Yes.
Nobody. I feel nobody talks about that. They're always looking at Luka. They're looking at Jokic. Rightfully so. These guys are great. SGA is the best player in basketball.
Nah. Like he's on the best. He's not.
No, the numbers are crazy.
The
numbers are crazy.
He's better than
plays
Jokic.
both sides. The record is crazy.
He's better than Jokic right now.
Yes.
Like I know, like this year, fine. Like SGA can have the belt, but like just
it's not
looking back. Like he's better than Jokic.
It's not a blowout.
No, it's not.
It's healthy, Giannis, but it's SGA, Jokic, and Giannis. And I don't know that there's anyone else in that category.
Put Luka in there. Luka's numbers going crazy this year.
No, he is, and he's the reason that Lakers team is where they are.
So they had to play one of them teams.
Am
Like
I
Rich Paul
wrong?
said.
Am I wrong for saying no? I don't know. Am I wrong for being stuck? I don't know.
You're not wrong.
I feel like it's those three, and then maybe Luka's next. I'm not going to use the T word because Kyle Matson's not here, but maybe Luka's next, and he's by himself. What's that?
We'll call it levels here. It's on
Levels.
the next level.
Yeah. So level one is or we could call them tiers. TEARS. Like so happy to watch these guys play.
Yeah.
I have tears rolling
Now
down
we
my eye.
cooking.
Who makes me, that emotional?
No,
I
mean it's your thing, man.
No, it's not mine. I just don't want to infringe
know-
on Kyle Matson's gimmick.
I know we're splitting hairs, but Jokic 30 points, 12 rebounds, 11 assists, 61% from the field, 43% from 3, matching the same 3-point percentage as SGA. SGA's 32, 4 rebounds, 4.5 rebounds, and then 6 assists. 56% from the
But
field.
What if I
43
told
from
you? What if I told? And I forgot the exact number. They said it like 10 times on Saturday. But what's this? He's only played in like 12 fourth quarters.
SGA?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
he's on a dominant team.
Yeah, but he's doing that in 3 quarters. I don't care what the team is. Everything he's doing damn near is in 3 quarters. He averaged a 32.9.
Do you have his minutes per game?
Yeah, he's playing 33 minutes a game.
What's Jokic doing? Do you have that?
Jokic is 35 minutes a game.
Now, to be fair, SGA played like 7 double overtime games to start the season.
That's facts. That's facts. You said he was going for Wilt's 48.5 record. I'm still stuck on the Luka thing. SGA, Jokic.
Luka's
Giannis.
tough when the other team makes you their focal point.
I feel like
on
Luka. I
defense
feel
or
like
whatever.
Luka's in the next level.
Luka is the age-old thing that I want to say I invented. I started it.
Did you write it on the board?
No, this was way before the board. This was way before the show. I started
You
it.
wrote Ravens versus Eagles in the Super Bowl, though.
I said who not going to be in the Super Bowl. I said who not going to be in the playoffs. Looks like I'm going to be right on that one. I'm gonna write it up there just so y'all remember. But
believe me, you don't go a day without referencing that.
This is true.
It's one of the great predictions of all time.
That you backed away from 3 weeks later.
I did not. It's James Harden. It is Luka and James Harden. If you had a problem with James Harden in his prime and the way he played, and they'll never be able to win because of that, it's the same exact
And I don't think
thing
I ever
with
thought
Luka.
James Harden was the best player in basketball. I don't think I did.
That was Steph Curry, LeBron,
It's the most
KD.
incredible scores. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the
That's
others.
it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. I'll go.
I'll say Luka is a level or a tier TEAR below those 3.
I think that's correct. I think that's correct. And I think Jokic might be 1.
I'm not gonna fight nobody.
Yeah.
I just think SGA is the best player in basketball.
And it's crazy. Giannis is 3rd.
Giannis is
Like I feel like Giannis is like an easy 3 in the conversation.
Man.
But
Giannis,
part of it is too, he's injured and we haven't seen him, do anything crazy in a while.
Giannis going crazy.
Well, he was when he was playing.
Yeah.
He's going crazy.
And now
with
he's
those trade stuff's going on, but
now you've got the what was your Cardi B reference earlier?
Am I the drama?
Yeah, like yes, Giannis. In fact, you are. Now you've got your team out here looking for Zach LaVine and Jeremy Grant before you break up with them. Like,
hey guys,
man.
gather around here. Whatever noise you're hearing, just ignore it. Even though I'm the one putting the noise out, ignore it.
Giannis is an interesting dude, man. He wants to be the baby face so bad. He just has to turn heel. He
This
has
is Damian Lillard all over again.
And once again, nobody even really gonna hate you. Nobody gonna hate you. Nobody. If somebody get mad at Giannis, I'll be like, "You're the problem." I brought Milwaukee a champion.
Is there something to be said though for like signing a contract and then muscling your way out of it? Like LeBron didn't do that. LeBron just left, and he caught flack for the first one, caught no flack for the second one, no flack for the third one. He just signs contracts, and when they end, he goes and plays somewhere else.
It's fair game either way. I mean, Blake Griffin had to go to Detroit after 20 minutes.
Did you listen to that? Man,
I
didn't
didn't
get a chance to
check that out. I'm watching that tonight.
I could have written a 40-minute segment on this, and these guys are like, "No, I didn't get to see it."
Oh, you're gonna leave out that you sent it at 4:30 in the morning.
Well, no, because I knew you guys would see it when you wake up.
Yeah, man, I didn't.
It was interesting. Like Blake said, he found out on social media, and like I know we hear that a lot, but for a guy who just signed like a 5-year contract, he was like a December 15th trade. It was like the first, the equivalent of like as soon as they could trade him, they did, and he was like he heard something because he had friends in the Detroit organization. And so he was trying to find out. His agent was calling everybody, trying to figure out if this was real. And he said he was playing on a trampoline with his kids. And the text, like the tweet pops up that he was traded to Detroit. And he said he just looked at his phone, he read it, and he like threw it. He threw the phone on the grass and just kept playing with his kids so they didn't know anything was wrong.
Yeah, I'll never organizations, players, they all do the same. So I'm never gonna fault anyone.
Yeah,
That's such trash.
It's part of the part.
I mean, at least Ty said, what's his name? He was like, yeah, Monty called and goes, hey, we're trading you to Indiana. Ty goes, okay. And Monty goes, all right, take care. And hangs up the phone. But at least he didn't find out through Sham's tweet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Of course, and everything we've heard about Monty McNair is that is about the extent of a conversation he can hold, unless it's his last day at the office. Then he's walking around talking to everybody. Then you can't get that man to shut up. And I still can't get over the bizarre nature of that. That was a win and continue game. That was not the final game of the season unless you lost.
Mm-hmm.
And Monty McNair was walking around saying it was being openly discussed before the game was being played that man was getting fired. Mm-hmm. If the Kings lost tonight, that man was getting fired. Mm-hmm. And it was insanely bizarre to watch unfold. Absolutely. You got reported this guy walking around. He's over there talking, dead man walking. What? Like it's a playoff game. Yeah. We'll see.
Man. I'd
always wondered, were they going to fire him that night no matter what? Like, no, the Kings are off to take on, I don't remember who it was, Memphis. They fired Monty McNair, but they play Memphis tonight with a chance to go to the playoffs. All right.
They should have, and this is all Vivek's fault. They should have let him go. We talked about when he didn't do the press conference, but he should have been gone long before that. Long before that. He should. And if you're going to fire him, I'm not saying like he's a bum, fire him. I'm saying like if you didn't have any plans for him in the future, why was he even there as the season was winding down? Even if after the trade deadline, why was he there? Maybe because everybody just kept leaving.
It's a great question.
Well, Wes Wilcox.
Yeah. Everybody had something else to do.
Luke Louts, Florida State. I think they lost to UMass the other day. I saw that. Damn. It's not a good look.
Front office insider Jill Adge. I'm late in catching up, but regarding Siakam, it was the front office who told him he wasn't worth the max, which killed it. The deal was in place, but once they told him no max money, he said, find me another team.
I mean,
the end.
Sick.
Simple as that. Simple as that. But Tyler said it was Vivek because everything's Vivek. Not to say he don't deserve
I love
criticism,
Tyler. Tyler is my brother.
Let's have a real conversation. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to ride with Jill on that one. We'll come back. Trysta Krick coming up, top of the 2:00 hour. And man, how about that performance from Cooper Flagg last night? We'll talk about some good stuff in the NBA when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You're right, Tyler. You got it.
Monty McNair is one of the worst GMs of all time, bro.
He was. He was. I was trying to build a case that maybe, wasn't that bad. He should get credit for some of the things. But after a while, the weight of it all just became too much.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, I can't keep defending this. I think the last hurrah I had with Monty McNair was draft day. It's like, wait a minute. You drafted this guy, and there was literally only one of two scenarios. You knew that he needed surgery and you wanted to draft him anyway, or you didn't know. Both of them are bad.
Also at a position you didn't need.
That's when I was like, I can't do this anymore with Monty McNair.
remember some lady called in one time when I was on the Insiders with James and to defend him.
Well, what was she defending?
I don't know, like just saying that we were wrong and blah blah blah. I was like, okay.
Understandable. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I will. I don't know when it's gonna happen. I'd do it right now if I could, but one day I might have season tickets. One day.
I hope so. And we're
All right, Trysta Krick coming up. Top of the 2:00 hour. Excited to talk to her. Last time in 2025, we'll talk to TK. Of course, Jason Jones, final hour of the show. We'll talk to him as well. You see, Cooper went for 40 last night. 40-plus, youngest player to ever do it.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Cooper Flagg, man. He's quietly had a really good start to his career this year. I think he's averaging about 17 points a night.
It seems to have gotten really, really good over the last 3 weeks or so. You said he's averaging 17.
I believe
the last, I think, 7 or 8 games, he's averaging like 25.
Yeah,
24, 25.
Yeah, 17.3 on the season, man. So he's the real deal, man.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Flagg is the real deal. I didn't catch any of that game though, because I was too busy watching the game.
Mm-hmm.
Them boys didn't disappoint either, man. Ooh, they didn't disappoint. Rockets Nuggets was official. Was official. I got a Prize Picks win last night too.
There you go.
A full 5 for 5.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You gonna divulge what that paid off for you?
Yeah, it was baby money.
Oh, okay.
It was baby
That's
money.
all right.
It was a little $5 that got me like 70.
I was gonna start. Shoot, that return, I'll take that.
Yeah,
I need to get in here and do some work.
Well, should we tell the people what's going on?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Nah, because there might be verbiage in how you're supposed to do it.
You're right.
And
well, I mean, I'm gonna leave it alone, though.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave it.
But my play last night that got me some money was Sengun, points, rebounds, and assists, 35.5. I said more. He had 53 combined. Jabari Smith, 1.5 3-pointers made. He had 4 on the night. Jamal Murray, 6.5 assists. I went less. He only had 5. I was sweating that out when I went to overtime. And Kevin Durant, 24.5 points, he had 25.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I take that tone is
Mm-hmm.
halfway through the third quarter, he had 22, I believe. And he just stopped shooting. I was so upset, I text Eddie. I said, yo, get your man.
Damn, you went to Eddie.
What's going on around here?
Wow.
Luckily, with like a minute and a half to go, he finally takes a shot, buries a 3. And I got that taken care of. And I ended up getting that one. And then Jokic, they had him at 7.5 free throw attempts. I went more. He had 11.
Sengun with 33, 10, and 10 last night.
He took a lot of shots.
Jokic, 39.
I think Sengun took 29
15
shots.
15 and 10. He took 27. He was 14 of 27. And only 2 threes. Like, that's not a bad.
No, but when KD took, 17 shots? Maybe 13?
He was 8 of 14.
14. And Reed Shepard, that's the one. He took 17 shots. Who's been playing really well as of late. But
he did. That number is correct.
Hey,
he was 5 of 17.
Hey, man, give 5 of those to KD. What we doing here? Or KD, take your Kevin Durant. Take the ball.
Let me get the numbers. Yep. This is accurate. Jamal Murray shot more free throws than Kevin Durant had field goal attempts. 15 to 14.
Come on.
And shout out to Jamal because he was 14 of 15 from the free throw line.
Yeah, he was cashing in on those opportunities. You know what I was thinking about last night?
14 of 15, and Jokic shot 11. How many free throws did they take? 33.
And I'm not. This isn't like a gotcha moment or anything like that. Do you still think Fox is better than Jamal Murray?
Yeah.
I've always thought Jamal was.
I don't know what
either
it is.
Equal or better.
I think
I've been a big Jamal Murray.
I mean, I'm not putting them on different levels, but yeah, I think I like De'Aaron more than Jamal.
Yeah, but I've long time Jamal Murray supporter. I wanted the Kings
I'm like the opposite.
I wanted the Kings to get him out of Kentucky.
Like a long time Jamal detractor. I had no problem with Jamal. I think I'm still mad he threw the heating pad at the ref. I don't really know. But it was like, I don't know.
Shout out Kyle Madsen, Jamal Murray, the Michael Jordan of CJ McCollum's.
That's always funny. That's always funny.
Kevin Durant.
Jamal's good.
With 4 shots in the fourth quarter and overtime combined. 4 shot attempts. 1 of 4.
I can see why that would upset you.
Jesus. I was livid.
As
I was eating my wings.
Where'd you get the wings from?
Fire wings.
Okay.
Yeah. Salt and pepper, lemon pepper, you know what I mean? Combined.
All right. Very good. Shout out to our brother Malcolm X. He says
saw that.
Shout out to him, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
no.
Always.
I'm trying to the wording of this text is very interesting.
If you're gonna read it.
Divorce is final. I'm headed back to Alabama. I will keep D'Lo and KC on my YouTube. Gonna spread the love down south. I got a lot of questions about that last line.
Look, first of all, man, I love love. I'm not laughing at the divorce, man. I wish y'all would have been able to make it work, but you seem, well, I don't even know if you're happy. I don't know.
Well, he says he's going to spread the love down south, and I'm not sure if he's talking about D'Lo and KC or if this is tied to his divorce.
We'll find out, like, if our Alabama numbers are doing good in like 2 months or something.
Well, we got to break down the CFP, Alabama versus Oklahoma.
I guess I'll just end every show saying roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Oh, man. Well, if you're happy, Malcolm, I hope that continues. I hope everything works.
Malcolm's he said he's a Chatty House will always be in my heart. I'm a day winner.
Come on, man.
I remember when Chatty House was Christian. Wow, brother Malcolm was a day winner. And I don't even think Malcolm's here to watch this. He left. He's on his way to Alabama.
He said he remembered when it was what?
No, before
Christianed when we named it the Chatty House.
Yeah. Shout out to him.
I always love
you, Brother Malcolm,
when we can acknowledge Brother Malcolm. Yes, indeed. Also, I just want to make sure Brother Malcolm is good in Alabama. What part of Bama are you moving to?
It could be an Auburn fan.
And what's great is
War Eagle.
What's great is Brother Malcolm is clearly signed off. Like he has no idea this discussion is happening.
Frog boat off into the sunset. I'll see you guys, Chatty House.
Oh God,
I love you, D'Lo and KC.
That reminds me, the other day, man, I wish I would have got this brother's name. But this is always like cool. Like when it doesn't always happen, but it's cool that this happened. I was at the gym, and I was about to play some basketball. I was playing some pickup, and I was shooting around or whatever. And this guy was shooting around, and he goes, "Hey, are you on the radio?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm on the radio." He's like, "Oh, that's what's up, man. D'Lo and KC, right? Like you're D'Lo." I'm like, "No, you're KC, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely, man. Appreciate you, man." He's like, "Oh, I'm listening to you guys right now." Yeah, AirPods in.
When was this?
This was Friday night. He's like, "I'm listening to you guys right now."
Oh, that's great.
I said, "Thank you, man."
So he was listening to to Run It Back?
Yeah, maybe the podcast. It was about 6 or 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's like, "I'm listening to you guys as we speak." I said, "Right on, man."
That's pretty dope.
Hopefully I didn't say nothing crazy at that time.
That's pretty dope. I always appreciate when people acknowledge they listen to us. And it's always surprising. You do? Oh, man, that's great. No, Kenny's not here. We don't travel together. It's usually my next.
Hey, where D'Lo?
Yeah, that's never happened. That's never happened. That has never happened. Yeah, that was a hell of a game last night. And I'm hoping, man, we get something like that tonight. You were talking about Nuggets and Rockets. I'm hoping we get something like that. By the way, for those who don't know, it ended 128-125. Nuggets won in overtime. Yeah. I don't know that was a part after.
Did you what'd you think about the foul call in regulation?
It was a foul. No, it's a foul.
I mean, I've seen him let him play. I've seen him let him play in those
on that one.
Yeah, I've seen it. I'm not saying it's not a foul. I'm not saying it's not a foul when they let it go.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I've seen them let it go before.
We didn't talk about the Dylan Brooks tech.
Oh man, that whole damn game was crazy. Hey, LeBron, that game was crazy. Did you see when when LeBron was grabbing the refs?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
That was the closest thing LeBron maybe ever had to. I didn't see it, but I believe you, Michael.
Yeah.
Like the guy had to wrap him up.
That poor ref was like, "Can I toss LeBron James? I don't think I can. I don't think I can throw out LeBron James."
That game was crazy.
And JJ, shout out to JJ Redick, who's like, "Hey, Bron." And then he turns and talks to the official. He's very calm and he gets LeBron away. And JJ recognizes, okay, he's not calling a technical on LeBron. He's not throwing him out. And then he immediately loses it and starts yelling at the official. Let's bring in Trysta Krick. TK not in her studios in Portland and some other beautiful state.
The Creator Cup. You about to play in the Creators Cup? What's up?
I'm in Miami. I'll be on Dan Le Batard in that Dan Le Batard show Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Just came from Las Vegas where we did a little threading for the NBA the NBA Cup, not the Creator Cup. I didn't thread for that. I was not even in town for that. But
you are the queen of threads.
I love threads. Threads loves me. I love threads.
What is it about threads that you love? We're talking about the app, by the way, for those who haven't caught on this and haven't opened that app in, I don't know, 2 years. It's
you guys would crush on threads.
I don't have that much to say. I don't think I would crush on any social media.
What's the difference between threads and Twitter?
No crazy toxicity and no porn bots.
It's a good thing.
Well, all right.
That's a good thing.
Remember
Those
when we had so many porn
pieces.
bots on our station?
I do remember that. I remember being on and having to block them and mute them when I would be live in studio. That doesn't happen anymore. You guys got rid of those?
Well, there's little mechanisms that you can check within YouTube that helps you
get rid of the bots.
Yeah. So is it your engagement is really high on threads? Is it just like I know your
my engagement is insane on threads. I think it's for this last 30 days, 49 million views.
How that is insane.
No, it really is.
how much of your day, just an average day, is spent creating content for one of your platforms? Because you have a lot.
It's unknowable.
Unknowable. That's the word. Yep.
It's I mean, it's like it feels like my entire day. The entire day is making content for Bucket. I don't know if you guys also saw, but your girl popped up. And it is what it is. Last night, this morning.
I didn't see that.
So I was on with Mace and Arabia. So go find that on YouTube. Amazing. I saw a bunch of people from It Is What It Is when I was in Vegas for the NBA Cup. And there was a lot of, hey, what's up? I was like, I don't know what's up, but listen, I'm staying ready. And so as fortune would have it, we're back in there like swimwear, hopefully.
Okay.
Yes, it's all good.
Going up other people's podcasts, like in the back. Did you see that clip when he went on? He went on these people's YouTube show and just destroyed this guy that he knew from Harlem. It was hilarious. It was one of those things where it was like a 9-minute clip, and I was like, I don't know if I'm watching all 9 minutes. I'll just get the gist of it. No, I watched all 9 minutes. So
you consume a lot of content. Kenny's always up on what's trending.
Yeah,
you're up on what's trending. Am I cutting out? Do I need to get my Wi-Fi popping? Am I in bad shape right now?
It's a little hiccupy. It's not awful. It's no. It's not bad. It's a little hiccupy.
Should I get the Wi-Fi? I just checked in.
Yeah, you
the Wi-Fi and come right back in.
You could get the Wi-Fi. Yeah,
TK
gonna get the Wi-Fi. She's gonna pop out and then she's gonna pop back in. She's gonna get the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Trysta, like I can't open a app without seeing TK doing something, and I was thinking like 2 or 3 nights ago, how much time does she spend between Let Her Shoot and the Daily W? And
I remember just on like a social media type thing. I think I've told this story before. Me, Jazz, and 2 friends of ours, we were like, we could do what the Shade Room does, and we get followers and we get paid for it and stuff like that. So anytime it was like between the 4 of us, we were like, anytime we see any news, we're gonna put it on our Instagram page, and we're gonna kind of do like a Shade Room combined with like lifestyle or whatever. And after about 2 weeks, we were like, bro, we are not doing this. You have to post so much. You have to post. I think between the 4 of us, we were like, hey, if we post 3 times a day, that, might start to get us traction. Yeah, we were like, this is too much. Like, this is way too much. Like, can't do it. Won't do it. And
that's what Trysta does with the Daily W.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a lot. That's work. That's where I would tell people all the time. I'd have this discussion when thinking of like Kim Kardashian to a little bit, and how when they started off, they were social media and they were posting stuff and they were always doing stuff. And people will look at it like, oh, you're just posting on social media. That's a lot of work. Like content, to do content. I know he's not your favorite guy, but there's a level of like saluting I got to give to a guy like DJ Academics. Like, he is there all the time, every day for hours posting content, what he's doing. There's no way I could do that. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're right. I don't care nothing about that dude. But I do care about Trysta, who's back with us on Wi-Fi.
I think the Wi-Fi is better now, right? It's better.
You look great.
Is the connection crisp?
4K live from Miami. It's terrific. Absolutely.
The view is impeccable. I'm looking here at like some sort of Biscayne sort of bay, some yachts or something.
And for those who might not know what a Biscayne is, could you tell that?
No, I think it's a bay. I think it's like some sort of bay. I don't know.
I was about to say, man. Is that the Heat arena?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
It is.
I never been
across from the Kaseya Center. Just a nice day here. We've got a Pacific Northwest water event happening. I don't know if you guys are getting that, but apparently in Portland, there's about to have unprecedented rain.
The sun came out. The sun came out.
Gosh.
The sun came out for the first time in like 12 days today.
Oh my gosh. It's the sun.
It's kind of crazy.
I feel like
it's
Double
been-
Rainbow Guy. Remember
it's
the
been
guy? Oh my
double
gosh.
words.
Oh.
Hey, Asia
remember
Wilson
that, yeah.
isn't pregnant, is she?
What did you say?
Asia Wilson isn't pregnant, is she?
Oh,
Trysta.
I
No, I
don't.
feel like
Look,
I feel
look,
like
don't
no, Trysta
know.
would know.
No, she wouldn't know. She's blocked from everything.
Oh,
Block,
that's
remember?
right. I forgot. I forgot Asia blocked you.
Oh,
They're
the Miami Heat contingent tomorrow. They might know through Bam.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Like I think people are taking multiple different tweets and reports and like making them fake by adding
The
ultrasound to it.
Yeah,
and
that's terrible.
yeah, like TMZ has some very carefully worded post up that don't acknowledge that, but acknowledge the rumor by saying Asia Wilson is excited to start a family with Bam Adebayo, which I think is a line from her Time
That she
magazine.
recently said in Time magazine.
Yeah, it's from her Time magazine piece. Okay, now that we've got that cleared up, that's right. You are in Miami. You can just go ask your boy Bam. He's probably staying in the same complex you're at.
Probably here right now.
Is Miami kind of sneaky in on this Giannis thing?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. I have decided today that the trade's not happening. I've decided Milwaukee will not let him go. That it's like, if I can't have you, no one else. Vibes. It feels like they're going to end up not getting anything. Next summer, when he doesn't sign the extension, that they're going to scramble to figure out how to extract some level of value. But they are the recent reporting that made me think this was that the Milwaukee Bucks believe they can entice Giannis with another star at the trade deadline. To that I say, with what assets?
Zach LaVine, baby.
With what players? What picks? What assets? I mean, I guess the 2026 first round pick if you're Sacramento is pretty good, but
I'm sorry. What?
Didn't you just say Zach LaVine?
Yeah.
So I said the first round pick for 2026 will be pretty good because Sacramento's so bad. If that's the asset on top of Zach LaVine, that's what it would take to get Giannis.
No.
I mean, and more.
Stop.
Not happening, obviously. We know that.
They
It's a
get
pipe
no
dream.
pick. Not from us. They better take Zach.
Nobody's getting picks from us.
Nobody is getting picks from you. I think you guys should
Nobody.
just stop trading with anyone because it's one of those things where it's like if you can't spot the patsy, it's probably you, and that's like where I feel. I'm back in on the De'Aaron train. I'm back in. I watched him literally front row of the NBA Cup, and when he is locked in, it's like I fell in love again for the second time. Remember how I would just effusively praise De'Aaron and just like, man, he's one of my favorite players to watch in all of the land because he can do X, Y, or Z. And then I was spurned. I felt spurned. Then I was, I don't blah, 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 whatever, downplaying all of his skills. The injury probably didn't help because he wasn't playing and I wasn't watching him. But seeing him in that NBA Cup environment versus the Thunder, it's just, I mean, you guys know, you saw him up close so many times. Just so remarkably fast and smooth with the ball when he's doing his thing. It's like he's got the afterburners on when he's getting into the lane in the transition situation. So I'm back in on De'Aaron. Just look back at that trade and I'm like, you got Zach LaVine for De'Aaron.
Yes, we did.
But also, I had some more information come to light while I was at the Cup from someone close to the situation. I've changed my opinion about the whole thing. So back on Team De'Aaron. I've always been anti-Kings front office, but more things have come to light, make me feel like he was screwed over.
Anything you can talk about?
I think it really was the fact that my logic would tell me, because I always, if I don't have inside information, I use logic. It's like largely people's decision making. You can kind of map out if this happens and this happens, then most likely this is the case, right?
Mhm.
And so in my mind, it was like star player, franchise player, coach fired. Clearly, this person would be involved in it. Clearly, this person would have a hand in it and know about it and probably be the one leading the charge in it. And then there was like a lot of murky reporting about what was known and what was not known. And now, like definitively, I believe he was not and really had no communication about it with the organization pretty much at all. And so to that, I say, like, really will, if you allow that to be out there and people think that he's getting coach fired, and that's not the case, and then like his all-star votes are going down and I'm sullying his name, but a lot of other people are sullying his name, and you don't clean it up at all as an organization, that is so trash for me to do because it actually affects how people perceive. So I'm back on Team De'Aaron. I'm back on Team De'Aaron.
Okay. I think I followed along with that. Your feeling was he wasn't behind the firing of Mike Brown.
Yeah, they knew nothing about it.
Yeah, no, that's 100% accurate. Like,
Yeah.
that is 100% accurate.
And that the organization wouldn't call him to like even debrief on it.
That's correct as well.
Oh,
I could have walked you through all of this a year ago. Like, yeah, absolutely.
Debrief in what way?
Like, for example, if one of you two were fired from the show, right? And then there was like a new co-host. It would be like, wonder what that's about. And like normally, like a corporation like Odyssey or whatever will tell you like, hey, we decided to go in another direction. This is who we're bringing in. Here's why. Here's what we were thinking. We still value you. Like, how can we support you? But like, if they didn't tell you anything, it was just literally crickets. And you're like, well, like, I don't know Damian or Casey are gone. I've like still not heard from them. They're just acting like I shouldn't be informed or discuss this in terms of like what's the plan of attack? Why did this happen? Why didn't you talk to me? None of it. That's like maybe one of the most disrespectful things in professional sports and any work organization where there's like a direct working relationship between two people. Say like a star player or a star host of a show. That's crazy.
It doesn't change like the firing of Mike Brown and how it felt or how De'Aaron felt about it and all this other stuff. But to that point, I've heard the exact opposite. I heard they did try and De'Aaron said, I don't want to talk to you guys. And I've heard that a couple of times. I don't know who's right or wrong. I'm just saying I've heard that 2 different occasions.
So I don't have to protect anybody. I heard it from one person they didn't. It was De'Aaron.
Matt George.
Remember, they fired him on the way to the airport.
Mm-hmm.
They got on the plane and were like, yeah, basically said Mike's fired.
No, what I'm talking about is not when it happened. I'm talking about later, maybe a week later, to sit down and talk and be like, hey, this is what's going on. What do you think? And I heard De'Aaron didn't want any part of it. And that's his. Yeah,
that's too goddamn late.
Well, I heard the opposite.
You got to use her example. You got shows to do without me, and you've got to answer all these questions to the chatty house, and you try to talk to me a week later. Get the F out of my face.
Oh no, not you, Trysta.
No, Trysta, not you. Oh, TK, not you. Maybe TK on her way to Alabama. Maybe she's going with Brother Malcolm.
Alabama.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, I it's one of those things where Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not changing anything. It's clearly not changing anything. You know, that you decided to move on from him.
Didn't mean to upset you, TK. Like
The StreamYard was so
you,
furious at the conversation that it just
you really are back on Team Fox. Like he was like, I'm out of here.
Slander in this place. No, I heard the exact opposite. That it was like, hey, it's been 3 weeks. Have you heard from them? And it's like, from them.
I mean,
They're not calling me.
Somebody lying. That's what I do.
Somebody's lying.
Well, everybody's got a narrative to shape, right? Whether it's De'Aaron, whether it's the Sacramento Kings, it's whoever, everybody's got a narrative to shape. Are you excited for? I'm kind of bummed that you're not still there, but are you excited for the final tonight?
Oh man, I am loving what I am seeing from the Spurs. The Knicks look good offensively. I mean, it looks a little. I don't know. To you, let me actually spin it back on you. Like, is there any vestiges of being team in this Knicks team to you in terms of like what Mike Brown wants to do?
Is there anything what?
Is there any vestiges of the Beam team in terms of what Mike Brown wants to do with this Knicks team?
He keeps saying that. I don't see it other than he lets Jamal kind of go. Like, what's the he used it, read and react. Mm-hmm. He used that line a lot here in Sacramento, and I heard him say it in a media scrum. I think he was in Las Vegas when he said it. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's that. I don't see it looking similar other than, you know, maybe Jamal to make the, or not Jamal, Jalen to make the comp is in the De'Aaron Fox role, and they don't have a Domas that they have to work the ball through, so he can react to everything, and it's not like a lot of stop, set, horns up, everybody go here, do that. Like they're kind of a, I don't know, is free-flowing fair to say? Free-flowing offense?
Definitely free-flowing. I would say at times that's what you saw in like the best part. But yes, you're right. There was a lot of like, get the ball to Domas, let him sort of like figure out and scan where he wanted to go and kind of be the offense. And that felt a lot more clunky than this. And they don't really have anyone. I don't think Cat's going to do that. I don't think Cat would. Maybe that's what they tried to do with Cat when he was like, I don't like what's going on. What they're trying to have me do in my role, because I'm nobody's Domantas Sabonis. No, but I like what the Knicks are doing offensively. I like that it's not just Jalen Brunson pounding the ball a bajillion times with a crazy usage rate. I like that everybody's getting involved. I know that we're like 11th in defense. I'm a little suspicious of this defense. Like in general, I'm just going to need to see it, believe it, in terms of what this team. Jalen Suggs was going crazy. Jalen Suggs is not a guy who's putting crazy pressure on the rim. So to see that, I was fascinated about this matchup. I'm really interested to see Stephon Castle try and contain Jalen Brunson. I want to know, is it Mitchell Robinson trying to contain Wemby? That feels like barbecue chicken to me because he's going to be out on the perimeter doing everything. Are they going to just try to trap him? There's a lot to this matchup that I have questions about that I'm like, I don't really care how it plays out. I'm just very interested to see how these two teams game plan against one another.
I can't wait for this game. I think this is going to be great. I loved what I saw from both games on Saturday. It felt different. It felt important. I think those players understood the assignment and they delivered. And I think we're going to see more of that tonight. I think we're going to see the thing that I hope for is a close game. You know, it's almost like the All-Star game or something like that. Like if it's close, these guys will play for real and they'll get after it. So I'm hoping for a close game. I don't know what you do. There's nothing you can do with Wemby when he's healthy, he's playing, and he's you know, not on a minutes restriction. Like it felt like that maybe they had a minutes restriction, and in that fourth quarter, it was like, nah, we got to go win this. Like just go play the whole fourth quarter, whatever you need to, because he's too much, man. He hitting the jump shot, he hitting the fallaways, he's finishing around the rim. The only concern is, does he hate Cat like he hates Chet? because that seems to motivate him. Every time he sees Chet, he just tries to destroy Chet Holmgren for whatever reason.
Love the thing that stuck out when I was watching him, and it wasn't just like your eye sees whatever the camera tells you to see, was two things with Wemby that because I've only seen him live during Summer League. This is my first time ever as an NBA pro. And number one that I thought was really fascinating is that he's a very vocal, demonstrative, defensive middle linebacker kind of a guy. He's moving guys around, physically pushing them to different spots, telling them basically, what these coverages look like, where they need to be. And that's constant on the defense. And then you're seeing how that, not just that, but him on the floor translates from a defensive standpoint. You're just into not just the paint, but anything anywhere near the paint, you're just not going. You just won't go. And then you've got these hyper aggressive guards in Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper, and to a degree, De'Aaron. And even like it flows down further than that. That say, well, we trust in Wemby if we get cooked. He's right there. His arms are a bajillion inches long, and he'll clean it up quick. So they get so physically into your airspace on the perimeter that I don't know if you saw that one where first one was a 24-second shot clock violation that they forced, and then they forced like a block. But they were in the grills of the Thunder and sort of making life super frustrating. So that stuck out. I didn't know how much Wemby was doing that in terms of like orchestrating the defense and making sure guys are in the right. And number two, you were really, and maybe this is just a cup thing. Like I said, I've only seen him play in one NBA game live. But every little win, he celebrated like it was the biggest win. Every missed shot that he deflected, every time he got into the airspace, every free throw that they missed, the 24-second clock violation, him making free throws, that he was celebrating, physically making facial expressions and pumping his fist and like getting super after it. I'm like, wow, he is jacked the F up right now. It is wild. He's screaming, he's yelling, he's like slapping high five. The teammates is like, you literally just forced a shot clock violation. And that's one moment in time, right? So I thought both of those things were extremely telling in terms of how much, not just like a physical force he is, but how much of a leader he is on the court.
You got San Antonio as contenders this year.
Nobody has anything to say about that.
What's that?
I didn't know if my Wi-Fi went out or if the take was. I didn't know if my Wi-Fi went out, if the take was so bad that you had nothing to say back. Or
No,
if it was so
I think
good
your
you guys were just
Wi-Fi went out.
flabbergasted with my brilliance.
No, your Wi-Fi went out because I asked you, do you think the Spurs are contenders this season?
What is contender?
Can they win the NBA championship?
No. Maybe. I don't know.
I think they are, man. I think they are. I think they're legit. I didn't think that before Saturday.
I mean, when you beat OKC, second loss this year, it's like,
and just seeing them all together, like, oh, I get it now. Like, I get what this could be with all those guys, because that was the first time they've all played together this year, right? So, just seeing it's like, oh, I get it, and the way they were able to compete with the OKC, the way they were able to match up with the OKC. Like, I see it, man. I think there's 4 legit contenders in the West, and they're one of them. It's OKC, Denver, Houston, and now the Spurs.
I also think you know how much we love Devin Vassell on this show. Devin Vassell, he's not just changed, I think, as a player, because I don't know if it's almost what we saw with Chris Middleton, where when Chris Middleton developed next to Giannis, we kind of saw Chris Middleton as a specific type of player and didn't get to see all the things that he could do. And then Giannis went down, and we're like, oh, Chris Middleton's got a crazy bag. That's kind of how I feel about Devin Vassell in reverse, is that we saw Devin Vassell early on in his career when he played awesome as a 3-level scorer. He's a guy who has insane handles and great footwork and amazing fundamentals. Now he's like a 3-and-D guy. It's like what Devin Vassell is sort of doing. We don't need him to do any of that other stuff. I mean, he can, but I think that sort of takes the exertion off of him. And then secondarily, that was just like a side road. I'm really curious, is Shea neutralized to a degree against this type of team, against this specific team? Because he looked, once Wemby came into the picture, like he just couldn't find it.
That dude changes everything.
Wemby,
Wemby just he changes everything all the time.
You're with Dan Levitard the next 2 days?
Yes, DLS show on YouTube.
Okay.
Like your sweater, Damien. It looks very dashing. Are you still mad at me? Are we good? You're still mad at me?
Debating.
Yeah, I know. I could feel it. The energy's definitely
Yeah. There could still be some residual anger.
No, I'm feeling it. We're just getting back into the flow with it. It'll take time.
It'll take time.
Yeah, it will. It will.
I was wounded, and
no.
Just you can't just come on the show, flash your smile, and think everything's gonna be okay. Like it's gonna take.
Yeah, I know. It'll take a few shows. Chatty House, tell him how much we love him. Tell him how good looking he is and how dashing his clothing choices are and how much we like his jewelry and all of it. Let him know.
Okay. Well, we'll be tapped into the Dan Levitard show for sure over the course of the next couple of days. I haven't got to see you do that show yet. I saw you do
my first time doing it.
Okay, that checks out. I've seen you do stuff with his company and then the NBC stuff, but I've never seen you do this one before. So
you gonna be with Coffee Boy?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh man, cool. When you walk in, tell him to get you a latte with almond milk. Send that bitch to Sacramento and keep it moving.
Really quickly before I let you go, it's so funny because I went to this brunch with a bunch of different type of media people. Like you've got I would put him in the same category. You're probably not going to say this is the same category, but I put anyone who was on the jump together in the same category, right?
Okay.
As type of media. And then you had new media that was Lethal Shooter and Everybody Hates Chris and all these people who are in the Creator Cup. They're kind of streamers, not streamers, kind of.
My boy Drifty J.
Yeah, they're in the media space ish. And then me, and I fit nowhere. And it's a very uncomfortable thing. Oh, Sean Little was there, who I don't know if you guys know. He was the only person sort of half and half. But anyway, he was there and people were the agents of the world. There was a WNBA agent who I will not name, who I wanted to talk to. It's I'm a big fan of hers. She's got some big clients, and she wanted nothing to do with talking to me. Thank you for introducing yourself. Yeah, talk to you another time. Good, have a good time. When they glaze over when you're talking, you're there's nothing I can do to get you interested in talking to me.
How big are the clients?
Pretty big. They're pretty big. There's some big ones. There's a top. I would say she reps a top 3 branded W player.
Okay. It's not who I'm thinking of because she
rumors
reps
of
everyone.
Pregnancy.
No. I think actually she would be nicer to me than this woman.
She would be. Yeah. She definitely would be.
No, that I would have come in with the Portland.
If you piss her off, she wouldn't be. So,
no, she wouldn't.
But the difference with her is she would tell you why she doesn't like you, directly to your face.
I would really appreciate that because this person was oh yeah, I think your people reached out to try to get one of my clients on your show. And I was really? I was just wanting to say hi because I think you're dope. And I love what you're doing in the space. And you represent somebody that's a friend of mine. And have a good one. Enjoy.
Hey, they're watching.
They're watching. But anyway, she was kind of slobbering over Coffee Boy. And so I was wondering.
Oh, that was the end of the story? Oh, God. I thought the story was the beef with her feelings
It
on you.
was, it was, but it was like that was the end. Was she played me to the left and then literally came by while I was talking to him and was like, "You and Pablo are just so good together. Oh my God, you and Pablo need to do more together." Da, 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 da. He just love Meadowlark. And I'm like, this bitch doesn't even know I'm about to be on this network. That makes me mad.
That's all right. That just yeah. Well, anyways, enjoy your show with Coffee Boy. We'll just leave.
Thank you guys. I love you. Talk to you soon.
Right.
All white chocolate mocha. It's my order.
Make it a double. He does a fine job when he's on Pablo's podcast.
He does. I always say I never had a problem with the guy until he couldn't take it. He took it way too far. Like he got really upset because I asked him if he could make a left-hand layup.
He got really upset because we asked him to be on the show.
Yeah.
Poor Charlie reached out. I mean, Rose off that day too.
Like
I text him, Charlie text him, Danny text him.
No, I ain't never had no issue with dude, man. Never had no issue with, like I said, you said something and we were just like, hey, let's talk about it more. Like, what do you mean? And he started wilding out.
He saw, they're in Sacramento and got nervous. Like, yo, man, just
started wilding out.
He still ain't been able to explain what he meant that day. He gonna shut the hell up when San Antonio wins 3 of the next 4 championships.
Right. Didn't Ja get hurt last
he ain't
night?
Gonna do that. Did Ja get hurt?
Yeah,
I didn't even know.
I don't know if he left the game.
I didn't even know Ja was back.
Yeah, he came back Saturday, I think.
Really?
I think it was Friday night.
I completely missed that.
Yeah, and I think he had a moment where he got hurt. I don't know if he left. I saw the highlight. I don't know if he left the game, didn't come or nothing like that, but yeah,
I did not. I had no idea Ja was back. I completely missed that.
That would suck if he.
Yeah, I hope
got
not.
hurt again, and had to lead the game and stuff.
Let's see if we can get an update on Ja. Nah. All I got was just random notes on Ja.
Oh, that's good.
He
said it was an ankle. I'm watching it right now. Rolled it a little bit, but like I said, I don't know if he left the game and didn't come back or what. But yeah.
Okay. Jason Jones coming up in about 45 minutes or so. We haven't touched on the football game last night.
Jesse,
look,
yeah.
like I know people are like, oh, Jesse, are you okay? It's literally been 30 years, no playoff win. Like this is just who they are now. You just hope that they cut Tua and there's a different quarterback next season. But I mean, it's what it is.
Like the Tua thing really is over.
Yeah, it's bad. Like I was a Tua guy. You guys knew it. I was a Tua guy for the longest time, and now he's not good anymore. And you can't go into next year with him as your quarterback.
What year were you born, Jesse?
The last day of 96, December 31st, 96.
So you were alive. You were around 2 or maybe 1.5-ish. I saw a video last night where I always get caught up in these things because I love them. But this one particular guy, he does a good job of like doing a recap of seasons. And it was the 98 season. And they were talking about the Dolphins. It was Jimmy Johnson and he had the defense going crazy. The defense was locked down. And I think it was Marino's final playoff game. And I was like, I couldn't remember. I was like, I wonder if Jesse was around for this.
No, the first memories I have are like 2002, Ricky Williams lined it up and stuff like that. Yeah, Ricky's my favorite player ever.
So
Hogan that year was a big year, 2002.
I suggested you guys give the Giants whatever they want for that number 2 pick.
Yes. I'm literally open to all avenues. Right now, there's 6-8. 6-8. You lose the next 3 games, you'd be 6-11. That could get you a top 10 pick. Probably will, just given the Saints got a couple of easy games coming up. They're playing a little bit better. And there's another team behind that can pick up a couple wins either way. You could end up with a top 10 pick, maybe work your way up there.
You might not have to trade. Like there's a lot of teams that won't be drafting a quarterback.
Well, speaking of the draft and the quarterback, remember when this year was the Arch Manning sweepstakes?
Heading back to Texas.
Headed back to Texas. And I mean, it was clear as that season was going along.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not coming out. He's not coming out.
I remember, and they came in here and talked about it after I heard him. Todd McShay, who works for the Ringer now, he was like, man, he was never coming out. He said this like 2 months ago. And when it started to come out, like, hey, maybe he'll go back. So he was never coming out.
That's what Archie Manning said.
Yeah, he was all this.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not like Arch is a kid from the street who needs to feed his family.
Oh, even if he was a kid from the street, he ain't poor no more.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that 10 million in NIL got or 6 million, whatever it was. He's probably fine.
Yeah. So yeah, Arch is officially coming back to school next year, and well, who do you think will be in the Arch sweepstakes next year? The Chiefs.
My guess is the Raiders. My guess is you thought Patrick Mahomes was going to come back, didn't you?
I said I think he's going to try to do week 1. I read somewhere that they said there's some LCL damage too, though. So that might. Oh,
I thought they reported the exact opposite.
That there wasn't.
That he avoided damage on the rest of his knee. Maybe I read that wrong, but I thought that was reported yesterday.
Yeah, I was listening. I think I was listening to Kansas City radio, and I don't know. They could have been.
Is that really what you do in your free time?
Something
just
happens.
Peruse that Odyssey app.
Yeah, he tore his ACL and LCL.
Yeah. It's not Brandon Ayuk, but that's something else you got to deal with the recovery aspect of it.
Huh.
I don't think I feel less encouraged that he'll be ready week 1, though.
Okay.
But he'll play next year.
Interesting. Okay. I don't like the idea of him playing week 1. That's not a good look. Don't do that. You don't need to do that. Just rehab.
Maybe he feels good. I mean, what's that, about 10 months away on a 9 to 12 month type injury?
Yeah, I mean, week 1's what, September?
Yeah,
ish, 9 to 10.
And
I guess if John Cena can come back from the torn triceps, anybody can happen.
He wouldn't be getting any preseason games in, and I don't like that.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, no,
Patrick Mahomes going to tap out the last game of his career, so who cares?
It matters. Whereas I don't want Patrick Mahomes playing live snaps for the first time in a regular season game.
I see.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather him play a series or two in the preseason before just jumping into the regular season. That's just a different speed. But
I see. Okay. As long as he's healthy, just get back and be healthy.
Yeah.
But who else is in the sweepstakes?
I mean, the Raiders are probably, but the Raiders. Well, I was going to say the Raiders shouldn't be in the sweepstakes because they're probably going to take their quarterback this year. I'm not crazy about Mendoza.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like I have to take him. And even though I like Dante Moore, I'm not sure I have to take him either. If I was the Raiders, I don't know. Maybe I'd
wait it out another year.
Oh, you got to take a quarterback. You don't know you're going to be up here
high. You waited out another year.
Mendoza's good too, though. I think.
Like
he's strong, but I think he's good.
You've got Brock on him, though. You've got Ashton Genty. You know there's more work to do. You need to get that offensive line.
I'm about to say, what if you took the number one offensive lineman in the game?
You could. I mean, you could. You could.
Let me see real quick. Let me look at
it's going to be
a mock draft and see where the first offensive line
is. Gino your quarterback next season?
No.
Tua.
Oh,
good.
well,
Hey.
I don't. Hey, wait, that's fine. Like
You can cut him after the year and be off of his money.
The first offensive alignment is going 6 to the Cardinals. So that maybe that tells me there's not a guy they need to be taking one.
So I was going to
on
say,
offensive line.
if the overall number one guy on a big board was a left tackle, that's the guy
then
you
you
take.
do it, yeah. But they don't have that. CBS Sports has them taking Dante Moore with the number 2 pick.
I mean, any team that needs a quarterback, they're going to have them slotted at taking a quarterback because it really is kind of unimaginable to just go, no, we'll wait till next year. With that team again, I don't also think you can take. It's tough taking players' years for granted. The likes of Brock Bowers, the likes of Ashton Genty. I mean, probably worn Max Crosby into the ground, and you should try to trade him this offseason. But
is that
maybe get more picks out of that?
It's the way that it's always been done, but is that the right thing to do? And what I mean by that is, it's like you got to go get your quarterback where you have nothing else in the cupboard. Why wouldn't you get the quarterback last?
Because it's the toughest position to find. So if you feel like Mendoza is the guy or can be the guy, you absolutely take him.
I'll go back.
It's the toughest position to find.
Yeah, I'll go back to that ratings system I always use. Like, you don't like Mendoza? Okay, let's say the Raiders do. Let's say they like both of these quarterbacks and they have them graded at a 10, at a 7.8. Well, we really need to. We got to do something with this offensive line. Well, they got a left tackle and a right tackle. What do we have them graded at? Well, we got them graded at 7.8. Yeah, you got decisions to make. We got them graded at a 9. You've got real decisions to make. We've got them graded at a 6.5. You take your quarterback. It's like it's the big board versus the drafting of like, who do you think is the best player in the draft?
Looking at it right now too. I don't know who the top quarterbacks will be next year, but Lenore Sellers from South Carolina is one that could be thrown out there, and then Arch Manning. Yeah, Mendoza's better than both of them right now. It's like you're gonna hold out for those guys when you got to hit this guy now.
Well, I do think Arch is going to be better than Mendoza.
Any selection
He's
is a risk.
though.
Yeah, any selection
right
is a
now
risk.
he's not.
Any selection is a risk. Passing on a quarterback when you need one, like when you literally don't have one, is a massive risk.
I'm not going to say it was the Niners did it.
What year?
They passed on Deshaun. They passed on they went defensive line for a couple of years. They didn't get their quarterback until they traded for Jimmy Garoppolo. That was Shanahan's second season, and that wasn't in the draft. They shored up everything around that team before going to get the quarterback.
Yeah. There's a way of doing it. We'll come back. We'll talk more about that. We'll also let's stay with the NFL here for a few minutes, and we need to talk more about the Kings too. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey guys, we're both going to get up, so excuse us for a second. Yep. Okay. All right, got it. John Bull, entertain everybody.
guys comparing this Kings team to Taco Bell? I've never done a 180, more of a 180 in my life than I have on Taco Bell. I don't want Taco Bell at all.
Taco Bell's cool after a night out. But other than that,
I just find a Jack in the Box. Oh, guess what I had? I didn't have it. Somebody else got it. I took a couple bites.
what?
A Krabby Patty.
Oh, how was it?
It was normal.
Yeah.
It's actually like a Whopper. But it's funny because the bread is a little more yellow to look like a Krabby Patty, and then the bottom bun is a square. Krabby Patty.
See, Dave Garcia, you get bean burritos at Taco Bell.
Bro, no, man, no.
No.
Nah, man, Taco Bell ain't it, bro. It's not it. It's not it.
Like I said, after a few drinks, I don't mind it, but
I mean, it's not disgusting. I will eat it. I'm just saying I'm not going to search it out and go order it.
James Ham swears by Taco Bell.
Settle down, James.
The whole Kings team is a bunch of soggy Crunchwrap Supremes.
Damn.
That's funny. We're going to eat spaghetti tonight. The old spaghetti factory. Think I've been there once in my life.
I've been there a couple of different times.
They got one of those on Watt, right?
I know one on Folsom and then the one in Roseville. Those are the ones that I know.
They got one on Laguna. They got one downtown, and they got one.
And Johnny G says Spaghetti Factory is awesome. Well, that's a good look. We going to it's the baby's 12th birthday, so we're going to eat spaghetti.
There we go.
Going to eat spaghetti. She wanted vanilla cupcakes with vanilla frosting. And she said, make sure the frosting isn't hard. And I was like, oh, you don't want it from a grocery store. You want it from a bakery. You know, when you go to the grocery store, sometimes the frosting on a cupcake is a little firm.
Yeah.
So I went to a little bakery by us and got some.
See, I'm with her. I don't want none of those. Like, let's go. I'll get the Betty Crocker frosting or icing. Bring it home.
Yep.
Get this stuff. We can make the home cupcakes. I don't want none of the store-bought stuff.
Yeah. Okay. All right, pal. That's what that's I think what she was thinking too. But I've got a job, sir. Like, we've got work to do.
I'll wait.
Yeah. Well, of course you will.
Just tell them I'll wait.
Yeah.
But I don't want the store-bought ones. They just be sitting in the house, man. They sit. I'm not really a fan.
Oh yeah, store-bought ones are trash. I went to a bakery. Like it is their job to make delicious goods. Store-bought cupcakes ain't it. That ain't it. In that case, yeah, you absolutely buy the mixture, the frosting. You whip up the frosting and you cook.
Whip it real hard.
A couple of questions coming out of week 15. Jason Jones is going to join us. Got some Kings thoughts coming up here as well. One in particular. That I've said before, no one likes it, but it's kind of reality here. Trevor Lawrence had a hell of a game the other day. I didn't realize it was a 1-on-1 game. 30 plus passing, 300 plus passing yards, 50 plus rushing yards, 5 touchdowns. He's the only person to have done that.
Run that by me one more time. You said
300 plus rushing passing yards. 50 plus rushing yards, 5 touchdowns.
They took it to the Jets. Yeah, the Jets almost put up 50 on their Trevor Lawrence. Do we feel any different about Trevor Lawrence?
I was going to okay. Let's separate the question.
Okay.
Do we feel any different about the Jaguars?
Yes.
We do.
Yes.
Okay.
We feel a little bit better.
Like they could win some games in the postseason.
Games? They could win at least one game. I'm not gonna go crazy, but they can make a run. But they can win at least one game right now.
Jesse, what you say? You ain't gonna go crazy. What would you say?
I don't know.
There's no face. No, not. There's no flag where there's.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah.
It's like, they're gonna go crazy. They right now they would play the Bills.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Ask me if I feel different about Trevor Lawrence.
I think they'd beat the Bills. In that
you
situation.
Think the Jaguars beat the Bills?
In that situation in Jacksonville at home, I think they would. And I'm not even I'm not that big on the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
I think in that moment they'd be ready to get the Bills out of there.
You said ask you about Trevor Lawrence, so I'm asking you about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I feel the same.
The same.
Yeah, okay. I feel like as a whole, like the team is playing better. Like Trevor Lawrence is playing better, but I need to see it more in the playoffs. Like we've seen flashes from time to time. We didn't see what we saw on Sunday, but like he's played well before. I need to see it more complete. Like I think Liam Cohen's a good coach, and like now he's got that team ready to go. But Trevor Lawrence, I still need to see a little bit more.
They're all kind of settled in now. It's like, all right, we got a football team. No one's getting fired. Nothing stupid's happening.
They're not as good as this team. It's kind of like a Seahawks situation. Like the entire team, I think we all think is great. We're just kind of all right. Is the quarterback finally going to put it together?
59.7 completion percentage, 3,210 yards, 23 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
Those are fine.
It's a fine upper half of the league quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think I'm with Jesse. I don't know my opinion's changed much on Trevor Lawrence. I feel like my opinion has changed more on the Jacksonville Jaguars than Trevor Lawrence.
Do you guys think they win the division? Finish with Broncos, Colts, and I just saw it. I think it's the Titans.
Yeah, Broncos, Colts, Titans.
No, I'll go with your Houston Texans.
That would probably put Jacksonville at 7th, and they would take on the Patriots.
I'm going to say that Jags do win it. I think the Texans lose one more.
You like the Patriots in that? I mean, do you like the Jaguars in that?
Not in that situation.
Okay.
Not going to Foxborough.
I don't think I like Jacksonville in either of the situations you presented.
But they are the Bills over them in the playoffs.
Yeah, they are playing good football right now, and they deserve credit for that. We mentioned this yesterday. Myles Garrett 1 sack away from matching the single season record. They might have the defensive rookie of the year on their roster. Cleveland is such a shame.
They had
such a shame.
Decent offense. They'd be in the playoffs.
And just a decent offense. Like,
coach seems like he might be a lost cause right now.
He is a lost cause. He'll be fired. He'll be fired in 3 Mondays.
Yeah, quarterback situation's not great. Jerry Jeudy is no one's number one wide receiver. Don't have a line for Judkins to really run through yet.
Is this season 3-11 any different if Shador starts week 1?
No. 3-11. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think 1 or 2 games. Nothing drastic, but one or 2 games.
I mean, he's a young quarterback. He's still learning. But you're right, man. Just a decent offense, and this is an entirely different conversation. With
Shador looks better than Gabriel, but it's not like, oh wow, like they're both not great right now.
Pittsburgh and Mike Tomlin going to do that 500 thing again. They are. There's nothing much to add to that. It's what they do. They're just going to do it.
They make the playoffs. He sticks around. If they don't, I think he's out.
And it's a 1-team division. Like Baltimore isn't, like they're not both getting in. The Ravens got the Patriots coming up, the Packers, they end with the Steelers. The Steelers, they have the Lions, the Browns, and then obviously they end with the Ravens. It's a tough. That's
one bid conference.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I feels like the Steelers are going to win it. I'm still holding out hope for the Ravens.
Lamar and them just don't have it.
They look.
They
don't look good. They just don't look good. Nothing is clicking at all.
Derrick Henry looks human finally.
It'll be interesting to see, like with the likes of, Detroit, maybe not so much, but with Kansas City and Baltimore, what their approach is to this offseason. Now, obviously, Kansas City just entered an entirely different thought process going into next year. But the story was essentially going to be the same. Like, you've got two of the, we were talking about SGA, Jokic, and Giannis in that, that top level of NBA player. When you talk about the top tiers of quarterbacks like Lamar and Patrick Mahomes are in that conversation. They're in that tier. They're in that level. Yeah. What, the Chiefs were going to miss the playoffs, whether Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL or not. What were they going to do in the offseason? What are you going to do in the offseason now? That question has to be asked for Baltimore also. What are you going to do now this offseason? You can't let one turn into two, turn into three. You can't let this become a thing. You have I think it's fair to say in both cases, you have generational talent at your quarterback position. Yeah. You have to take advantage of this every year that you can.
Yeah, I would think that you got to really attack that defense. You've got, and the thing about that, and the reason why I might maybe hesitate a little bit is you have names there.
Mm-hmm.
You got guys like Queen, you got guys like Hamilton that are proven in this league. But number one, they were often injured this year. Number two, even when they came back, it just didn't feel the same. So I think you got to attack that defense. And you might have to really get Lamar some playmakers outside the numbers. I know they've tried to do that with Lively, with Andrews, with a smaller receiver like Hollywood Brown. Go get him a big target outside the numbers at the wide receiver position to help him out there. But it's tough to say, man, because they've got a lot of names. It feels like they have a lot of talent. I don't know what's so off with this team right now.
You're talking specifically about the Ravens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a tough final 3 games for them, too. We'll see how this closes out with the Patriots, Packers, and Steelers. Steeler 1 KC here on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Our man Jason Jones going to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. Kings practice here in Sacramento today. Shout out to our man Sean Cunningham over at KCRA. He asked Keegan Murray was asked, I should say, about the Kings' 6-20 start.
Struggled to this extent. What's that been like for you, just mentally dealing with all that in the day-to-day process?
Yeah, it sucks. I haven't been on a team like that has lost this many games, and I don't even know how long. So even in high school and in college, so it's not ideal. It's something that's really new to me, and I don't really like it. So hopefully we can turn this around, and I think winning is the best feeling in the world, and losing, going home it's terrible. I honestly can't imagine how you guys feel too. So
does it, Keegan, you've been a part of, good groups and again, just to reiterate that point, good seasons, good the togetherness has been kind of a focal point, and Dennis just talked about it a little bit. Doug's talked about how it could be better. Does it take a toll on that aspect of team building and being a cohesive, connected group?
Yeah, I think especially when your team's not, for me, is not as together as the first couple of years that I've been here, and then you stack on the losses and then just the turnover. I think it obviously takes a toll on everyone as a team, and when you're coming back to practice and you're losing games and guys aren't on the same page, it's obviously not an ideal scenario to be in, but you got to figure it out in the NBA, because there's teams that have gotten to the playoffs that have been like that, and it's just something you got to figure out.
Keegan Murray right there, courtesy of Sean Cunningham. What's got you laughing?
I'm not going to say, because I'm going to leave it alone. But TC pointed something out in the chat that I couldn't unsee once I saw.
Is it hairline?
I'm gonna leave his hairline alone, man. I don't know. Maybe it's
right.
not the same barber.
I just don't think it's combed forward. I think that's all it is. I don't. Come on, man. We ain't gonna do Keegan.
That's
like
what I
that.
said.
Like,
that's why I was just saying.
You over here cackling on the camera. Like, I'm gonna bring it up. Like, look. It's just not combed forward. Right?
I think no, because look on his right side, it looks like it's lined up.
It does.
And the other
look
one,
like that. Oh,
that's an easy fix though. It's better than my hairline. Can't fix that.
Oh, nah. This ain't that's not his hairline. Something's wrong.
Like I said, maybe it was a new barber.
It's probably
See, right
just
there it looks good.
It's probably just bunched up. Like Keegan not going out like that.
Well, what you mean? How is it bunched up? I don't see it. I don't see it.
So he's got waves. So he had a cap on. That can't be Keegan Murray's hairline. It can't be.
Maybe that's a little lift right there.
It can't be. He has waves. He clearly had a cap on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
No one. First of all, no barber did that. And no one, and if he did, there's no way Keegan survived practice without getting ridiculed by the entire team.
I believe, I believe he's a 3-point shooter still.
See, he took his cap off. It has to be what it is. He had a wave cap on. It has to be. That's not his hairline. That can't be his hairline.
I'm believing the same thing. I'm believing the same thing as you. But he said I wasn't even paying attention, and then DC said something. I couldn't unsee it.
Leave your man Keegan alone. Man, I see we got videos from Dough Christie. So it's Doug, Dennis, and Keegan. That was obviously a part of Keegan Murray's media scrum. This is gonna sound terrible, man, and I'm really sorry. I don't have any interest in hearing what Doug has to say because he just can't say anything different. Like I'll read Sean's write-up real quick. Doug chats about the practice time ahead of Thursday's game, accentuating the positives from the little progression he's witnessing, the impact of Precious, and the hope of DeMontis returning soon. It's cool, Doug. Yeah. I appreciate you. It's work to watch Doug's press conference now because it's like, yeah, they lost by 20. Like, what's he gonna say?
Yeah.
I don't expect him to say anything at this point.
What's Dennis talking about? Dennis typically doesn't have much to like.
He doesn't, and sometimes he talks.
But I wonder if
he talks lower than you do.
I wonder if he talked about the injury.
Okay. Let's see. Let's check in with Dennis Schroeder here from practice today. Always. Oh, good. Practice is still happening as they're talking. This is always fun. KC's earrings in.
I mean, go out there, do it as a team, doing it together. Practice hard, with intensity, try to get better each.
Oh man, seriously. Hey, all right, it's cool, Dennis. Hold on.
Is everybody just kind of melted in?
I mean, it's not that. It's not that. I'm not trying to do that to Dennis. I just don't know what I expect them to say.
That's what I'm saying. Like everybody's kind of. Everybody kind of talking in cliches right now.
What he's seen being out of action, suffering another injury with Zach LaVine out, needing the roster to come together, trying to pick.
Everybody just kind of talking in cliches, and I know there's only so much they can say. Like to a certain degree, like what can you say?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's going to change the fortunes of this team right now.
I don't.
But how many guys are like expecting to be here soon?
Yeah, and there's that too. They know it's December 15th. Dennis is on KC's player to watch. That's why Dennis took his earrings back.
Today and go out there and compete on the highest level, and I think when you do that and you outcompete your opponent, it gives you a chance to win, and that's what we have to get to.
Now that you're back in action, I guess reflecting back on that injury that you had, was it surprising that you were out as long as you were?
Yeah, I could have been out longer, I think, but I want to be out there. I want to, be there for my teammates, for the organization to win games, and at the end of the day, everybody dealing with something. You know, it's 82 games in like 6 to 8 months. But I'm back and available and try to win games.
Does it feel like you guys could be in a different place if you know the injuries hadn't hit you so hard?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is where we at right now, and we just try to get out of it. Good thing about the NBA, we got 82 games. We can stay together, get better each day, and try to get some wins now. And basketball, sports, injuries happen. You don't want them to happen, but.
I'm sorry, Dennis. I just lost complete interest.
No, look, on a side note, Dennis, when he goes, when Dennis goes, it's a good thing that we have 82 games. Did you see when Chris Jones didn't know he got eliminated and they delivered the news?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was
he
tough.
goes,
he got told during a live press conference that his team did not make the playoffs.
He said, the good thing is, we got a puncher's chance. They go, you got eliminated. He said, oh, we're eliminated? Oh, well.
Hey, I mean, in a way, good for him for not knowing, I guess. Like, hey, you just get out there, you focus on the game. I don't know.
So, still have a fighting chance. Are we out of the playoffs? Yeah. We are? Okay.
That's SpongeBob, that noise.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's from SpongeBob.
So, still have a fighting chance. Are we out of the playoffs? Yeah. We are? Okay.
That's tough.
Why they put the SpongeBob on there?
That's tough. Hell, play that music for the Kings after every game.
Oh, jeez.
I don't even know what the music means. I know that was funny, though. That was funny as hell.
I don't know. Call me a mark for it. I do. I think it's more with the Kings. It's more a case where they're just not good enough, as opposed to they don't care or they're not trying. There are some games where they just get beat down, and I see them check out early, and I'm gonna talk about that. But the other games, I see them like competing. Like I see a guy like Russ, like the Indiana game. They're down 19. They didn't check out. They kept playing. And I think that happens more times than not. And I see, when I see these guys talk and they talk about the season, I see more frustration on their face as opposed to indifference.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, and I don't know how it could be this baffling, but they really seem baffled that like they can't, that they're just a sorry team.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that they're beyond the point of changing the fortunes of the season, and now people's minds are elsewhere. But yeah, I think they're just like, man, I can't believe we're this bad. Like you look at all the different components, we don't hate each other. We're still kind of trying. We're good basketball players and we've had good careers. Why are we this bad? And they just, when I see them, I just see them like, I can't understand how we're this bad.
Do you think they believe they can win basketball games? Like, do you think they step on the floor regardless of the opponent? Indiana, Brooklyn, or Oklahoma City or Denver? Do you think that those guys enter a game thinking that they can win? I don't think they do.
I think most of them go into the game not believing they can win.
I think in the end, they know at some point what's going to happen the other night's going to happen. You're going to fight. You're going to fight. You're going to fight. You're going to fight. You're going to make a mistake. That team is going to do something. You're going to make another mistake. Or maybe you're not. Maybe you just miss a shot. And then that team does something in that Indiana game, or excuse me, that Minnesota game where it looked like Hey, they're competing. They're down by 14. What? I think inevitably it feels like they know that that's inevitable.
You're probably right. John Bull in the chatty house says, I think they can win until somebody punches them in the mouth, then it all falls off. And I think that's accurate. I think unfortunately, I think they believe that. Like, cause I never understand. I never understand how after a game, multiple times they can acknowledge, like, yeah, things don't go our way, and then one thing doesn't go our way, and then it just spirals. Like, maybe one time, maybe twice, but after it happens like 2 times, shouldn't somebody be aware of that? Remember, like, hey, this is that spot where we usually fall apart. Let's really lock in right now.
I think that's the Indiana game that you referenced. I think that was, they got down, what was it, 19? Fought. And then, I think that was a different type of loss. But like it feels like, I mean, we see this, it happens so often in the first quarter. We've seen it happen in the third. We've seen it happen at different points in the game where a run comes and they can't respond. The games that they have responded have out, like they all stand out. The Indiana one, it's because, well, they did it. The Miami game stands out because it never happened, right? Like you remember those far more than you remember the other ones because there's too many of the other ones to point them all out.
Yeah. Minnesota, they came back, the one they won at home, and Malik Monk diving for the
Yeah. I think we got to play a verse that day. I think we actually said they earned a victory that day.
I don't know if that's going to happen this year.
Jason Jones is going to join us. We'll talk to him. Last visit of the year from Jason Jones next on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Man, Dennis hit us with every cliche that the sports world knows, all within the first 30 seconds of him talking. Now, I'm not mad, but holy shit. Jacob, good question. There's some abbreviated programming on Monday and Tuesday of both weeks. So next Monday and Tuesday, me and Kyle will be on from 10 to 2. You can watch that show live, and then it'll run back on the radio also. The week after, it'll be James and KC from 10 to 2. Same thing. So that's kind of you'll have us. It'll just be a little bit different. A little bit different. It's definitely the last version of D'Lo and KC for the year, though. No. Is it an aura ring? Like, does it have Oh no, that's not mine.
Dr. David, Bud retired. I mean, it's what it looks like by that post. Will he stay retired is the question. I don't know. There's really nothing left for him to do. No other fight for him to take. I completely understand the decision to retire if that's what he wants to do. There's nothing there for him no more. Jason Jones going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Also, Alonzo Carter, the new head coach, the new head football coach for the Sac State Hornets, is going to join us coming up at 1:15 on Thursday. So make your plans to be with us. I believe this is going to be the first interview that Alonzo Carter does. Of course, he made news today. He's going to coach Arizona in their upcoming bowl game. So we'll talk to Alonzo coming up at 1:15 on Thursday. New Sac State Hornets head coach. As we welcome in our man, Jason Jones. Oh my gosh,
from the
this
Athletic.
ever in, bro?
What are you talking about?
Every
You don't
time
like you don't like my athletic hoodie?
Why would you not support his
stupid hat.
business?
Man, gosh, I'm just trying to stay employed. Trying to rep the company, and I get all this hate and slander.
Turn over a new leaf in 2026, man. This is
What
ridiculous, man.
What does that mean? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
That means don't wear no more Dodger gear.
Why? Like, why would I do that?
Nobody want to see that, man.
Man, okay.
You're
I'll
wearing
do
the
that.
Royals hat.
Yeah, I love the game. I love the game.
I'll do that when you stop wearing Giant stuff. I mean, that's easy because I'd be ashamed to wear Giant stuff too.
What are you talking? All right, man. All right, man. Go get your boy.
You know, the baseball season ended like 2 months ago.
Get your boy.
No,
The last baseball season is right around the corner.
Ended about 6 weeks ago. I mean, Kenny's season ended about 2 months ago, maybe 3.
All right.
I wasn't gonna point that out, but yeah, it's accurate.
Interesting stat. The last time the Clippers won a home game, the Dodgers were down 3-2 in the World Series.
Damn.
That's not good for the Clippers. That's just not good for the Clippers.
I saw that on the internet today. I was like, wow.
That is not good.
The home of the All-Star game, by the way.
Oh, man.
Do you know how much scrutiny is going to be on that owner and that organization? And I love that the NBA was quick to, well, we're not going to have the results from this whole aspiration thing till after the All-Star game. So don't bother asking questions because we got nothing.
Man, what do they do? What do they do? They can't stand pat. They got to make some deals. There's no reason to. You don't have no draft pick. Like what you got to do something to get.
And watch that pick end up being like number 1 or number 2.
I'd fall out.
Yeah, I don't know what they do down there. I'm just like every time I check their score, they're down by 15. It feels like
currently it's not a lot, but it actually is kind of bad. They've got the second worst record. They're tied with the Kings at 6-20. They're 4.5 games back of the final play-in spot. That is.
It feels further. Awful. But hey, on the bright side, if you told the Kings in week 1 of the first game of the year, you'd have the same record as the Clippers going into Christmas. You'd have been like, okay, what's going on here?
The Clippers are 6-20.
That's crazy. And you're right. They can't just sit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what
they have to go get DeMar DeRozan, Jason. That's what they have to do.
That'll fix it. Bring DeMar all the way. Bring DeRozan all the way back
that's
home.
It. Yep. That's
it. Far from home. Get him all the way back to L.A. County.
You know who's in the 10th spot? You guys want to take a guess?
Wait, is it? It's not Sacramento, is it?
No.
Like
the 10th spot. No, the 10th spot.
And
Dallas?
No, it's the Utah Jazz.
Dude, they have the same record, don't they?
Dallas is 10-17. Utah is 10-15.
Oh, okay.
Well, Utah does this every year. And then
wasn't Utah the 1 seed last year for
2 years ago?
2 years ago.
Or maybe even 3. Because our guy Will was like, "Watch out for Utah."
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, every year, the last 2 or 3 years, Utah does this, and they realize, hold up, we're tanking. What are we doing here? Let's start making some deals. Let's sit some people. We can't be doing this. And every year, the basketball gods reward them with like the 7th pick.
That's right.
Well, the Kings get rewarded with nothing ever. Ever.
It'll get better. I mean, I think.
There's with trade season here, there's a lot of talk about like how Scott Perry can truly, he kind of just has to wipe this all out and start over. I have a thought. I've had this thought before. This is not new. I'm repeating a previous thought that given the current circumstances, I don't know that Doug is going to be back. Whether it's Scott Perry's caught, whatever landed Doug Christie the job, I just don't have a great feeling that Doug is going to get a second year to coach this basketball team. And if they do what I inevitably think they're going to do, this organization has to move on from 2001. Stop bringing in Chris Webber. Stop bringing in Bobby Jackson. Don't look to Sac State to hire Mike Bibby. Don't bring Vlade in to be an advisor. Don't bring Jason Williams in to be an ambassador. Just stop. They're legends. They're courtside guests. They're part of Fan Fest. All of that stuff. Stop bringing them in to have positions of power within this organization. You guys hate that idea so much you have nothing to say.
I've said for years That was 20 something years ago, and people act like that was like 3 years ago. It's like that was a long time ago.
I think the sad part is I think Jason and I had this exact conversation on a different radio station like 10 years ago. You just have to move on from this.
Because I remember there was I even wrote about it. There was a point where every game they were bringing somebody in. It's like, hey, he played on the team in 2002. Hey, and it's like, okay, we get it. That was a great time. It's over. At some point, you have to, it's over. And there's no amount of nostalgia that's going to cover up the stench right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't, like I said, you have a whole generation of Kings fans who have no connection to those guys. Mm-hmm. They only know what their parents tell them about them. Like, think about it, Casey. Your kids don't know anything about Chris Webber. No. I mean, and so you've got all, you got a whole generation of fans who don't really care about Vlad. They know Vlade as an exec. Mm-hmm. They don't know Vlade as a player. They have to talk about, Doug and connection with the fans. A lot of these young fans never saw Doug Christie play basketball. They know him best as the guy from the Rick Fox clip. And even then, they weren't even alive. Right. Or they were, it's just, yeah. I think the Kings have used up all their equity by leaning into the early 2000s. I mean, there's nothing, what are you going to do? I mean, who's left to bring in? Who's left to have an appearance? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with both of you guys. I agree with D'Lo and what he just laid out. And you made the caveat, positions of power. Like that's what we're talking about. I just think about it's not mutually exclusive. Like if they turn their, and this isn't what you said, but they turn their back on the early 2000s, I don't mean they're going to start winning.
No, you don't have to turn your back. They can come in and do appearances. You could do your autograph signs. You could stop giving them positions of power.
And I agree with
that's what I'm talking about.
I think they use that to cover up the stench. Think about it. If Doug Christie's name was, I don't know, Darren Jackson coach, fans would be calling for him to get fired for this. Mm-hmm. But because it's Doug, they won't. But I mean, just that whole meltdown last month where he goes off on the media, then on the players, for that stretch where we don't play defense and not playing defensive players. And what's been kind of tough for me to watch is kind of to see, I don't make social media the end all of everything, but to see some of the fans start saying, we're sick of Doug. Like, we're sick of hearing this. Like, he's got to go too. And he's not in a good position. I don't think anybody who's rational thinks this is a good team. But, yeah, I think if it wasn't Doug, there would have been even less patience for what's been on that court for the first 20-some-odd games of the season.
And they got a guy that can do, in theory, I believe, can do all of this that both of you guys are talking about. And that's Scott Perry. Scott Perry got no connection, no heart to a certain degree to any of these players, to any of these 2001 people. You're like, man, I'm here to do a job. And then that means everybody got to go. Then everybody got to go. Like, I didn't draft Keegan Murray, even though he signed him, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I didn't bring Malik Monk here. I didn't sign Domas Sabonis. I didn't sign Zach LaVine. They can all go. Hell, to be honest with you, I know what you're saying. My belief, I didn't sign Doug Christie. Mm-hmm. I can let him go at the drop of a dime if I need to. It's not my guy. So I think that's the type of person you're probably talking about, Dane and Jason. Somebody that has no attachment to the past, no attachment to the current players that are here, then it's just going to look at this thing like, how do I make this work?
And I'm kind of in the minority, maybe. I've always said if there was a guy from that era you were going to make a head coach, it'd have been Bobby. Mm. I've always just gotten to know Bobby and I'm not trying to sow division on the staff, but Bobby's done the work. Bobby's been on the grind as a coach for a while. Doug is, relatively still learning this. Bobby coached in the G League. Bobby's been to different organizations. I thought that, if you're going to give a guy a shot, and I liked about Bobby don't give a damn. Bobby will say what he wants to say. I remember years ago when we I forgot what was the dude's name. They second round, Jamias Ramsey. Remember him? We had a summer league press conference, and the Kings didn't want it to be said that he was hurt. They're like, "Where's Jamias?" Bob's like, "Oh, he's hurt." And they were like, oh, and Bobby's like, "Why would I lie about that? He's hurt. Like, he's hurt." And I kind of like that attitude, but I'm almost, it's almost a thing where you fear or think that if they've tried to go that way because he's connected to this, it's like you got to go too, not because you did anything wrong, but we got to wipe this whole slate clean. I don't know, but I don't know what you do, but I do think there needs to be a reset in focus of, like I said, stop even away from those early Kings teams. Stop getting NBA players who you saw who were good in 2018 or 2019 and bringing them in like, okay, see, we have good, like, yeah. These are not, you're not a team looking for veterans to put you over the top, So a lot this Kings team, like you said, we go with DeRozan and LaVine, that's nostalgia. That's not winning today. A lot of that's nostalgia. And at some point you got to say, you know what, we tried it, it didn't work. But good luck trying to move all, I always say they say there's no untradeable contract. But you got to figure out how to trade some of that stuff and try to gain some assets. I mean, they just have they've compounded so many of their mistakes. When the best thing you got for De'Aaron Fox in that trade was Zach LaVine, that's a mistake. That draft pick sent out there to the Spurs. I mean, there's some things that Scott had nothing to do with. Mm-hmm. So it's going to take some time to clean up, and it just sucks because outside of 1 year in the last, almost 20, all we've talked about around Sacramento is rebuild.
Yeah. It's the only, I think, good thing that the Kings have going for them is there might be teams out there more desperate than they are.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the only reason I can figure Zach LaVine's name keeps getting linked to the Milwaukee Bucks. They're going to throw as much, what'd you say, lipstick on a pig. They're going to throw as much makeup as they can on this basketball team to try to convince, no, Giannis, you don't have to go anywhere. We're going to offer you a big contract extension this offseason. And they're going to do something stupid in the process. And that could be Scott Perry's chance to strike.
I picture everybody in Sacramento's got their fingers crossed like, hey, the Clippers, someone's got to be desperate. And that Milwaukee thing is crazy. You see a report where Giannis is like, it's not me, it's my representatives. As if the representatives don't work for him. Mm-hmm. like I have no idea why my agent keeps trying to get me traded. I told him to stop, and he won't.
As if, like, Giannis was shocked too. What?
What do you mean?
Me?
These reports aren't from me; they're from my representatives.
I don't think he recognizes how crazy that sounds.
I'm like, that is so bad. I'm like, you really thought you were like that was a bar right there? It ain't me, it's them. Like his agent just went rogue. I'm gonna figure out a 2-week window in the offseason. Yeah, and Giannis is like, no, I don't want to play for New York. Stop trying to get me traded, or I'll fire you, and then doesn't fire him.
The idea that an agent goes, you know what, I'm going to piss off my biggest client today. That's what I'm gonna do.
I've had a slow day. You know what I'm gonna do? Giannis, you really want to be in Milwaukee, right? I don't care. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get you sent somewhere you don't want to be.
Yeah.
How do you think that plays out as far as this season goes? Do you think it's a in-season trade for Giannis, or is it more likely to be over the summer?
I think it's probably more likely to be over the summer because the way teams do stuff now is you want to get to the summer when that next year of draft picks are available in deals. And I think it just probably makes more sense. I mean, you probably need a team like say the Knicks get to the playoffs and they're like a 2 seed and they just flame out in the first round. Maybe now they're desperate. Maybe they say, okay, we have to make the deal now. So I think you just wait. I mean, there's no incentive to do anything now. Plus, Giannis has been hurt half the year on top of that.
Yeah, but that other half, he was nasty.
Oh yeah. I'm not. Oh yeah.
The man was bad.
And we've seen guys be injured, then get traded, and all of a sudden that health is wow. It's like you were playing 2K, you just subbed him out, and the Gatorade thing went full.
Turned into Cal Ripken. He just playing, just an Iron Man, playing every game.
He hasn't missed a game in 3 months. He couldn't play for 3 months. Now look at him.
Who's the best player in the NBA? Like the very best?
Jokic. I'd still say Jokic.
I made an argument for SGA earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad argument. I mean, based on the MVP voting the last couple of years, kind of flip a coin. I'd still say Jokic. Maybe I'm just partial to big guys. I don't know. But I still think Jokic is the best player.
We said Jokic, SGA, and Giannis are on the same level. And just one level below, you start with Luka. Is that how you feel about that? Is that accurate in your eyes?
I'd put Luka up there with them, actually. I think
I had a hard time with that. Like KC threw that question at me. I was just like, I had a really, really hard time figuring out if he was one of those guys.
I think what you've seen this year, that if he's healthy, your team is a top, you're going to be a top 3, top 4 team in your conference. To me, those 4 guys all guarantee you a top 4 seed just by their own, no matter what you put around them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think kind of in that next tier where you get to say Anthony Edwards, I think it's like knocking at that. And the thing is too, is just if you're talking about just based on this season recently, where do you put Jalen Brunson?
Tier below Luka.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't
He's
think
been
I'd
good,
put
though.
him. Yeah, I don't think I'd put
Really
him in
good.
this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Where you put Austin Reeves?
He's obviously up there with Jokic.
Well, since LeBron came back at the bottom, can't make a shot no more.
I mean, that was a wild ending in Phoenix. My man Dylan was so happy he made that shot. He cost him the game.
Yo, Dylan really like nobody we've ever seen gets under the skin of a player like LeBron. Like, think of all your greats. Like, Ruben Patterson didn't have Kobe doing all this. John Starks didn't really have, well,
I think
Reggie Miller
Ruben was smart enough not to run. I think in Dylan Brooks' mind, he really believes he's just as good as LeBron. And like, he really believes this. Like, LeBron ain't nobody special. I'm Dylan Brooks. But I admire on some level.
Here's the thing. LeBron falls for it every game.
Every time they play. It's weird.
Every single time.
I think what happened on the last game they played was Dylan fell for it. If Dylan makes that 3 over against any other player, I think he's cool. He made a game go-ahead 3 against LeBron challenging. That man didn't look at his teammates. That man went and found LeBron to go run up on it. Then he gets tall. I mean, yeah, this is cinema. I can't wait for those guys to play again.
Every time I'm watching.
Do you think LeBron fouled him?
Yeah.
I don't.
I also haven't seen I never saw the replay on that where they even debate if that was a foul. So I've never even thought about that.
Once again, maybe a little bit of a cop-out. I've seen that called a foul a number of different times. He made contact with the leg while Dylan was still in the act of shooting. I thought it was a foul.
I'd have to go back and look at it. Either way, Dylan running up on him immediately after getting himself ejected, LeBron missing free throws, Marcus.
Yeah, that's the other thing. LeBron missed, what was it, 2 of 4 free throws?
Yeah, my question was, if it was a tech, why was he shooting?
Well, I think JJ Redick was asking the same question.
I'm going, what is he doing? Like, if it's a tech, I'm like, that should be Luka. Like, why is he shooting it? It's like, I felt like we were like in 2005 and 6 again, and he was proving he could make free throws late. I'm like, what are you
like? Hey, what are you? Hey! He was like LeBron when they had the wrong. That's our ball. That's our ball. That was.
And Marcus Smart, like, oh my God, this is like that's an adventure.
Marcus, yeah, Marcus is.
My man had a layup and threw the ball right back to the other. I'm like, what are you doing? He's had about 4 or 5 of those this year. He had I stepped over I didn't get both feet out of bounds on an inbounds late. They almost lost that. I mean, they're wild times down in LA land. Wild times.
Not to mention Rich Paul saying these guys just aren't good enough.
I'm just like, and the LeBron defenders going, "What's the big deal?"
Let me ask,
who does that?
Jay, why is Rich Paul hosting a podcast?
I don't know. I'm like, and then on the same podcast, your co-host pitches a trade to the Knicks, and he's like, okay. It's almost as if this is kind of planned.
It's almost like it's illegal.
Yeah, it's like, what are we doing here? It's like
new episode out, by the way. I saw a clip. I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
new episode. He'll just trash Pelinka just because, like, he'll trash like he'll be like, I don't know why they traded for Luka. I don't get it. He'll like say something.
But he'll do it in a way where you'll have to rewind it to make sure that he actually was trashing him.
You're like, I'm not sure. Did he just say that they're not good? Oh, he did.
Pretty sure he just said the Rob Lowe lookalike hasn't made a deal in years. I think that's what he said.
Did he really say that without me, the Lakers can't make a deal anyway because they can't negotiate?
If the Lakers finish top 3 in the conference, is this Luka's is this one of Luka's crowning achievements? Like even more so than Dallas's? Because I don't think anyone really bought that Dallas run. But to come in here on a year that LeBron is on his way out, either of the league or at least the Lakers, and to come in with the scrutiny of that trade and leading the Lakers to a top 3 team in an insane Western Conference with the 4 of the 5 best teams in the league are probably in the Western Conference. For the Lakers to be in that conversation to me feels like a big feather in the cap of Luka Doncic if that happens.
Yeah, before we did a little thing at work, picked the MVP. I picked so angry about how things went down that he'd just be a monster this season, and he'd have the Lakers at a level above or a level or 2 above what most people picked them. I mean, I thought people picking the Lakers to be like 6th this year and 7th. Which I thought was like, okay, that's a bit extreme to put, but then again, people also thought the Clippers were going to be good. People thought Phoenix would be terrible, so I mean, yeah, this is definitely, just the way he's played all year, he'll be top 5 in the MVP voting, I think, easy. I think if Oklahoma City goes like 72-10, it's gonna be hard not to give it to SGA. But he's putting himself up there.
Nah, the Lakers in general are better than I thought they would be this year. But going back to Rich Paul, after what we saw maybe against that Spurs team, was he right about the criticism of the Lakers, like in the playoffs against athletic teams that have athletic wings, which is pretty much the top 4 teams at the very least? In the West, you might even be able to throw Minnesota in there. The Lakers, for all of Luka's talent, LeBron, they don't have enough. They don't have what it takes. Was he right in that asset and in that assessment?
No, I don't think he's completely off. I think they do need some help on the perimeter defense. It also, at the same time, they also weren't playing Vando at all, who I think helps them with that. Not, just you got, to give them some energy. They went through a stretch where they weren't playing Vando at all, and it felt like LaRavia wasn't playing a lot. So I think, if you got to go with what you got, is it perfect? No, I don't. I think they do have that is their weakness, but it's also about matchups. I mean, to just say off the rip they can't win more than one playoff series when you got LeBron, Luka, and Austin is. I think that's a bit of a stretch to make right now. But, we got time. Somebody will get traded, I think we're almost due for a cryptic LeBron tweet in the next 30 to 45 days. I haven't gotten one of those in a while. So I think we're due for one. It's been a long time since we got the cryptic LeBron tweet.
But the cryptic LeBron tweet usually leads to the front office making a move.
Yeah, and I don't know if that'll happen, but I think and it almost, even though Rich wouldn't say it, you do have to wonder if part of this is that for the whole time he's been in LA, things been catered to LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're catering to someone, the younger guy, and I think the part that kept catching me when they replayed that clip is where they're building for the future as if they're tanking this year. It's like, they're building for the future. Then LeBron wants to compete now. I mean, last time I checked the standings, they weren't, 7-15. So it's like, I think they're trying to compete. And I think that's where I would push back with Rich would be the whole idea that they're building for the future as if they're not trying to win now.
What you think about the NBA Cup, man?
I don't care.
So it could go. It's good. They're doing good this year. The teams are playing. Like, how do you feel about the NBA Cup at least this year?
It could go. I really don't care. I mean,
not into it.
No.
Oh,
especially the game tonight doesn't even count for anything. I mean, it doesn't. The stats don't count. It's like
that is a part that I always forget.
It's like a mid-season play-in game. Like you play this game and it looks all great. You get all these stats and like that was one of AD's crowning moments as a Laker, and it didn't even count statistically. Like you think AD has the record right now for most points in a NBA Cup championship game? Like Giannis, we had a triple-double in it last year. It doesn't matter. Darvin Ham is like the NBA Cup king, and he's not even in the finals this year, so that's an upset. No, he had been undefeated for a minute in the NBA Cup. So I'm like, I guess it's a cool little gimmick, I guess, but I think you look at some of the travel. I think Mark Stein tweeted it out today about how the Spurs travel. It's like they've been on the road for like 3 weeks at this point. With the cup, and I think he said that the Nevada is the 10th state they've played in the last 22 days, I think. So this is I just wonder if what the overall benefit is, but I believe Prime got into the NBA that partly because they wanted to televise the NBA Cup. So I guess it's not going anywhere, but I wish there was more at stake than just money. Easy for me to say just money, but like, I don't know what else you can, because I mean, guys don't look exactly heartbroken when they lose, except Caruso was pretty mad the other night. But
they may not look heartbroken when they lose, but and I think that's why tonight was so appealing and why Saturday was so great. Like, Wemby wanted to win. It was very, very clear. Victor Wembanyama wanted to win. He wanted to beat Oklahoma City. He wants to win this tournament. He wants to win every game he plays.
Yeah, he's different. He's not normal. It's almost like he cares, which is different for a lot of guys. I love the way he talks to the media. Everyone wants him to talk a certain way, and I like how he talks. I mean, what did Dirk say? A little too swaggy. I'm like, no, be that dude. You like 7'5". We've never seen anything like. If anyone has the right to talk that way, or will have that right, it's probably him. I mean, he's like 7'5" with guard skills. Like, he's literally something we've created on NBA 2K as kids growing up and laugh. Like, there's not going to be a guy this tall who could dribble. I mean, he's 7'5" shooting step back threes.
Ridiculous.
I mean, he's like Ralph Sampson, but like with the skills of a guard. It's just insane to watch. So I like his attitude. What do you think about ethical, whatever, the whole ethical basketball thing that he dropped? I think the game needs more personalities. I think that's fun. I think that's good for the league. I like that Anthony Edwards talks, even though he'll say stuff you probably don't want him to say, but he says whatever. I like those guys. So go ahead and do you, Wemby. It should be. It's always fun to watch him play, because he just looks so different on the court. Like, he doesn't look like he belongs on the court. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's so much bigger than everyone. It's like it just looks weird. like why it just looks weird when he's out there. And I think he walked by me at All-Star Week, and I was like, the only other person who ever made me that was like that was like Sean Bradley. And Sean Bradley obviously wasn't that athlete.
Right.
And then you get to watch, I guess, was it last December when everything went awry in Sacramento, the De'Aaron stuff, the Mike Brown stuff. So you get to see, De'Aaron's wife is tweeting about Mike Brown today. Like, oh, I'm like, man, how were the Kings catching strays in this? Like,
well, it's pretty easy. It's De'Aaron Fox versus Mike Brown. That's how they're
Kings catching strays today. It's just, I'm like, man, yeah. Then I think we had that thing. We did the whole ranking the cup floors, and one of our guys was like, Sacramento proud. What are they proud of? I'm like, dude, it's like it's a different meaning. It's not like saying they're proud of how they're playing. It's about. I'm like, I give up. No one cares.
Yeah, tell him I said shut the hell up.
No, I'm trying to explain. I'm like, no one cares. No one wants to hear from me on that.
Like no one's listening to me.
I'm saying they're saying it's about the community, how it rallied for the team. They're like, shut up, they suck. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna.
I'm not gonna fight you over this, man. Forget it.
I'm like, dang, I just want you to be clear, but okay, fine. How you feel?
KC Sacramento told him shut the hell up.
I'll do it, and trust me, he won't care. Yeah.
Jay, it's our last visit of 2025. What was your favorite moment of the year?
I don't know. Probably something about KC with his love for either the Lakers or the Dodgers. Yeah.
Another World Series.
This was a Lob City type lob here, and this is ridiculous. This is what I got to work against.
What he could have look. He went to all of these. Oh, okay. He went to all of these wrestling events. I mean, he writes these great articles. It could have been anything. It just happened to be about the Dodgers. What did you think of the Saturday night main event finish? You will be the definitive voice in how we feel about this.
I think John did what he's supposed to in the business. My issue was that I don't think Gunther needed that push. He was already your heel. I'm like, it didn't. I'm like, you have this whole tournament to go the way you've always said you were going to go. I'm like, that spot could have went to somebody else.
Or just give us the happy ending.
Yeah, which they were not going to do. My favorite part of that night was how they were booing Triple H at the end. He walks out.
Lighting him up.
Yeah, he's got
lighting him up, and then Mick Foley comes off the top rope today.
Oh, shout out to the hardcore legend.
Mick Foley was like, "I'm sick of you guys." He's like, "You guys go and coddle that man."
Well, with that said, I hope Mick has some money stored away because I don't want to see Mick.
I'm pretty sure Mick is okay. Yeah.
How much are flannels now?
Well, I heard Mick is pretty frugal, and it's his favorite time of year. It's Christmas, so
yeah, and then on top of that, CM Punk does like wear pro teacher stuff, knowing what Linda McMahon does.
Yeah.
Cold world out there, but hey, it's been all in all, I think it's been an okay sports year. The Dodgers are great. Yep. Raiders are an embarrassment and a shame before God.
Yeah.
You see Kenny Pickett set a record. The fewest amount of yards thrown for in a game with 15 completions.
Well,
my man Bowers led them like with 6 catches for 28 yards. I thought it was a misprint. I'm like, what?
Goodness
6 for 28? Like, what were you doing? I turned that game off so fast. I'm like, this is.
He might have
never lost 31-0 twice in the same season.
That's tough. Yeah, they grabbed less than 100 total yards twice in one season.
I mean, this is like impressive. This is impressively bad, and they only play Houston next.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my gosh, more or less 100 total yards in that game.
Vegas is like under. Gino's like, oh man, this shoulder. Oh man,
Jay, have a great holiday season, man.
All right, you guys too. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, all that other stuff. Whatever you celebrate.
No doubt. That's our man, Jason Jones, right there. Appreciate him as always. Appreciate you as always. We will see you here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody.
Vamos, former Kings. Why is he here? I guarantee you, he's not saying anything even remotely funny. He's not. You can tell it's all fake. It's all fake. Oh, that's old. I'm sorry. Look at the date.
Oh,
that's old.
Oh, maybe it's some of her great moments since they're winding down. Yeah, L. Duncan's greatest.
They're all greatest hits. Every single one of them.
Kevin Huerter. Is that Kevin Huerter?
That is Kevin Huerter. All right, y'all. Have a great rest of your day, man. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Almost greener grass.